박동원 선수 1승 제발 선물해줘.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're here on a wonderful Friday afternoon. I'm Valdez. With me is definitely Ox today. We're going to be bringing you guys the last match of round 1 and then the first match of round 2 as we do mark the halfway points here of LCK Spring 2024.
Yep, and I feel like things haven't completely panned out the way we expected in round 1. You know, a little bit of a shift up at times, like D+ and their position in the standings, but generally speaking, teams at the top are kind of expected.
Yeah, absolutely. There is one outlier with Kwangdong Freaks currently in 5th place, and they will be playing today in our first match up against OK Brion, who have not won a single match so far. In fact, only one map win in the LCK here for Brion, so hoping for a bit more from them. But Kwangdong Freaks definitely a nice surprise so far.
Yeah, and the hope for Kwangdong Freaks fans is that they continue this momentum into round 2, because even though D+ definitely had that rough spot, they have kind of stabilized and managed to claim that 6th place spot. Aren't really too far behind. I think the real drop-off is when you go from 6th to 7th, the game score difference from 0 for D+ to -7 for FairX. So even if you catch up in terms of win-losses, a lot of work to be done in terms of that game difference unless you overtake them in the win-loss column, which is obviously not the easiest thing to do.
Winless round in terms of series, in terms of matches, so certainly looking for that here as the unstoppable force is Kwangdong Freaks. They were stopped by 3 teams so far, but
somewhat stoppable force.
The somewhat stoppable, not entirely stoppable. But yeah, generally a lot better than we expected, which I think is the big thing to take away from round 1 for Kwangdong Freaks, and just hoping that they can continue with that. The head-to-head record between Dudu and Morgan is 10-3, but in the current state of the LCK, I would say that Dudu is miles ahead of Morgan right now.
Yeah, I think Dudu is a player who, even when he was on in a situation with a team that wasn't performing as well, there was always like moments, like even last year we had that pop-off Cassante moment where he looked absolutely on fire, but the team really just didn't find their footing, whereas now the team is doing well, you can really see him shine.
So we have Envy returning after 23 days. How will the synergy be with Palu? I do wonder, because me personally, I thought that Samver was the one guy who was like showing up every day, playing really well. It's kind of hard to make a big splash when you're on a team that just isn't winning, but they bring back Envy. They say, okay, you've spent your time in Challengers, now show us that you can be an LCK player again. And I'm just hoping that he can show us something like that.
Yeah, I think it's hard to necessarily track what's going on behind the scenes. Obviously, we aren't privy to how the scrims are going and things like that. I do feel that it's kind of at the point where things have been going so wrong, you're just trying different combinations, hoping that something sticks, something gives you the footing to go forwards with. Because the fact that they've destroyed one Nexus so far, one Nexus, yeah, not great.
Yeah, definitely not feeling pretty good about that. But yeah, I do agree with you. Just try a bunch of combos, see what works, and maybe you'll land on something good, which is kind of what happened with Kwangdong Freaks, except they got lucky that it worked right away. Bull came in, and we didn't expect a lot, and he turned out to be amazing. And he had great teamwork with Andal, who, by the way, is back after his bit of a sickness. Happy to see him back here on stage, and hope he's feeling great. And he will be playing today with Bull, as here is OK Savings Bank Brion.
Yeah, and I think kind of the Bull situation really shows how, you know, you can have a view of a player, you can get like, okay, this player's, you know, maybe you don't think he's that great, you don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, but changing the team dynamic can go a long way. I'm not sure that Bro have solved it yet with this iteration, but they'll keep trying. They'll keep trying until they hopefully get their first win on the table. And I think Kwangdong Freaks, not the best team to face in the last game when you're hoping to get the win, because they have looked really solid. But obviously going in the second round robin, just even to take a game off them here would definitely give a bit of a confidence boost, because it must be rough going through a season like this so far.
Yeah. We're going to take a look at the top lane and talk a bit about Dudu versus Morgan. We already had that point of the match, and Dudu has been quite strong for his team so far. Morgan has been a bit here and there, but again, it's kind of hard to point anybody out specifically when you're on a team that just isn't winning, right? So Morgan, can he show up today and renew the rivalry that once was Dudu versus Morgan?
Yeah, I mean, that's a question. I think Judo's been a really strong performer for Quantum Freaks. The stats do kind of reflect that, like having such low first for lowest average isolated deaths. He's been really consistent, and I think particularly when he does find momentum, able to have such an impact in team fights. And I think Morgan, question is, will he just be able to hold up in the lane? I do think it's not going to be just purely about the 1v1 matchup. It's also going to come down to jungle impact. But I think as far as members of Bro, I think Gideon's had an okay performance, so hopefully he's able to match up to an extent to Cuz, but Cuz has really been on fire, I think it's safe to say. I think people kind of surprised he ended up on this roster after his stint on KT, but definitely still the same player and really just been on form.
Yeah, I mean, the last time Quantum Freaks played, Cuz had this insane 3-man kick. Like, he kicked one person into 3 and totally changed the team fight. He has been on fire. And the last time they played as well, by the way, was last week, Friday. So it's been quite a long time since we have seen Kwangdong Freaks. They had a nice long break here. And, that can be good, to get Ondo back in the lineup, to get the players rested and stuff. But it also can mean that maybe we'll see a bit of rustiness that perhaps Brion can take advantage of. Yeah,
that's the thing to wonder. We have also had, we'll see in a second, see CV Max still there for Quantum Freaks. But on the other side, had a change up in the coaching situation for Brion, with Drinker switching out for Sword.
Yeah. Drinker was, probably top 5 in terms of coach names, but in terms of, the current standing of Brion, I guess they also want to try out Sword here, bring him up from Challengers where he was working with the Challenger team, and say, okay, maybe you can change something as well. Develop some synergy with Envy down there in Challengers. Now you both come up and perhaps you get some kind of new drafting, because outside of their play, I felt like their drafting was also a bit of an issue. So maybe Sword's got some new ideas, some new dark technology.
And drafting is difficult because obviously I think it goes without saying, when you have fit players like Chovy or Faker who have such wide champion pools, it's a lot easier to draft for that than for a team who are even struggling on their stronger picks. But a good draft definitely goes a long way in helping the team out, and is something that I would say is more easily fixed than necessarily gameplay issues, which can take a lot more time. So, speaking of that, going to the draft phase, just seeing the Ashe banned away first. I feel like AD carry being banned away has just been the general theme. Getting the Ashe, getting the Clister, Smolder, something we've seen banned frequently early. Varus is going to get taken off the cards there. So just seeing these ones target away. The Twisted Fate as well is another one. But actually banning away the Hui from Bulldog, which, considering how the last time he played went, it was a bit of a goofy game with like the 50-minute ARAM mid. But I think we've seen, especially with Faker's performance, how powerful this champion can be on a practice player.
Yeah, I think it's pretty strong, and I don't mind target banning it away from Bulldog. As you did mention, a lot of AD carry bans, which generally leaves us with a lot of like Senna Varus kind of trade-offs, but with Varus banned, if Senna goes through, okay, they're going to ban away the Senna as well. So a lot taken off the board in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it does mean the Twisted Fate is still open, which we haven't seen a ton of, and it is a flex pick, which is a lot of value. So it'll be interesting to see if that one ends up coming out. But starting off, we're just going to get the Karma thrown down. Obviously is a flex pick in itself, can go mid, which I think is where we've seen it more, but also slots into the support role. Like, even you could play it top. And Brion are just going to quickly slam down a very bulky front line, which, I'm not sure about picking this one too, but into a Karma. Karma does struggle a bit to cut through tanks, especially once they've built the Kanik Rukin.
Yeah.
Really, she's most effective at hitting squishy champions and doing like 60% of their health. If you're hitting one of these tanks with a Kanik, you're probably just breaking the shield, if that.
Yeah, if that. I think is probably what would happen. And now that leaves them scratching their heads. Okay, let's take the Aatrox to deal with the Cassante in the top lane. I've been liking the Udyr in the top lane to just kind of go even with the Cassante and be very annoying from an early stage in the laning phase. But Aatrox definitely with a lot of team fighting power and does do well into that matchup. Also, Lee Sin, a big pick for Cuz. We saw Canyon was able to do crazy things on it just yesterday, and Cuz has already done some insane stuff on this one. So a big playmaker pick for Cuz.
Yeah, especially when he knows the jungler matchup in the Sejuani. Definitely going to be confident picking that one up. Now, for Brion here, you could just take mid and match, but I feel like you get a lot of value if you went like AD carry or support and then can start to ban away, you know, especially AD carry pool being so thin. But they're just going to obfuscate the Azir, so both teams have presumably just drafted the top side. It could still be a flex on the Karma, but everything else is pretty locked in. So, you know, Brion do have the advantage that they get both counter pick and they get first choice coming out of draft. So if I was them, I would probably just ban away more AD carries. You take what's left on 4, and then you get the support counter pick on 5.
Yeah. Not super tanky in terms of Kwangdong Freaks' lineup. I wouldn't even mind if they tried to pick up a Jhin for Bro. I wouldn't like to see it for Kwangdong Freaks, that's for sure, especially when you're dealing with Cassante and Sejuani already. Especially because we're expecting more AD carry picks to be banned away. I'm not sure that they would actually ban away the Jhin, but let's see what's left available after potentially 4 bans. I mean, you might want to target supports that are very top tier, like a Nautilus or something, if you want to go that route.
Yeah, especially for the side of Brion, who you expect are going to be going for the counter pick in the support role. Any blinds you could target away there. But Draven being banned away from Bull, Draven and Callisto, the 2 big picks that were talked about a lot when he came up from Challengers, so just kind of rounding out 2 of his big comforts. And now Kwangdong Freak's coming in with the last ban. And it has literally been 8 AD carry bans so far. Let's see if we can go 9. Okay, we get a support ban. 8 AD carry bans though, and I feel like, you know, there's still other picks that you can bring out here. It's just, what are you going to lean onto? The TF is something that we have seen played bot lane, has been pretty strong. You could bring it, but it looks like Brion are trying to go for a pretty straightforward, simple composition. You have a strong front line, a strong back line. They're toying with the idea. They're actually going to go for the Zeri here. Something we've seen a little bit more priority on recently, so not going for the Jinx. Still, a lot of team fight power. This is very much very strong scaling back line combined with a super bulky front line. They get to the later stages, they can kind of just death ball it.
Yeah, not bad at all, I think, so far, what we're seeing out of OK Brion. Now, Bull will get a chance to say, okay, I'm playing into Zeri. What does our bottom lane want to be in this duo? The Aphelios Melio is available. It was very popular on 14-1.
Yep.
Could go back to it, and that they will.
Yeah, I think there's good value. You know, the Melio into the Sejuani, obviously going to be able to cleanse that stun. Also, Aphelios is a good tank shredder. I know I talked about the Twisted Fate, but Twisted Fate not the best at really cutting through tanks, so I think this makes a lot more sense. And Brion will just go for the last pick, Nautilus. So giving them some engage that isn't countered by Melio's ult, I think has a decent amount of value. But I think, you know, Andal and Bull will be very comfortable in the 2v2 lane. You know, and I think across the board, Kwangdong Freaks, I think they have a pretty strong composition to start the game off, lean into the mid game, have Cuz pop off, and really for Brion, it's kind of like, okay, can we get to the point where Zeri and Azir have items, and what can we do from there?
Yeah, and OK Brion as a team have been good in the past bunch of years as an org, but also even this lineup at just trying to draw out the game and play it very passively. So maybe they just draft a comp that does well with that style of play, and we'll see if it does work out for them. But yeah, they got to get through the laning phase. They got to get through Kwangdong Freaks' strength in the top side of the map as well, and it's not going to be easy for sure.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me is going to be the mid-jungle power. Like, we've seen Karma especially able to get quite a lot of prio in a lot of lanes, and this Lee Sin. If Cuz goes unchecked, I think this game is over before Zeri even gets 2 items.
Yeah, Kwangdong Freaks avoid a Zeri moment, and I think he should be just fine. We've seen a lot of Azir out of Kars. He's leaned on it for comfort, hasn't seen a lot of success. We'll see if it works out here as we jump into the rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I think as well, sometimes when you compositions like this, where you have like triple tank and then like a Zeri Azir, there's so much more pressure on the carries. Like, if Cuz kicks Envy and Envy goes down, you're just not winning the fight.
Yeah.
Like, even if you're getting to the late game and you have this strong Zeri, if Zeri gets one shot, I don't think Azir has enough to like 1v5 essentially with the tank supporting him. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's like you just auto win if Bro get late, which is kind of where I think this might be a problem. If they give over too much early, it might be a tough one. So we see level 1. Ward thrown down in the tri-brush there, and we see Bulldog putting one towards the Raptors, which they will clear out. I think I would have loved to see a ward into Quantum Freaks' jungle and get some info on the Lee Sin.
We've seen Gen G just yesterday with some delays with the Udyr on the enemy jungle, and then you have the Lee Sin invade and stuff like that. No Udyr in this game, but certainly can be pretty nice to know that the Lee Sin is not going to be annoying, like Canyon was able to do yesterday.
Not as annoying.
Not as, it's still going to be annoying, which is a good point. This Bulldog does land his second Q. The first one, unfortunately, sailed very wide.
There's nothing worse in the early game than missing a Mantra Q on Karma. It feels so bad. Like, it's quite easy to hit with how big it is, the hitbox, but especially because if you miss your Q, you don't get the refund.
Yeah.
So that level 1 miss was not ideal, but not that consequential. Now, Bro looking.
Level 2 hit here first. Bull desperate to try to hit it himself, but now with the Q up, looks like he is going to just be able to run away from this one with that extra movement speed. But yeah, that was kind of scary. But it is a Zeri and a Nautilus after all, so they're not really going to be able to force too much out of it except Bull's Ghost.
Yeah, maybe it feels like a Callisto Nautilus lane. Then we're talking. They do get the Ghost, and they trade for the Ignite, so not really a massive trade up. Mostly, I think Quantum Freaks just had the confidence, killed the minion, got the level 2 themselves, and made sure to trade back in return, because obviously Bro had a decent amount of upfront burst with the Nautilus, but they weren't killing Bull there. You know, they just didn't have the follow-through, didn't have the damage, so they managed to equalize the trade a bit.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of eyes on Envy. You were already talking about what could happen if he gets fed. As another hook is going to land. Pretty nice from Palu so far. Some extra damage thrown into Bull.
You know, I don't think Envy actually did anything. That was just Palu, just solo trading on the Nautilus.
He hit his W.
Oh yeah, I mean, but most of the damage, just Nautilus things, you know? He's the carry.
Sometimes he is. Maybe if Senna didn't get banned away in this game, could have seen more of that. Speaking of tanky stuff, Karis is not going to be going for the Tank Azir build. I think that you do not want to do it into Karma. We did see it from Showmaker twice, and it was much more effective into the Yone.
Yeah, I also think when you have a composition like this, as I said before, you know, you have 2 carries. You really don't want one of them building tank. I think it works a lot better. Like if there was an Azir on the side of Quantum Freak's side, I could be more understanding of it going towards a tanky build.
But if you go really late in the game, then you're not getting like one shot by Cuz maybe, if you're tank Azir.
I think if you're getting one shot by Cuz late in the game, that's a skill issue.
Yeah, you could be any build, I guess, at that point. As Cuz, you mentioned being annoying on the Lee Sin. He's here being annoying.
Yeah, he's doing it. He's knows what he needs to do, just challenging early. Not too much progress really made there other than stealing the camp, but he will continue to look for angles.
See Palu still threatening. A small little lead. He's going to hit another hook, but yeah, not much of a trade-off for the Zeri in this case. But they're getting the push advantage. Bull and Ondil, they're fine to just kind of try to farm it out here and eventually be more annoying as this game does come along. As Cuz is going to be looking for these grubs here right on spawn.
Yep, should be able to pick these ones up easily, and I feel like there have been games where the grubs have made an impact in tower pushing, but for the most part, really, I think jungler getting a boost in terms of XP has been the big advantage from them. You know, it doesn't take too long to take compared to the dragon if you're solo, and the amount of XP you get is pretty significant. So if Cuz is wanting to reach level 6 as soon as possible, which obviously he is, definitely a big boost will come from these.
Yeah, just going to pick them all up. It's quite a lot of XP, and another hook is going to land this time, kind of passing through the Melio as another Ignite is going to come down. They keep on getting these favorable trades, but they have not been able to push Bull and Ondil out of the lane.
It just kind of feels sad because I feel like if it was a different AD carry, these could be, you know, potential kill opportunities, or you could burn more summons. Like, yes, Bull and Ondil got chunked out there, but they didn't burn anything.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, this is a risk with going for Dragon. Cuz is here.
We have seen this before, where Lee Sin comes in, steals it, and then Azir swoops in and kills everybody. But the Azir on the enemy team at this point, but it does look like Quantum Freaks do want to fight this one. The Fire Kick comes in, but Anvil's in a lot of trouble, just flashes away. Envy's getting in there, but maybe overextending here, and now he's getting super low, and down he should go. That's going to be first blood given over to Bull, as another Fire Kick is going to land. That's a double kill for Bull in the bottom lane.
And it just seemed so uncoordinated from Bro there. It felt like there were so many split calls in such a rapid period of time. I kind of have to watch the replay to sort of break down what happened again, but it just felt like no one was on the same page there. Very strange, and obviously really not a good start for them, giving a lot of gold over the side of Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, they were getting wrapped on by the Lee Sin from behind, and then they just tried to back away, which meant that Cars couldn't really join, and then Envy was like, okay, I got this guy low, I'm going to flash after him, and I'm going to kill him. But the rest of the team was already getting pretty low, and Bull actually did a very nice job to step up and trade, save his support.
Polu Qs, and then they try and just commit everything on Andal. I guess they just try and burst him out, but you're committing so much onto the Milio in this situation. Yeah, and Envy's flash, just like you just don't have the damage at the moment to kill him. It just feels like, you know...
And Andal's pretty happy about that one.
As he should be. Obviously returning after a little hiatus and looking pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, now it's 2-0 for the Aphelios, which is not what you want for the side of Bro. And Cuz continuing to be annoying.
They're just going to kick him away. And the smite actually goes the way of Gideon anyway. So Cuz, he uses his ult and does not get the red. But he was annoying, you know, like he's doing the Lee Sin thing at least.
Yeah.
He can go take his own red, but not the results he was looking for. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Morgan getting low, but he is Cassante. So I'm not personally scared about his well-being at this point in time.
Yep. Just have to be a little bit careful, because you misplay into a Aatrox combo, you will go down. But obviously the ult, you know, you see so many Xantes at that level of HP and they ult, and then the health stops moving. And they just continue to sustain up, so not overly concerned. You will back off though, get some Ninja Tabis and head on back up. And now we've seen that extra gold that Bull got kind of show up in the inventory, so I think Polu can't really afford to go for those trades he was looking for earlier without just getting, pretty mangled, as you kind of saw a little bit on display there.
Yeah, not even really trying to go for the trades, just trying to push the wave, and still just, he's eating a bunch of damage from Bull at this point in time. Who's level 6 and will be threatening. Doesn't have his ghost at this time, but Cuz is going to show on this ward here. That should spark these guys to move away, you would think, as now they will.
Well, Gideon looking.
Yeah, maybe trying to get onto the Karma here, who doesn't have too many items, but does have the Merc Treads. And of course, that Cuz moving up the river.
Merc Treads plus like Mantra W, and I think it's so hard to kill a Karma, and you could already see Quantum Freaks are ready to move up, so won't be able to find an angle there, and I feel like Gideon has just not really been able to find anything yet this game. Trying to set up again for this dragon, but I mean, if you couldn't do it before, you definitely aren't going to be able to do it now.
Yeah. Moves in the pit, sees the ward. Gideon trying to get over the wall, which he will, and that is going to save his life, essentially, as he did not have the flash. And you would imagine that with the Pry on the bottom side, the bottom lane of Bro moving back, Cuz could go for the Drake if he wanted to, but he's not going to. He says, maybe I'll just pick up 6 Void Grubs instead.
Yeah, I think not in a huge rush to get the dragon down and just trying to keep pressure. I think as well, like, you have to commit so much time and effort from your laners to really ensure you get the dragon, and I think they're happy just... Oh!
Trying to get on top of Bulldog. He is going to respect it and flash away. That's what you like to see. Not taking any risks with that one. Cuz going to pick up a 4th Void Grub. And he will just back away for now, especially with the Nautilus there, just not going to overplay his hand. As a knockback does come in here, the all-out from Morgan. World Ender used as well as the flash to get away from Gideon's prison. And just a lot of ults and stuff traded. Oh, the knock-up, he gets too close to it once again, and now Duda's in some trouble. Flash in from Gideon, but he's kind of far away, but is stacking that passive. Either way, Dudu getting a little bit too close to the sun.
Whoa, and Cuz, you know, if you weren't going to do these before, I'm not sure now is the better time to look for the Void Grubs, but Gideon just seems like he doesn't want to contest. I guess maybe the lack of Cassante ult and the fact that Dudu has TP. But yeah, I mean, end up losing their top laner and still managing to secure all 6 grubs.
Definitely pretty interesting. Not a thing that you see very often, but Cuz will be happy for it. And again, he's got a lot of his jungle up here. Could farm that. Doesn't even need to go to the Drake just yet. As we're going to take another look at this.
Yeah, I mean, Morgan just pretty much as much as he can to set this up and bring Dudu back. I think, honestly, Gideon, especially because Morgan had popped Ghost, you didn't have to commit the ult so early. You could have got Morgan to stack up the passive and guarantee the stun. But the play ends up working out because Dudu tries to commit again and Morgan is able just to chase him down. Gideon was obviously trying to flash in range so he could stun when it was stacked, but it just wasn't necessary.
Yeah. So down a flash. But they did get Dudu, and he had to use his flash to get away from that as well. So I suppose a small win here for Bro. Still about a 1,500 gold lead for Guangdong Freaks. Is now Bulldog trying to play down towards the bottom side of the map here. Maybe group up as a 4-man unit.
A lot of that lead is in the bot lane. And this Aphelios is going to be a problem. Really going to come down to Polu, I feel, or maybe Morgan as well to get on top of him. Obviously Gideon, not as much you can do with Emilio on hand. Bro looking to try and set up for this dragon again. They are really committed to this. I mean, I kind of get it. It's a mountain dragon. You have 3 tanks in your team. You'd love to have it. But I don't think Quantum Freaks are willing to give it over.
Bulldog is going to get pushed away from this wave for a moment, so maybe Karas can kind of get the push and move down towards the dragon and secure it for them. Karma should be able to deal with this wave pretty quickly. Morgan also has his TP in the advantage, so maybe they're just going to let them have it. But Quantum Freaks, as I say that they are moving in, there's a hook onto Cuz. He gets too close and he gets CC'd nearly to death. He's so low, one kick comes in and he finally goes down as nobody else on the team was really trying to help him there. The dragon will leash, but that's still a kill and should be the dragon over to Bro.
Yeah, nice engage, and I think it was clear that Bro really wanted this dragon, and Cuz didn't get the memo, ends up overcommitting a little bit, doesn't have the backup of his team, and despite the fact he obviously survived longer than you would expect, he does go down, and the dragon is secured. And you see Gideon picking up a frozen heart as well, so immediately getting a lot of value out of that mountain dragon. Yeah, we'll see the replay here. It's just nice setup from Polu being hidden. Obviously made sure that Bush was swept before going for the play. And as much as Cuz survives a bit longer than you'd like, gets the kickoff, it's not enough to turn things around.
Yeah. Sundered Sky, pretty good item. Not good enough to go 1v3 for long enough to be relevant. We do have the world end in the top lane for some reason.
Yeah, I kind of feel like sometimes it's a game of chicken between these 2 top laners where, you know, with Cassante and Aatrox, you often see them trading ults between. And I think Dudu just pulled the trigger a little bit too early. He's going to reset and pick up the Sundered Sky though, so going for more of a bruiser Aatrox build than we've typically seen. A lot of the games we've seen like the Profane Hydra did get tweaked a little bit on this patch, I believe, but definitely going to be a bit bulkier in these fights, but maybe less burst damage available.
Yeah, very true. We'll see if that does work out for them as the edge line does miss. Palu just going to have to walk away from that one, gets hit by a Q as... yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, everybody was already backing away on the side of Bro, and Gideon was like, no, we are going in. And Emilio was standing right there.
Yeah, no one in range, and the Emilio ult kind of just makes that a really questionable play. Interesting, Quantum Freaks managed to get 3 plates, but no gold from them. So, minions really the benefactors of those plates.
Yeah. So, they did a little bit of damage to the turrets, I guess.
I feel like if minions get a plate, they should all turn into cannon minions, you know? That's how they spend the extra money.
That sounds very powerful. I don't know if that's okay.
Probably not.
They should get like a new minion skin, maybe.
Oh, that'd be cool. Unless game-breaking.
Just cosmetic.
I feel like it's one of those sort of changes they do where it's just like, you know, wouldn't this be interesting? And then it has like massive ramifications in the game. Completely changes it.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting though.
Yeah, what if your minions somehow scaled in the game? Just turns into like a RTS somehow.
What was that? What was that game? It was like there was like a Lord of the Rings game where if there was an enemy, if you didn't kill them, they would get stronger and stronger, like the Nemesis thing. Like imagine it was like that, like one minion who just kept chucking every like tower they took down. They just got like more and more jacked.
Yeah. They just grow in size. It's like one ranged minion just doing huge chunks of damage.
Yeah, it just becomes like mega size by the end. By the time they reach the Nexus.
Yeah. I feel like it wouldn't have too much of an effect on the game.
It'd be kind of niche. It'd be a kind of niche situation.
We'd have a lot more wave pushing, I guess. You could use it to freeze even more. You just got that one big guy in the back. You just keep him there, and he just kills the whole wave by himself. Could be a thing. There's not much happening in this game. Not a lot of things.
Well, maybe not on the Rift, but you know we're developing some new features for the game right now. So. I mean, both teams pretty neck and neck at the moment, and obviously that Dragon Edge for Bro. So, you know, as far as things could have gone in this game, I mean, Bull having 2 kills, not feeling the greatest, but otherwise, I don't think Bro are struggling too much. This is kind of where you'd hope the game to be at this point.
Yeah. A nice little crash in here for Guangdong Freaks. Do a bit of damage to that turret. You see Gideon is taking big chunks of damage from the Karma right now. Doesn't have any MR as Paulo is just taking huge helpings of damage. Is going to flash away from any more danger, but yeah, not able to hold on to the turret. And they even get the flash out of the Nautilus. Yep,
so pretty nice payoff for the side of Guangdong Freaks. They commit to make the play happen. They manage to get the mid tier 1, a lot of value. Will be traded for this bot lane tier 1, but the mid tower a lot more important when it comes to opening up the map. But keep the gold even, I think, is the takeaway there.
Yeah, set up his turret down there and get some pressure down on the bottom side of the map, but essentially just has that Nashor's first, and he's going to be hitting those turrets pretty nicely, and just backs away. Looks to be going for the Leandri's second.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty fine. You got a lot of bulk to cut through, with especially with there being a Bruiser Aatrox. And also just the Melio in general. We've seen a lot of Melios be going like this Moonstone Redemption build, and the AoE healing can really just reset fights, so definitely need the damage output to cut through that when it comes to. For now though, Dragon has spawned, and Guangdong Freaks seem less willing to give this one over.
Yeah, I think you want to try to at least pick up a 1, and don't let Bro get that snowball going. It's also the Infernal, which is going to be very useful for pretty much everybody on the side of Guangdong Freaks. So I would certainly see them fight this one. Some Qs are going to be thrown astray and be a little bit zoned away at the moment. They do have some wards back there to spot if he does come in. As top laners, at least one of them, Dudu, is going to teleport in. It's going to come down to a smite fight. Gideon sticking around, and he is going to pick it up. Gideon with the clean smite here, as now the front line is going to go down. Hondo in a bad spot. That's 2 kills now for Bro, and Cuz is way behind enemy lines by himself. As this front line here for the side of Bro is just way too strong. Look at them go. I mean, they're just taking down Guangdong Freaks 1 by 1. As Dudu will be left for the fishes. Down he goes. That's a double kill for the Zeri.
Yeah, we see the TP coming in top, gonna look to push that wave. Honestly, I think if that fight had happened 15 seconds later, that would have been barren for Bro, but still, they get the fight win, they get the Dragon, they don't lose a single member. And I think this kind of shows the strength of what Bro's composition wants to do. They get a nice engage from Polu that connects onto the Melio there, who just gets one shot, so no peel available from him. And the whole time, Bro's composition is clumped together. They're all grouped in the death ball. There's a brief moment where Envy and Gideon go up to the flank and immediately regroup, and the entire fight, it's 5 members of Bro hitting a target, and Guangdong Freaks in comparison were just so split.
Yeah, they were kind of all over the place, and you saw that Bull was actually firing his guns quite a lot, but it just didn't matter because he was hitting Morgan, who had a Iceborne Gauntlet, and now Thornmail. Not sure if he had it in the fight, but yeah, basically doing 0 damage, as Bull now does have LDR, but...
I think the big takeaway for me as well was Dudu was on the flank, and Polu shut him down with the ultimate, and then when we saw Cuz move in, he also kind of just got handled by Envy, so... You know, you saw that Guangdong Freaks knew what they needed from the game. They can't just front to back against the composition of Bro, but the shutdown on those flanking elements was really, really nicely done by Brion. So Pretty well played from them, and now we're seeing them with a 2,000 gold lead. 2 dragons in pocket, and it is a Cloud Soul, which on a Zeri is a scary prospect.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, this is going to be a spot where Bro have not been in very often in this entire season. So I am going to be curious to see how they do play from ahead. But Quantum Freaks, I mean, what we've seen so far, like, yeah, they did get that nice early trade, but outside of that, it has been just kind of a bit of disjointedness, at least in terms of the team fights. And if Bro is looking better in the team fights, you know something's going wrong. And so they're going to try to, they have to try to figure something out here.
I think it's one of these things where if you're a team who are struggling, which, I mean, it's an understatement to say Bro has struggled so far this season. A composition like this, front to back, with, you know, 2 scaling carries, that is a far more simple composition to play than what Quantum Freaks have often written. And I think it's kind of working so far.
Yeah.
The hope is that Bro keep this up because, you know, they've definitely had games in the rest of the season where, you know, things have looked like they've had a promising start and they've just fallen away from them. So just need to keep it up. There's no real time pressure on them, right? They have 2 dragons in pocket. They have scaling elements on this side of their composition. Mostly it's just about not making mistakes.
Yeah, that's very true. That's why I'm kind of curious to see how they are going to play this one out. If they can manage to just stay clean, stay playing those very clean front-to-back team fights. I mean, we've only really seen the one big one. You know, Cuz got picked on the first dragon. We saw, you know, kind of a disjointed one down on the bottom side, but outside of that, we just had that one team fight that went pretty heavily in favor of Bro. You can see they're doing a good job of clearing out all the vision around this Baron now. And we also highlighted before the level difference from the AD carries and be pretty far ahead as they're just going to get started on the Baron. 23 minutes into the game. There's just no vision here right now for the side of Quantum Freaks. Looks like they may have gotten a Trinket Ward in there.
Yeah, Morgan could actually drag Cuz away from this one. It's getting low enough. If he just ults him, they may not be able to contest.
I mean, Cuz, oh, he's going to get in. He gets in the pit. How did they let that happen? Doesn't matter, though. The smites from Gideon today are just so clean. And so he's going to land that one, and that's Baron for Bro, plus the kill onto Cuz.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a mistake there from Bro to let him get in. Oh.
Ooh, nice ult. Very max range. Very cool. Not going to amount to too much. Now Garrus is going in as Bull is in a very rough spot, but he's going to trade the kill somehow. And now Dudu is in the front line on this Aatrox. He's got an opportunity to maybe turn this one around. Bulldog here with full health as well.
It's also just the tanks for Bro.
Oh boy. And yeah, they're just going to try to run away from this one. They're not going to die, but they're not going to do anything as... yeah, very confusing fight afterwards.
Yeah, not the best play. You know, you could tell they were fishing for something. They knew it was on the map. It was a 5v4. So like, hey, if we kill someone, they'll be down for Dragon, and then we're in a really great position. But I think there were 2 problems with that. One is that even though on the map it was a 5v4, they didn't have the top laner there. And yeah, I mean, we'll just talk about this replay because able to get in, the root from Hollow doesn't come in time. And it's a good smite from Gideon, but letting him get that close wasn't the play in here. So, you know, they're trying to look for a play. They're like, hey, if we kill someone, then they won't be able to contest Dragon. They get the shuffle on Bull, but you actually see Andal pops the W and the ult on him, and he just survives way longer than they expect. Like, oh, he's dead. As soon as the shuffle comes in, they're like, okay, he's dead.
Yeah.
And they disrespect the turnaround ability from the Aphelios.
Yeah, and Dude's sitting there waiting. Ooh, very nice hook on a Bull. He's so dead as Cuz desperate to try to help out the team. It's not going to happen. And here comes Bro barreling down the mid lane after that pick onto the 80 carry, and Morgan's not done yet. He wants more. Don't necessarily have to do this, but he is zoning them away from the mid lane at least.
You know, I'm going to say we've seen a lot of roster iterations from Bro this season, a lot of switches around, a lot of changes. Polu feels like the right call. He has been so on form on the Nautilus. I feel like the big team fight at Dragon really set that one up. And every fight since, just finding these insane dredge lines, taking Bull out. You know, the other call-up from Challengers, who obviously was so successful for Quantum Freaks, is just being caught out. And it's going to lead to a 3rd Dragon for Brion here.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, too, because Nautilus has been pretty high prio here in the LCK. And it was the last pick on red side for the side of Bro. So they got their hands onto quite the big one as he's clean with it, right? Hex Flash over the wall, max range hook on the Bull. Did not see that one coming for sure.
Yep, just completely catches him off guard. And I feel like you know, you can be good mechanically with Nautilus, you can connect your skill shots, but I think Polu, in both the pick onto Cuz around Dragon and that play, has been playing around Vision really well, making sure he's in a position where the enemy team don't know, and then able to get these picks out of Fog of War. And you can see in both situations, against Cuz earlier and against Bull there, just caught off guard. Like, Bull had flash, just didn't react in time, didn't expect it to come through.
Yeah. And so, bro, you know, we were curious what they were going to do with their lead. They got the Baron, and there was kind of the wonky team fight with Bull getting shuffled into him getting a kill somehow. But outside of that, they got another pick here. They pick up a Cloud Drake, and they've moved up to about 5,000 gold in the lead. So this might be the best game of Breon we've seen all season.
Yeah, and especially for the coming game one, really sets up for that potential first series win. You know, could happen, but gotta focus on the game ahead for now. They know they're powerful, they know they're strong, so they're gonna look to really exert that going for this top lane tier 2 and just further cementing that gold lead. Do have Baron up in about 2 minutes, so if they have Vision set up over there, honestly, I feel like they're so far ahead at this point. If they find an engage angle, they can just take the fight. I don't think there's many situations where they'll really be able to fumble a team fight from here.
Yeah, I mean, you do say that, and I think with the gold lead, it's probably correct. But again, if you're going to go in and like shuffle one person, kind of get out of position, that can be a bit of an issue because it's not just the Aphelios, it is the Aatrox. And yeah, they're not very fed, but if you give them a leash, if you give them a chance in a team fight to just start getting resets on the Aatrox, or if Bull gets way too many auto attacks in, you know,
yeah,
you still have to be clean, I'd say.
I think the main thing is the fact that, again, having 2 carries only on the team, if Envy or Karish do make a mistake, that might cause a lot of issues. But, you know, Envy is pretty tanky at this point with the overheal, as well as the fact that, you know, Zeri's do go resolve seconds. You can see the health bar is looking pretty significant in comparison to Bull, so shouldn't be the easiest target to take down. And Karish does have the Zhonyas available to, you know, give a bit of security when going for these plays.
Yeah. They definitely have a decent amount of damage just with the champions themselves. The atomization, certainly a bit more defensive, but that's all right, because they have some offensive items as well. And bro, just kind of waiting for the Baron to spawn, it looks like. Just trying to put on as much pressure as possible. As Quantum Freaks move in here as a 4-man unit and try to take control of the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm very hard against the Zeri with Static Shiv to contest too much in terms of mid-prowess, so they have to group up, and this TP,
TP coming in, they're going to use it on a Bull here. The Gideon Arctic Prison, Glacial Prison does come in, but now looking for Morgan here. Cuz goes in onto the Cassante. That's not necessarily the target you want. It's now Paulo in the front line. He's in a little bit of an awkward spot. He has to flash away. Quantum Freaks are fighting this like they are in the lead right now, as the hook has to be flashed this time by Bull. It's not going to mess that up a second time.
You can see Quantum Freaks holding a lot of presence here. Starting to cause some issue, but health bars are dropping on both sides. I feel like it's... Oh,
here we go. Carr is going in. He's going to find him again, as now Bull is in a really rough spot. Envy nearly goes down to the Aatrox, but not going to go down after all. Bulldog in a rough spot here as well. And down he should go, as that's a Quadra for the Zeri. And bro may have done it here in game number 1.
Yeah, they might just look for the end here. It's only the Milio up and available. They have a wave to work with. They have tanks and both their carries up to try and make it happen. The timing, you know, they're going to have the Aphelios and the Lee Sin up, so I think it might just be a inhib and reset angle. I think it's dangerous to try and push any further than this. They should look to back off. They can secure Soul instead, and I think that's going to be the decision coming out. You know, don't want to... We've had one Nexus kill from Bro so far. They don't want to really overstep and make some mistakes, but another strong teamfight win here. And, you know, this play went on for quite a substantial amount of time, but it just kind of felt like Bro was burning resources. The first one was the Millie ult, which obviously was a big pickup, even if they did trade the Sejuani ult for it. And health bars dropped, but I think we might have to go back to live because the Soul is available.
Karis is in a lot of trouble. He does not have his flash. There's the Zhonya's. Envy here trying to help him out, but that's just way too much damage to this front line. Oh, Karis, he's going to get a shuffle back, and he will survive. but they're not quite able to get that dragon. And now Quantum Freaks, they say, well, Karis is gone. He does have his teleport, though, so should be able to back and TP back into this fight. But Quantum Freaks, they're going to send it. They're going to try for this Baron.
Yep. Quantum Freaks don't want to trade Baron for Dragon, and they want to bring them here.
Look at the damage they're doing to this right now. Gideon is not in the pit. As Palui engages just to die. Oh no! Not like this! As Quantum Freaks, they're going to get it. Here comes Karis. He gets a big sweep on a Bulldog. He's going to go down. As now they're trying to get this fight going. Envy, can he get in range to do damage, though, is the question, as Cud's going to kick him away. And Dudu is just huge at this point. And Envy gets sniped! Oh, he snipes him down, and Bull is not going to be here for the rest of this one. Envy with a massive play, and now he's over the wall here looking for more, trying to get Cuz down.
Yeah, and it's only Cuz and Andal. The Milio's not going to do much in this situation. They have a super minion. They're looking to end the game here. Cuz trying to heal up off the fountain, but you're going to lose these Nexus towers quick.
Oh yes, he is trying to get back here. The damage into this first Nexus tower, it's going to go down. And look at the damage into the Milio. Cuz can't do anything as they still have the wave. And they should be able to get this one down. Yeah, the Nexus is just going to go down. Bro will take game number 1. As you can hear the disbelief in my voice, but bro, they will double the amount of Nexuses they have taken this series, this season.
Doubling it, you know, what an improvement, you gotta say. And I think, you know, there was definitely some shortcomings for Quantum Freaks, but mainly for Brion. I think the composition simplified a lot of what they wanted to do in team fights, but the execution was there, and really for me, Polu was a massive standout. So many engages found from him, playing around the vision well, and it felt like, even though it got a little bit messy towards the end, you felt like, you know, maybe they weren't making the smartest decisions. For the most part, Bro were the ones who were kind of playing to their game plan that game, and it's got to feel good. You know, last chance in round robin 1 to get a win on the table, and you start the series 1-0.
Yeah, it's a great start. I have to say, Bro, like, yeah, they're not a top team in the LCK, but this level of play is at least good enough to get wins, right? And it's good to see that development. As you see here in the side of Quantum Freaks, CV Max not happy. Nobody should be happy after that game, I'd say.
And the thing is, I think if this was last season, you know, Bro getting a game win against Quantum Freaks would kind of be like, well, you know, they're going to get a game win against someone, I guess. But this is the Quantum Freaks who are in 5th place, who have been challenging even the stronger teams in the league and have been on such a high level of form after they introduced Bull to the roster, and they did not look like that team in that game. So Bro, a pretty strong statement game 1. Will they be able to continue this and get a whole series? That is the question. Obviously, Bro fans hoping for that, but yeah, definitely a solid start.
Bro starts off very nicely here with that first game win. As you can see, Sword is very active. So is CV Max. We're going to take a break, guys, and we'll have a space segment right afterwards.
이거 끝낼만하지 이거.
끝낼만해.
3초. 이거 그냥 리신은 확실히 마무리해야 돼 이거.
리신 높은 동그야 끝낼만해.
무시해도 돼 무시해도 돼.
왜 안 나온다?
타워부터 하자. 내가 리신 마스카 테니까 웨이브 쳐볼래. 타워 쳐볼래 얘들아.
탑차 왜 거부터
밀리오 리신 너펠 밀리오 리신 너펠. 이거 그냥 이거 타워 깨고 삽니다. 타워 깨고 삽. 타워부터 깨자.
자, 리신 먼저 리신 봐야 돼. 싸봐.
리신. 하나만 붙여.
타워.
한판 잘해보자.
한판 잘해보자 이러면.
나이스 얘들 나이스.
좋았다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK. This is The Space. I'm Atlas. I am joined by the wonderful Hooney and Wolf to go through this historic moment that we just had. Bro have escaped joining Jin Air in the annals of history as the worst season or the worst round to have ever existed. They have picked up 2 victories. So incredible stuff. Even if they don't win this series, they have still escaped from the only one-game loss, which is the worst that we've had so far in the LCK. Gentlemen, let's dive into the draft here and see what happened.
Yeah, I mean, the draft was pretty stock standard. It's me and Tuni, Max, already kind of mentioned that, but just to remind everyone. And the draft for Bro is about exactly how Bro has wanted to play League of Legends since Fred entered the league in 2021, with a front line, an Azir. It's Karus' Azir, first win of the season. And then Envy, he plays 2 champions well. Lucian, we don't like that right now. That was banned. And Zeri. So they got pick the Nautilus away as well. That wasn't picked into the Zeri because they wanted to play the Milio lane, which didn't get that much of an advantage. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Bro wants to do. With a comp, they got everything they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, just the other side from the Guangdong Freaks, I think they first picked with the Karma, and they picked Lee Sin into, there's Azir into Azir Sejuani against it. And it's like there was no single advantage that actually they picked 1, 2, 3. Sure, they did have an advantage in all the game that they got kind of double kill on the bottom because we're going to see later, but they had a prior all the game, but still, it was like Guangdong Freaks was not able to actually maintain the prio and using the 2v2 prio, just snowballing, because the Guangdong Freaks was not the team that they can actually escalate the snowball.
And it seemed like they were playing a bit fast and loose. We're going to dive into our first highlight here where things did start off very well for the Guangdong Freaks. And getting a double kill for Bulls Aphelios, actually a really good thing. He's only won 1 game on it over the last 12 months. It hasn't been one of Bull's champions.
Palu is standing in a position here to try to get in and punish, but Bull is able to skate his way to the side here as they put everything on to Andu, who just gets out of dodge, and then they're just way too overextended here in this moment, and it's going to be, of course, 2 kills going over to the Aphelios, and at this moment, it felt like, all right, well, this might just be the beginning of the end of this game. But as Huni just mentioned, going through the mid game, they weren't able to push those advantages. This is one of Guangdong Freaks' weaknesses. It has been for a really long time. If they get a surprisingly large advantage in the early game, they don't always know what to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, also it's the same thing for the Brions. Like, it was like super disrespect the opponents that they had a mid prio, they have a jungle and Lee Sin all the game, and they were the one actually starting the Drake first because like they were collapsing from the mid prio, and it's like they were trying to just exploit the bottom the fast and as a 2v3, but they were already at the behind that they're already ready to spot that they can actually punish both the rider. And it's like as soon as they got 2 kills on the Bulls Aphelios, like they should be able to keep snowballing on the bottom in lane phase at least, but we couldn't see anything.
No, we didn't quite see that eventuate because the next highlight exists. Let's dive into this one here because this is where it all went wrong for the Guangdong Freaks. This fight, I mean, we've seen Cuz make these moves so many times, but this time there was a Nautilus waiting in the brush and the pick was clean.
Just isn't enough information to go in for a steal like that. I mean, the Drake wasn't even close to smite range, so he gets picked instantly. Then in this fight, Bulls got red-white. The fight looks like it's really set to be a great one for Guangdong Freaks, but Dudu is unfortunately unable to do anything in this fight as the front line actually just gets completely mauled by a Cassante, and Bull is sitting at 1/4 health, can't bail any of his teammates out, and Dudu unfortunately completely a nothing in this fight, just frankly.
Yeah, and also
from Karus as well.
Yeah, and also the Polo with the Hex Flash was really, really great, and the Morgan that actually was really fed from the top solo kill. It was a great play from the Brion side.
I do have to say as well, it sort of harkens back to 2021, where you guys might remember a certain top laner that came into Hanwha Life Esports to save the day. It was when Dudu was having a rough season, and this man comes from over the horizon. His name was Morgan.
The Lord.
And then they made it to the round of 8 at the World Championship that year. Absolutely insane stuff. I don't know. For some reason, maybe like Morgan is just always the answer to Dudu. It's just how it works out. But I think it's time for POG. Let's bring it up onto our screen. There are quite a few options here, but I think a certain Nautilus is going to ring true, and there he is. Polu, the man, the myth, the legend. And look, he's so tall, and now he's even got a tall amount of POG points in comparison to the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, well, you know, Palu, he had some really nice engages all game long, and oftentimes we had Palu, for example, start off a fight or look for Bull, get Bull's flash, and then Karus comes in and punishes a flashless Bull. They worked really well in tandem through the mid game to just keep Bull down despite his lead. And I voted for Karus. I thought it was a reasonable call. I think both votes make a lot of sense. Morgan, he got a solo kill. You know, I mean, maybe he gets a vote or two, but
we're holding off. We're just going to make sure that you guys are in full suspense as we do reveal the votes. I think, like you say, I think there are a lot of different options. I think one of the only illegal ones is an envy vote because he sort of just like scooped up things that were handed to him.
I mean, personally, I bought it, the poly, the reason why, like, every single time, like, especially this play, I think it actually just turned the game around. Like, it's just, the Aphelios was like 2-0 when he Hex Flash into Millie and burned the Karma Flash as well. And it's like, even this hook, it's like, every single time when there's like, it's really, really important that he had to be someone hooked. He was always there.
Yeah. Let's see what the score is going to be. 9 out of 12, and the only other votes going over to Karis, who I think had some fantastic Emperor's Divides in this game. Completely understandable. No one got spooked. That's actually kind of crazy. It's just everyone just knows that Polu's the guy.
Polu's the guy, man. You know, Samver came in. He's not playing. Envy's playing now instead of him. We were thinking, honestly, last week he was kind of the best player on Bro, but we were surprised to see him subbed out. But Polu, he stayed. POG in the first game of the week.
And now we see no side selection change. It is going to be exactly the same sides of the map. What is the biggest change that we need to see, Hooney? What is it? What has to happen?
I mean, I just don't think the Guangdong Freaks can actually just prepare the compositions that they're gonna looking for the snowball. Like if they're playing like not as delicate as much as this game. I think let's see like what's gonna do like in the next game. They could try again, but if they try again, they have to play better, just as individually well.
I want to see scaling from Guangdong, to be honest. Like I want to see them do something scaling wise because they clearly don't know how to play tempo based comps to their best right now.
Yep, and maybe have a Nautilus or a Vi for a potential Zeri that could come up. But now it's time to throw it back to the casters to get into Game 2.
Thank you, Spacemen, for that wonderful breakdown as we do move into game number 2. Wouldn't mind to see a bit of a, safer, straightforward, back to front to back composition from Guangdong Freaks.
Part of the issue is that by picking the Karma and Bro immediately going for like a triple tank composition, the Karma just feels so useless into that front line. And you saw both Morgan and Gideon heavily itemized armor. So it really made it hard for everyone else in the team to cut through the front line because the Karma just wasn't contributing enough. And you know how we had games where like Faker was constantly hitting Mantra Qs on the back line? I can't think of a single moment where I saw a Mantra Q hit Azir or Zeri that game, which I'm not blaming Bulldog for. I just think the comp didn't allow for it. So perhaps the Karma phase pick is something they adjust on. Obviously, I'm not sure we'll see the bans change too much, as a lot of these picks you aren't really going to want to leave open and available, like particularly for the side of Brion. Clistechway Senna seems kind of locked in.
Yeah, I don't think you need to change that on the side of Brion. I do worry for Guangdong Freaks. CV Max definitely known as a coach that will go back and say, the comp is fine. You just need to play better. And that might happen. I am a little bit worried. And Karma kind of known to be pretty strong in general, but like you were saying, it does have counters. And Bro know the counters. They already showed it off in the first game. So I think that's where you kind of lose the game, the chicken. You're like, okay, all right, I'm going to back off first. I'm not going to pick this Karma. They are going to ban away Azir.
Does mean the Smolder is going to be left open, which was banned away last time. I do think Azir, pretty big pick for Karis, so definitely potential hit. And we actually see the Orianna banned away, so not comfortable leaving that open if Azir is down. That does mean the Senna can come through for the side of the Guangdong Freaks. And then for Brion, do you take the Smolder? Is that the play? Do you want to deny the Nautilus? I mean, Polu had such a good game on the Nautilus, but if you leave it open, Senna Naut is, at the moment, one of our strongest combos. So do you just end up going Smolder Naut here? Is that the play?
I think you do have to take away the Nautilus. The Smolder, it really just comes down to if NB is comfortable with that. If the team thinks it's a good pick right now, it is relatively new with 14-3 hitting LCK this week.
It does feel like, the weight to 225 stack playstyle, I could see that suiting Bro, but it looks like instead, one of the things is you could take Smolder on 3 if you really wanted to, but the Cassante they want to secure for Morgan, obviously, definitely saw the value in that bulky front line and want to secure it again, a solid matchup for the top lane now for the side of Guangdong Freaks. Sort of questioning, probably want to take a pairing with Senna if there's something they're really set on, but also maybe they want to take a matchup for Dudu as well. And Yeah, this is a little bit... It's obviously a very strong scaling lane, but it's also a bit risky into a Nautilus. Like, you don't know the AD carry pick, you don't know the jungle pick. If Polu lands a Q or a Dredge line onto either Seraphine or Senna, that could very easily result in a kill.
Yeah, it absolutely could. I think Tom Kent is kind of the standard one you'll see in this position most of the time, as it's not going to be Rammus. Koshik is not on the Rift. Karma's still available, but you're once again looking at Cassante and Nautilus, and they could easily go for a Sejuani instead if they really feel like it, as, like you were mentioning, could just pick Smolder on 3 instead.
Yeah, so they pick Smolder on 3. One thing is that Quantum Freaks, obviously, last game you're going up against this Death Ball composition where, okay, Brion just wanted to front to back, group up. They have triple support now, essentially. There is so much healing and shielding. And one of the things with Smolder is obviously the burn is very valuable if you can execute people. Very hard to get people low if you have Senna, Seraphine, and Karma. So I think the Aatrox ban makes complete sense. Any champion like that who obviously, you know, gets a lot of value from shielding and healing on top of them is going to be a problem. So Brion definitely want to target those. And I'm not sure what they'll go for in the jungle, but you need high damage output if you're going to cut through this Quantum Freak composition.
Kindred.
Not sold. Not sold the Kindred.
I feel like you do need some sort of carry. If you're not going to do that,
Talia makes sense.
And you go for like a front line.
Like a Talia Vi would have actually been really, really nice. We've seen that combo a lot, and also means you can just blow one of them up, because the thing with these AoE shield and healers, I mean, obviously Karma is more of a poke champion, but still has that value with the shielding, is if you pop a champion, they lose a lot of that value you get from like Seraphine's AoE shielding, so having that burst available does make a big difference. Tristana getting taken off the cards, and we'll see what Brion want to go for. Xin Zhao. You know, obviously a lot of early power can shake off a lot of this range damage, but not probably what I would have lent towards. But we'll see what Gideon can do with it. Now, the side of Quantum Freaks, in my eyes, you want a top and jungle who can really benefit from a lot of the utility the rest of the team provides.
Yeah, I think, yeah, the Poppy is going to come out here, and now you don't have the Aatrox to deal with. Okay, it might just be the Poppy the top, and then go for the Lee Sin in the jungle once again.
Perhaps the Xin Zhao was a denial. I feel like Xin Zhao really likes these heal shield comps. There used to be a time where it was like Lulu Xin Zhao was a mid jungle, so maybe that was the thought process for Bro there. Which, if that's the case, that's actually pretty smart, because I feel like when I think of champions who really, like Aatrox Xin Zhao would have been like a really good top jungle to go with that composition. Poppy Lee Sin less so. The Poppy obviously can do well in the Cassante, but these aren't like the sort of cruisers to get a lot of value.
Rise!
And Rise coming through for Karis.
What?
So
that's not a champ.
Well, actually, they actually buffed Roa and they buffed Seraph on this patch. It's 100 gold less for Seraphs. Roa got like 100 extra mana and 50 extra health. In terms of value for Rise, that's quite significant. I'm not saying I necessarily expected to see him like first pick or something, but I think that might be the rationale between him coming in. And also, when you think about Quantum Freak's composition, often you'll have like these shield champs stacked together. Like if you think about them all being in the Seraphine W, if you hit a QE on that, an EQ rather, then you're going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I feel like it also deals with the priority in the mid lane pretty well as well, especially once you get some items. You know, Karma oftentimes is clearing waves, but Rise can essentially do the same thing. So can match that and be ready to match any kind of rotations from the side of Bulldog on the Karma. As we're seeing a lot of fans here for Brion. This guy came from Daegu, that's not too close. To watch Brion pick up a 2-0. Will they get it is the question. I feel like they've put themselves in a pretty good spot to do so, to be honest. I think they're drafting pretty well. I think Sword's effect is already being felt on this team.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of what Quantum Freaks have put together. I think there's a few too many vulnerabilities, not enough benefit onto your front line from what the shielders and healers will go, and I think Brion's comp makes sense.
Game 2 starts now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 2. Match 45, the last match of round 1.
생성까지
We will have
30초
played
남았습니다.
through the entirety of one half of an LCK split. After the series is done, and we'll get to see where every team is situated, having played 9 matches apiece.
Yeah, and even though technically like no one's ruled out at that point, I think it is very indicative of kind of where teams have the potential to sort of land up. Like even if Bro get a win here, do I think they'll be able to go 9-0 and then the second round robin? Probably not. Pretty sure that's not going to happen. So
Yeah.
definitely gives an idea of where teams have the potential to land up and what they have to do to make it to playoffs. I feel like the last couple of spots in playoffs are still a little bit up in the air, especially if Quantum Freaks lose this series. It could really open up an opportunity to the people to challenge even that 5th place spot.
Yeah, I mean, FearX didn't lose to Bro. We didn't see DK lose to Bro. We don't know what's going to happen in round 2, but as you're mentioning, could be pretty rough as already Envy just going to land some cheeky Q damage in there.
Sneezes on them. It's the
W,
actually.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you see that Senna is pretty good.
Yeah. Doing pretty okay.
11 wins in a row is all right, I guess.
Yeah. And I think you have such a strong scaling bot lane with a lot of harass. Like, you're into a Smolder, so that's kind of the other side of it, right? Is Smolder obviously scales well, but the Seraphine and Senna scale well, and they have a lot of lane presence. And it really comes down to, are you able to kill them if Polu goes in? And I'm not sure you would actually be able to. At least not yet.
Yeah, it's going to take a long while.
I think it really comes down to Andal, because Senna's pretty squishy, so maybe if you find a good angle to engage, you probably need level 3 just for the full damage from Nord's combo. Then maybe we're talking about a potential kill opportunity. Gideon is pathing towards the bot side though, so maybe we see him find something.
Do you feel like they went Senna Seraphine specifically because they knew that Bro were going to pick up Smolder?
Probably. I feel like, I expected them to pick Smolder, so you'd think that maybe Quantum Freaks expected it as well. Because I think if you thought they were going to go something like Draven Nautilus, you would not want to play this lane into.
Yeah. It has been exactly 365 days since Karis, who played it last, lost against Home Life Esports at the time, Zeka. And, yeah. So we're seeing it again, this time with some buffs to the items that he will build. He does love his mana, after all.
Absolutely. And I think as well, you end up fairly bulky as Rise as far as mages go. Like, not Tank is ear level, but pretty bulky. And I think especially if Quantum Freaks end up not being ahead of the curve, you're pretty good in terms of just withstanding the damage that's going to be thrown out from Quantum Freaks. That's something that sometimes Rise can have an issue with because of his short range. In top lane, we've seen this matchup earlier this week, and the Poppy did really well into the Xante, obviously being able to stop his countless dashes and dips and dives and everything.
And ducks.
Yeah, the ducks as well. Can't forget those.
Arnold's just going to run straight into this hook, but again, they don't really seem to care. It's almost like they were baiting to get hooked. He just ran in a straight line nearly at Palu, and you see the trade is won by the Senna Seraphine.
The play makes it, because Palu wants to try and burn down the health a little bit, and then he didn't even commit the ignite. He's like, okay, I'll burn the health down, maybe next trade we'll go for it. The problem is there's so much sustain between Andal and Bull. It just did, like, they're back to full HP. You did burn a lot of Andal's mana, but I just don't think it's enough. I think you kind of need a jungle gank for this to happen, or potentially Karis to hit level 6 and do a little Realm Warp down. It's been a while since you've seen Rise, so maybe they're hoping that Quantum Freaks just forget about Realm Warp.
They just forget what one of the oldest champions in the game does.
Yeah, it
could happen, I guess.
It's an ambitious hope, but you never know.
Yeah. Envy is just going to have to back right now. Not a very fun spot, but at least Andal also backed at this point in time. And it feels like mid is very much a farm lane. The bottom lane, as we've seen so far, has been a farm lane. But in terms of who's winning out, it is a slight lead to Bulldog and a slight lead to Bull and Andal. So feeling pretty good about the start, at least.
Yeah, I think Bull actually got a plate there as well, so in a pretty nice spot. And because it's going to open up with the Void Bubs again, and actually because Judo had so much prio in lane, is able to get some assistance to speed it up. So the Lee Sin definitely in a comfortable spot. In return, Bro do as Bro do. And they are looking to start up the dragon. They realize this is probably not the best play and back away. But they've definitely put dragons on that first dragon feels to be both games on the forefront of their mind.
It was just foreshadowing for the Smolder pick, of course.
Yeah.
Just importance of dragons for us as a team. Nice dodges here from Envy, not getting hit by anything. Misses out on one minion, but better to have healthful mana, I would say. And yeah, just going to be pushing. I mean, they don't have any prio from bottom side, so I don't think, unless Quantum Freaks are on a weird back timing where everybody's just not there, you're probably going to have to give away that first Drake, as once again, trying to get in on a trade. This one goes a bit better for the side of Bro, but again, a bit better is also not going to be good.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to find because, you know, you go in for the engage, you get them chunked out, and then between the time your next engage comes up, it's just full HP again. It's very hard to consistently threaten. It's easier if Andal takes a tower hit, but still not easy.
He's trying to give them a little bit of help, but it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah.
Ignite's going to be nice if they can use it on an all-in, but like you were saying, in a 2v2 all-in, I don't even know if they have the damage anytime soon.
I don't think they do. I think they would need like level 6.
Yeah.
Maybe even more. Maybe just they need the jungler.
I think they need a jungler, yeah. Or a mid laner, just anyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, they don't get to get this first Drake this time.
Heartbreaking for Bro. Not sure they'll be able to contend with that one. Definitely going to rest on their minds for a while, but you know, they don't lose 2 members trying to fight for it. Obviously, they did get the first dragon last time, but there was that earlier play they tried to make which did backfire, so they avoid that. But right now, mid's going pretty fine on both sides, top's going pretty fine, but bot lane, 20 CS down, not a great position to be in.
Yeah.
And pings are coming out. I think they did remember what Ryze ult did. So they see Karis leave the lane and instantly about 100 pings come out like, guys, watch out.
Yeah.
Ryze can ult.
And you see that Karis, you know, he gets some extra mana, he gets a couple items, some sustain, and now he's able to match the push in the mid lane. He's able to step up. Of course, he did have his jungler and his support there, which helps out. But again, just in terms of wave clear, he's going to be feeling pretty good about his position in the mid lane in terms of the wave clear trading. Dude's still feeling pretty good about his position in the top lane. Morgan's still waiting for some sort of first item.
Yeah, not having fun. Like, he's kept up fine in farm, but just really, you're not going to have kill pressure in the Poppy, I don't think, at any point, and you're kind of just getting bullied out in between waves. I think at least Envy and Polo seem to be holding up a little bit better now, but still down in farm. And it looks like we're getting the Rylai's first out of Bull and the Seraphine. So a lot of utility from this, because with the way your E works, you know, like it slows, and then if they're slowed, it roots, and if they're rooted, it stuns. If you have Rylai's, then your E just always roots. Like it never slows. So it's very good for picking people out, for catching people off guard, but obviously a lot less power than if you were to go like, you know, a more damage-focused build, or even a more support-focused build like a Moonstone. It's very much we want to find picks.
Yeah, and you've already got a decent amount of that in your composition.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for me, you already have a lot of slows. Like, you have a Karma, you have, like, Poppy has slows, Lee Sin's good at it, the center as well. I'm not sure how much you needed the Rylai's. But there is, like, it does mean that if you hit, like, a max range E, sometimes people don't expect it, so you can catch them, but, you know.
You know what's better than, like, 5 slows, 7 slows?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, then you just, 100%, they're going to be rooted.
They are definitely going to be slowed and likely rooted afterwards, so
yeah,
that's what they're going for.
Karis really trying to bait for Gideon here, who's just kind of hanging out in the brush. And meanwhile, they get the Void Bubs.
You know, he could have eaten that Mantra Q and then might have baited Bulldog in, but no, he has to sidestep it. He just can't help himself.
Well, maybe a dive in the bottom side. Realm Warp available. You see a lot of pings coming in. Back pings onto that bottom turret.
Think they're aware.
Cuz? Yeah.
Oh, that was a dangerous move to put the control ward down because he was trying to get vision, but it meant like he had a trinket. Oh, he had a trinket ward to get away, but you know, if he hadn't, he might have just been stuck in that situation. Envy have to bring both sums there to get away from that. Seeing the power of the chain CC from the Senna Seraphine.
Yeah. Pretty rough for Envy. I mean, he gets left alone as Smolder into Senna Seraphine. He's not going to have a good time. And you can see his stacks right now at 63 at 11 minutes. It's not a great feeling. Just a bit slow, it feels like, compared to what we have seen so far.
Yeah, very much. Uh-oh, just going to use the ult to clear out the wave. I think this is one of the things that can make Smolder feel obnoxious, is because you got like this Doran string 3 points W build, and then you also obviously get your ult later, you can kind of negate some of the issues he on release had in his early game. So when on release, people will go, no, you max Q, it's the most important ability, you like Doran's Blade, and they were just kind of getting destroyed in lane. Now the tech has kind of been learned, it's more about just playing a neutralizing lane, and then your Q is going to be strong later anyway. You know, you'll have it maxed by like level 10, I think. Yeah, 10 if you have 3 points in W, so still going to be strong later on, just able to get through the lane a bit more, and has picked up some of that CS discrepancy that we saw earlier.
Yeah, they had some extra pressure. You know, Bro, they didn't actually dive bot, but they did angle down towards the bottom lane, which allowed them some chance to just get some free farm in and potentially deny some from pulling onto.
What a return, what a throwback, you know, after all these games of people building, you know, Hollowing Radiance or like Kanik Rukin or Frozen Heart, both top laners just dropping the Sunfire Fierce Iron. You know, I haven't seen that for a bit.
Yeah, you know, they know you're casting, so they wanted to give you a little shout out.
A little tribute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's honestly because they just want the wave clear, obviously. But
yeah,
I like to feel like it's a tribute to me.
It can be both.
It can be both.
Tribute because it's a good item, and because you're casting. You can see the damage Karis doesn't quite match in terms of range, so if Bulldog does get some extra time to just poke him out, that can be annoying as the Rise.
You know, a lot of the time, I kind of say, oh, imagine if you're like a team who want to lean into the later stage of the game, and you get a Chemtech Soul. It's so great, because you know the Soul's not that much pressure. Okay, goodbye. But with the amount of shielding on Quantum Freaks, if it is a Chemtech, it could actually be problematic. It actually ends up being an Ocean. I honestly think this is kind of actually possibly a scenario where Chemtech would have been more problematic, so I think Bro are really happy.
I think this is the worst. Oh, wait, we might have our first blood here. Karis down on the bottom lane. Palu misses his dredge line, just going to have to flash under turret as Karis does get in and clear the wave. Kind of an awkward position.
Yeah, they still have the ult from North, so it should be a very hard dive to pull off from here. And I think Karis has the wave clear. They should just stay around, honestly. I think they can pull it off.
Yeah, looks like they're fine. Cuz isn't really committing to it anyway.
Oh, this is cheeky. Oh.
Got him.
Yeah, I think Ocean Soul is the worst soul for Quantum Freaks.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a team comp that already has so much healing and shielding, you expect Bro to pick up like Grievous Wounds anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's still going to be valuable, but least valuable.
It's not nothing, but yeah. Definitely not a major.
What if Bros start to get some Drakes?
I mean, Ocean Soul's better for them than I feel like it is for Quantum Freaks. Like on Cassante and Zinzao can be pretty good, but still it's not the most amazing soul. But I think it just means when the enemy team's got two already, it kind of just means there's a little bit less stress, because if this was a more threatening soul, like maybe I feel like a mountain soul here would have been, it made it so much more difficult to burst through the squishies and pick them off.
Yeah.
I think that would have been really scary, and Bro would suddenly feel forced to make things happen and set up for those dragon spawns. They're looking for Bulldog here? Nope, they're not.
They're looking at Bulldog.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Bulldog, you know.
I understand the confusion. Yeah, not actually looking for any kind of ganks. Gideon actually just likes running around with a big spear.
The double stack comparison. So you actually see that Envy has way more stacks than Senna, but they're different champions, and that doesn't really mean much.
You could say it means absolutely nothing. Unless you want to do like a ratio where it's like,
well,
okay.
I think if Senna had more stacks than Smolder, that would mean a lot.
Yeah. Or if they were close.
Yeah. But yeah, one champ does stack a lot quicker than the other, so not too many takeaways in comparing them, but definitely some takeaways in just seeing where they're at.
So, guys, this is the latest First Blood. Was 13 minutes and 47 seconds in match 44, which happened yesterday.
And Morgan's trying to...
He's trying to get it. Can he get it? He's not hitting anything. Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's not going to get it. So we're going to continue having no First Blood past 16 minutes. Trying to clear the wave here. Did a decent job, did Envy, I guess. Do the Voidwolves count as stacks for
going for the... Okay, he left his bot lane alone, but he's going for the...
The rotatos!
Oh my god, he's got it!
Way! What a play! And... what?
Wait, where were you going?
Oh no! Well, that was not quite the play to follow it up
How did you end up there?
First Blood. They're trying to punish this one as it is Gideon in there alone. He should be able to take out Hondo, but Paulo's not long for this world either. Matrikute comes in as Gideon will try to pick up a second one. Gets the knock up here on a doo-doo, but yeah, Steadfast Presence has a double kill and 3 kills total for Bulldog. As we really need to see a replay.
Look, I know they nerfed the range on Ryze's ultimate, but it is not that short, okay? That's like 3 meters to the left, you know? That's like the photographer's like, hey, could you bunch over a little bit?
Yeah.
That's as far as he moved in that situation. Yeah, I mean, a lot of take away from that one. I feel like it might be waiting a little bit for the replay because they might do a point of view of Cuz's insane driving skills. I think that's been the best we've seen so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think there's even a close comparison. It did get buffed on this patch, but yeah, to just weave your way through the jungle and then get kind of like the max timing on riding the Rift Herald into a second charge is kind of insane.
I think we can definitely say Cuz has a driver's license. If he didn't before, he does now.
He passed the test.
Oh no.
Gonna flap away. Calling out Moom, who is going to push away the wave. Envy desperate to just farm, but you can see that Quantum Freak's not really allowing him to do that comfortably.
Probably trying to look for Bulldog, but he kind of senses something's coming, and he'll get away. Nice flash to get away from that one, and the sacrifice is this mid-tier 2, sorry. 6 Void Bobs, definitely helping out with the ability to take that down. And Envy is just still stacking.
Yeah, I mean, he's being left alone in mid, and yes, he can clear the waves decently, but it doesn't feel very efficient, and they're also getting just free inner turrets. All right, let's see this.
I knew they'd have to give the point of view.
Look at the timer. 2 seconds left. Oh god, this ult. I don't even... Oh no.
Do you think that's it? Do you think that's the... we're not going to have the statistics for this, but do you think that could be the shortest Ryze ult we've seen in the LCK?
Ever?
It might just be. And yeah, in this Ensuing fight, Gideon tries to do what he can, but they're downing numbers, and very hard to actually pin down the Karma there, especially with Poppy and the Lee Sin on top of you. So it ends up being a pretty big win for Quantum Freaks, who are already ahead. You know, 3 towers to 1, Void Bob's advantage, 3 Dragon lead, and 4,000 in gold so far. You know, they're still stacking. Ryze, 8 out of 10 with the Rod of Ages, 274 out of 360 with the Archangels, and obviously Smolder is some number out of 225 being the goal. But I feel like the game has definitely been pushed more than the previous game, and Quantum Freaks have a substantial lead, so I'm not sure how much more time Bro are going to have to stack.
Bulldog is going to find a Xin Zhao. This Ryze ult much better, although he does get over the wall here. I think Bulldog's in a bit of trouble. Nice encore does come through, as now the Cassante gets on top, and there it is, as Envy will zone away the last 2 members of Quantum Freaks. That's a nice double kill for Breon.
Look what just came up!
Oh, look at that!
How
look at the timing of this. Okay.
You know...
Yeah, I think you just do it.
Yeah, there's no ults from Bull or Andal, so I think you can go for this. There's a bit of poke you'll be careful for.
I don't even think you have to turn away from this one, but I suppose the safer option, as the damage is coming out right now from Bull and Ondil, but they're not quite able to chip through the health bars at this point in time. Dudu is so tanky, though, as the flash forward from Palu is huge. He gets a second kill for the team, as Bull is not able to do much here alone. He will escort them away. But yeah, looks like Bro are going to get away with 4 kills to come back in this game.
Yeah, they were 4,000 gold behind, and it's now just 1,500, so really regained a lot of momentum there. And here, Bulldog just ends up caught out. You know, even throws the Q in the brush, but Gideon dodges it. Tries to blast cone away from the Rizal, but the CC comes in from the Nautilus. Eventually, Bulldog goes down here, and then Envy actually does a great job zoning off the backline so that the Lee Sin's just isolated. So really well played there. This was where I felt a bit more risky. You could see they were tentative about being stuck in the Baron pit against the Seraphine center. The Poppy tanked so much damage. The Xin Zhao value here was insane. Like, I thought he was just gonna die. And then look how long Dudu takes to go down and how quickly Andal goes down in comparison.
Yeah, nice read from Palu as well. He's like, okay, that guy's dead. I can just flash onto the Senna and take it down. You can see a big dip in that goal difference.
Yeah, here's the update. 177 stacks on Envy. So thanks to Atlas, who provided us with the 225 stacks at 25 minutes. We're a bit behind in terms of stacks, but we have the full Roa plus Seraphs on Karis, so he is a lot stronger, and he already felt pretty strong.
This is getting pretty interesting. I thought we might have just glided our way into a game 3 with Quantum Freaks looking a bit more solid, but Bro with a nice bunch of pickoffs, and all of a sudden we have a game on our hands against again. So Envy definitely eyes on him to stack up to 225 and then maybe become an actual threat in this game.
Become a real dragon. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Dudu built Sunfire, so that's why Dudu's top damage, you know. That's how it goes.
Stand next to the Cassante.
Yep, stand next to enemy champions while you've built Sunfire is the strat. But yeah, I feel like the main takeaway is when a top laner, like a tank top laner with Sunfire is the most damage to the game, it's either because they've just been running things over or because not much has happened. And I feel like this is the second one where not much has happened, and it's kind of just been more about Dudu and Morgan fighting while the rest of the team's been farming.
Yeah. That has definitely happened for most of the game. Morgan is now in mid. Just hanging out, you know. We got no streak in a minute. Doesn't necessarily have to be here. With this teleport about to come off, cool down. But he's here anyway. Still helping, you know, posture a bit, clear out some of the vision at least.
Yeah, it will be that Ocean Soul in 45 seconds. It definitely will make things trickier for Bro if they give that one over, but I don't think it's the end of the world. Losing a fight into losing Baron would obviously be the worst case scenario. So if they don't find a good angle for this, I think they can't afford to give up. Oh, you see Gideon actually went down there to clear some vision, but was spot on the control ward. Karis just finished his 3rd item Leandries though, so he's very strong right now.
Yeah, Karis is pretty gigantic, actually, just quietly. Farming it out very nicely. He's got the most CS in the game. 3 big items that have even more value for Rise on this patch. Gideon is behind enemy lines, and he'll take a big chunk of damage. But he is down. Will pick up some plants as they do posture for this. Teleport available for Dudu if he does want to TP into this fight.
Yeah, Bro, they'll probably be able to get this dragon with how things are set up. Actually, never mind. Looks like Quantum Freaks don't push mid. They look to contest.
204 on Envy right now. He does not have the 225. Morgan is pretty tanky, but is he tanky enough to get away from this one? Is now on the front line. Here's Dudu. He's just being CC'd to death, and he's burning down so low. Gets over the wall on a Morgan, though, and will be safe as now the front line here is Cuz. He has to flash away as a Q will hit him, and massive damage is coming out from Bulldog, and they will take down the tiny little dragon, and now Gideon's going to be left for the fishes as well. Down he goes, and Bro will lose that very drawn-out fight.
Yeah, the approach from Bro, I feel like they were trying to play the composition from last game, and the mistake here is that I mean, we've seen front-to-back compositions. That was like the most front-to-back ever. Morgan just stood there and tanked damage, and Dudu just stood there and tanked damage. And when one team has 3 champions with a ton of heals and shields, and the other doesn't, I know who my money's on.
Which one?
The one with all the heals and shields.
You
saw like Dudu got so much value from the team, keeping it healthy, and now they're looking for the Baron.
And the Baron damage is pretty abysmal. to be honest.
Because he's finishing red.
It's quite slow. Morgan does not have Smite, obviously. Gideon is very far behind this one, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to
Harris
do
is going to
much.
try Realm Wolf them in, but it's going to be a bit too late.
No, it's too late. They might look for the fight afterwards as the Smite is clean from the Sedekaz. There's the Realm Warp as everybody is trying to stick around here. But a root will be pushed over to Karis and just zones them away. So that's the Baron over to Quantum Freaks as well.
Back to about a 5k gold lead, which is kind of before we had that good team fight from Bro. That's kind of where it was at. Have hit 225 stacks on Envy, so Envy is now a champion. I think the thing I will say is it definitely looks a lot worse for Bro now, but it is just an Ocean Soul. And in terms of levels, they're still kind of in a decent spot there. Often when one team gets a team fight win into Baron, you can see them to have a big level advantage, but it's not too rough. You can see here, it's such a weird fight. You know, like, you see, it's basically just a tank trade. Like, watch Morgan, he just doesn't get to move, and neither does Dudu. And you get some shields and healing going down onto Dudu, like the Senna ult. But other than that, it's kind of just hit the other tanks. And then after that ends, you know, a Mantra Q from Bulldog does so much damage on a Bro. Finally, we see the Karma hit backline. And we see the value from that.
Yeah. Because eventually Bulldog was like, well, I don't have to hit Morgan. The 3 squishy guys in the back are just standing next to the dragon.
Morgan?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And he had a straight shot at the back line.
I think as well, it was kind of hidden with the brush, so I don't think they realized they were on the explosion. And I think it double proc, so you gotta use it twice.
Oh, nice hook here from Palu. A chance now because it's pretty tanky. Is he tanky enough as he's burning down? That's gonna be that. Look at Ondil in the backline. Karis is assassinating him right now. They take him out, and all of a sudden, Bro are coming back once again. They're looking for Bulldog here. It's not gonna be easy on this Mantra Q machine.
Yeah, give it up, give it up. Don't bother chasing. You know, do something better with your time. Maybe look for the tower. Karis.
I mean, yeah, you just,
Yeah, just walk away.
Saw the ward be placed.
Yeah, what a fight. And I think the big thing is Dudu not being there, you know? Quantum Freaks trying to play multiple lanes. They don't have the Poppy. The Lee Sin is nowhere near as tanky. And suddenly, this is kind of what Bro have been trying to do to Dudu and failed miserably. It goes a lot easier onto the Lee Sin. Just managing, even though it takes a bit of time, they're able to burst through. Morgan did a great job of following with the CC. And look at Karis just coming on the back line. Just a bit too bulky, you know, with the Roa and the Seraphs. You don't have the damage to easily take him out, and he's just able to survive through, and he's one-shotting in return.
Yeah, and in terms of late game threats, like, we had Azir and Zeri in game 1. Game 2 is Ryze and Smolder. It's pretty good. It's pretty comparable. I mean, we know what Smolder can do. We haven't seen Ryze in a while, but especially if you get access to the backline. But even in the front line, he's going to be a AP mage machine gun that we know he is. He's going to have his, you know, Void Staff for Crypt Bloom eventually, and will Dudu and Cuz really be able to tank through all of that? Eventually,
Yeah.
I'm not sure, especially when they're burning from the Smolder. It is going to be interesting to see because Bro do have a lot of tank busters, whereas on the side of Quantum Freaks, well, they've got Senna Seraphine and Sustain for days, but these fights are going to get pretty cool as that is a nice knock away from the Poppy. And that will be the turret in Sharif.
Yeah, managed to get that one. It's still very hard approaching. I mean, the big difference is having the Poppy there really helps, you know, because as much as it will get to a point where I think the Poppy might struggle with the damage from the Ryze and Smolder, they're not there yet. The Ryze hasn't finished like his pen item.
Yeah.
So I think having the Poppy there helps a lot, but yeah, definitely feels like the game may end up hitting a critical mass point if it keeps going in this direction. But fortunately, we have Elder Dragon in a minute and a half. So for Quantum Freaks, this is the opportunity to kind of cement their advantage on the game. There's a 40-second window between Elder and Baron. They don't want to trade. We've seen so many games where Elder and Baron are traded, and the team with Elder push, but they can't break through the base. So I really think Quantum Freaks want to try and secure them back-to-back or win the fight for Elder and end the game off that, because this game has gone on long enough into Bro's composition.
Yeah, it's very true. And on a bit of a ticking time bomb, I feel like if Bro can win one fight, they might just be able to turn the tides here. But you see that Quantum Freaks are really trying to press the issue. Now, they're all in the top lane with 40 seconds until Elder, but I don't think they're going to stick around here for very long.
Yeah.
They are all backing away.
It's just this kind of gives an opportunity for Bro not only to get mid prio, but to set up vision control in the area.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I'm not sure. I mean, they picked up Moonstone for Seraphine, sure, but like I'm not sure how important that top lane tier 2 tower is really going to be in the grand scheme of things. And now Bro are the ones on the objective, and you're going to have to face check in the fog of war, which is Dudu's job.
Yeah, you can see the damage already coming out here. Sustained to combat it immediately. As Bulldog does land a very big Monster Q, hits another one, Paulo in a lot of trouble. He's nearly going to go down, and down he goes. Gideon as well has to pop the ult. Do they have a front line here for Envy? There's a massive encore into that back line, and that will just be enough. They take out the Smolder. Karis can't do it alone. And Guangdong Freaks, they find the one team fight they needed. They should be able to take whatever they want at this point.
Yeah, and the value from the Karma there, back-to-back Mantra Qs on like 3 people. You see the damage done, you know, Bulldog's absolutely massacring, and Bro end up just getting kind of exploded there.
That's all it came down to. They were all trying to group up and stop them from getting into the Elder River, but that just gave Bulldog the exact angle he wanted, as Palu's not going to be able to do anything alone. We are going to a game number 3 between Guangdong and Bro, as Guangdong Freaks will tie it up 1-1.
Yep, and I feel like, you know, it was a lot easier for Guangdong Freaks to match how Bro wanted to play team fights with the front to back in this one. They didn't have to do as much, didn't have to be as creative, they didn't have to try and find flank angles. Both teams just kind of rocked up to the objective and started firing things at each other. And when it came down to that, the Karma was the victor.
Yeah. Well, Karma's Karma. Victor's a different champion.
Oh,
but Karma did have a good time.
Similar damage, it felt like.
Yeah.
You know?
Certainly had a good time in that game, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him at the top of the damage list. As still a lot to say after that game. I feel like there were a lot of opportunities that were given over to Bro. And Guangdong Freaks weren't 100% clean with it, so you know that TV Max is going to try to pick that apart.
Yeah. I feel like, honestly, the Nord felt really rough into the Poppy, just in terms of like trying to find those engage angles. Just felt very difficult when you had Dudu set up in front, because they didn't have the most damage to really shred through. Like, I think as much as like, you know, Rise can pump damage into like a bulkier target, I think Smolder takes a while to burn through tanks until he's got like way more stacks, until he's later in the game, and Dudu just kind of soaked so much in that situation.
Absolutely did, and the fights did not last all that long towards the end of the game, as Guangdong Freaks, they tie up the series. We're going to take a break, guys, and come back with the space. We'll be right back.
야, 잡으, 야, 줘. 천천히 해봐. 야, 노틀 챙겨. 노틀 잡았어. 앞에부터. 진짜. 앞에. 잡았어. 야, 라이즈. 라이즈, 미드가. 야, 미드.
아, 좀 미안.
미드 가자.
폼이 좀 안 좋다.
괜찮아. 야, 밀어. 일단 끝내. 야, 20초. 우리 중간에 그거만 집중하자. 내가 진짜 세게 해줄게, 이제는. 좀 약하게 얘기해줬나 보다.
안돼 나 주는 게 너무 크다.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, joined by Hooney and Wolf here, and we're ready to break down this game number 2, where Kwangdong Freaks managed to come back. And we were a little bit worried that this game might go to infinity minutes. It did not, however, go to infinity minutes. And in fact, Bro just kind of ran out of steam, it felt like, along the course of the game. Let's have a look at the draft first, gentlemen, and get into it.
Yeah, so you know, there was a Senna that was locked in. That was my first issue for Bro. They let that one happen. And then Smolder, so they picked Smolder, and it might seem like, oh, well, Smolder scales and Senna scales, so we answer their scaling with more scaling, and also Dragon scales because Smolder's a dragon, but he gets outranged, and you're playing into an insanely strong front line, plus Karma shields, plus Seraphine shields, plus movement speed. And when does Smolder actually get to stack? Well, not really in the bottom lane, because he's pushed in constantly, and when does he get to team fight? Well, not really ever, because he's constantly outranged. I just don't really think this is the answer to the Senna. I don't think anything is the answer to the Senna, but teams really keep thinking that they've got the answer. They don't.
There's one of 3 answers to the Senna. It's ban 1, ban 2, and ban 3. 3 answers, Wolf. There's a lot. Loads of answers.
You could just ban it out.
That's
yeah,
what
I mean,
I mean,
also,
yeah.
I mean, I think also I would like to shout out the Guangdong Freaks. I think they play like way better than the first game, which is they were actually using the bottom prio to get the stacking Drake and not actually having the mistake in the middle game. So I think that actually make them able to reach the soul point like so fast that it being ends up like 24 minutes, they have to fight even though they want to get more scale.
Yeah, and it didn't quite work out. Let's jump into our first highlight here and really get a feel for how this game started off as, yeah, this was not a great look. The shortest realm warp of all time.
We draft highlighted the Rise, which was pretty cool. I actually liked it into the Karma as a pick. Karus, it's his best win rate pick actually across his career. And when he was on Hanwha Life, he picked up a lot of really cool wins on it. But unfortunately, not having the great successful play there, this of course leads into a 3-kill Karma. So now Karma is not just going to be about, you know, adding some shields, but she's going to do pretty big boom damage in the mid game before the Smolder is online. So you've got a stacking Senna, you got a Karma, and then things get a little messy around here.
Yeah, I mean, the Bulldog just randomly he walked into the enemy spot, and it's like also the Baron is actually coming up. And it's like this is the thing that they have to make sure it's like not having this kind of mistake when actually Baron spawn. It's like it almost caused the game. Like if they were actually strong, like if enemy team were had a better the Baron burst or stronger, rather it's just like they just give up the 4 kills after here. It's like which is like it's just not acceptable. They were so ahead.
It's not good. Also, if Bull had Leandries, he probably would have got a pentakill in that fight because they put all the damage into the Poppy there for some reason, who almost was completely unkillable there and ignored the damage threats. Bit of a sloppy fight. I think this gate, we wanted to get that to kind of showcase that both of these teams did kind of drop the ball a little bit. But I think compositionally, you know, the answer still was there's no way for Smolder to actually do damage in this game consistently.
And that's what we're going to see as we jump into our second highlight. I think that first one really iterated the fact that if there was a couple of extra items on the Senna, then everyone's dead on Bro.
I mean, just same thing. It's like from the K'Sante and where the 4 people, other people at, like the focusing is like it's just so bad. It's like they don't even have a damage to kill the Poppy right here. They put every single ability that is possible to Poppy, but he didn't get burned out.
And watch the Smolder here, who's sitting in the backline, not doing a ton of damage, get hit by 2 Karma ults, or 2, you know, empowered Qs, and just die.
It gets eaten by a dragon.
Ironic, isn't it?
It is somewhat. And I think that one really showcased just how difficult it was for Smolder to play the game. Because Envy was doing the best he could to try and be in range to shoot stuff, but as soon as he was, he would just take an RQ from our friend Bulldog to the face, and he was out of the fight. Just nothing he could really do, no response from Bro there either. And I think they didn't do a whole lot of work when it came to facilitating the Smolder at the same time. Short range composition in the center, not working. Let's have a look at the POG. See who's going to pick it up here. There's a few options, but it's just going to be Bulldog. He pressed some R, he pressed some Q, and his opponents evaporated.
Yeah, I think Bulldog had a fantastic game. Obviously, the 3 kills he picked up here on the bottom side really warped how much of an impact he was going to have way earlier than he was supposed to. I originally ended up voting for Bull on the Seraphine because I thought his play overall was pretty strong. His ults were pretty good, and obviously the fact that there was a Seraphine here made it really difficult to play out for the side of Bro. But I think I ultimately did switch, and you guys convinced me that it was actually a mid-vote. But I mean, straight up, this is a comp win. I feel like no player really had the star power in this one for me for Guangdong Freaks. It was just about these two comps colliding in a bad way for Bro.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. Like, as you said, I think it's just about the team composition, how it went through it supposedly, and also, like, I think the Brion especially, they make the team compositions to make so easy for Guangdong Freaks to execute it. Even, like, the difficulty was way too low.
But there is another chance for Bro. This is game number 3, and it's time to throw it back to Valdez and Orcs to see who is going to win.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. We got Vox back here once again.
Hey.
And, yeah, it's Valdez and Ox together.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
That's us.
And we're going into game number 3. As the guys were saying, the comp definitely turned out to be a bit of an issue. I think if you get Senna and Seraphine and Karma, you can kind of pick whatever you want, and you're going to be good as the game goes along.
I think the value of the Poppy can't be understated because you saw that one fight where the Poppy wasn't there, was just like over immediately. And it's really because the Nautilus, they were like, hey, Polu's got Nautilus, he can find all these engages, but it's just so hard when the Poppy's there. The W obviously interrupts your Q and able to create so much space.
Yeah.
I feel like, if they're in a situation where the Poppy wasn't there, maybe they had a Vi, I think it'd be a lot easier to close the gap. But obviously, weren't able to set themselves up for that. So now, going into this third game, Bro's last chance. It's the last game of round robin 1, and they have switched on the blue side. Last chance to get a series win for this first round robin.
It could happen.
And then they will only have 9 more chances to get a series win. For the split.
Only 9. Yeah, I think they've already showed that they can do it, right? They won a game against Guangdong Freaks. One thing that does worry me is that, we did see some issues in game number 2. And also, the last time they got their win against DRX, that was game number 1. And afterwards, the series began to just... That's very confusing. Blue side Senna ban.
Plus, especially, I'm not sure you'd get Senna Nord, but imagine Polu on farming Nord. I feel like he already had such an impact in game 1 on non-farming Nord. Give him farm, he's going to take over. But they banned Senna on blue side, so clearly not confident to play it. And they've literally got the same bans they had in game 1, but on blue side. And Orianna is available with Azir banned, so perhaps they lean towards that as the first pick, and they will lock that in. Now, so for the side of Guangdong Freaks, they could opt to go for the Smolder, but I'm not sure it's necessarily something they want to lean towards. Maybe you're concerned about the other side getting the Smolder, so you deny it. But the Karma, played it 2 games so far, obviously worked in the last one. Looks like Bulldog is just going to lock it in again.
Yeah, wouldn't mind Karma Smolder, but let's see what they do want to go for. You would have, obviously, a nice amount of poke with those 2.
They could just go Karma. Karma Lee Sin would feel very on theme for the series so far.
Karma Lee Sin, the Nautilus is available. There's a lot of strong picks.
Yeah.
So, if you're not liking the Smolder nowadays, it has had mixed success so far in the LCK. You don't have to pick it here. Could just go for something else. Like the Cassante.
That is a very, very much a champion. Cassante pretty good at doing Cassante things. And the question is, will Morgan take the Poppy side of the matchup into that? Or will he go in a different direction? We'll have to see. Obviously, if you want to lock the Smolder, I feel like if you let it go through this phase, you're probably not going to get a chance to pick it for the second phase of bans. So they're just going to go for the Smolder Nord. So not given an opportunity for Morgan to counterpick. They're like, we want to have strength in our bot lane. And what's important is that Guangdong Freaks can't match. They can only pick one champion for the bot lane, AD carry or support. They could just say, you know what, we want neither. Let's go for jungle. Pick the Lee Sin. But with how many 80 carries are banned, if there's something you have your eyes on, you do really need to pick it up now.
Bull was smiling. I was wondering if they were going to pick something strange. But as you mentioned, you lose a lot of power, especially if you pick something strange. Okay,
so this also makes
Ezreal.
This makes it interesting because we assume the Karma would be mid again. But by picking the Ezreal, you toy with the idea of it being a Karma Ezreal bot lane, which would be a very high pressure bot lane into the Smolder, and also a lot of safety into the Nautilus by having the Ezreal. Also causes some range issues as well. So I think for Brion, you're thinking, how can we ensure we have backline dive? They ban away the Poppy, to obviously deny the matchup, but I think a Nocturne ban would be pretty good as well, with the Nocturne Orianna being strong. And in return, Brianna going to say goodbye to the Lee Sin.
Yeah. So, Cuz will be playing something different this time around. They played the Lee Sin twice already. And will they target in the top lane once again? I mean, you could look towards Aatrox, Udyr. Those should be the top tier bans, but instead they're just going to look towards the jungle and take away the Viego.
I honestly don't think Viego would be that great of a pick here, because I think Vi would have been a good pick for Brion. Obviously, being like you ult Ezreal, and even if the Arcane shifts away, you're still getting hit by that ult, and then the Orianna can quite easily follow up with a Shockwave as long as she's not too far away. So, not sure that was the best ban for Brion to do, in my opinion, but I guess they're concerned about Quantum Freaks taking it on 4. They're going to just go for the Talia, which I think is a very strong pick. You know, you lose out on the Common Maid, you get the Talia. I don't think that's really a hit. And Brion looking like they might just take the Sejuani and the Aatrox. So Sejuani obviously quite bulky, good at blocking damage from Talia and Ezreal, but doesn't really pose too much threat to them. And you can see Quantum Freaks just kind of want to secure the safety of their backline, because it's going to be very hard to approach into a Maokai. So I think this makes a lot of sense for them.
I mean, Maokai, Talia, Karma even, and the kite potential of this Quantum Freaks roster is incredible at this point in time.
And, you know, I feel like if these were different teams, if this wasn't OK Brion, and this composition was locked in, I'd be pretty okay with it. But I feel like they've kind of shown that the best way they play is just Death Ball. And I think if you have a composition like this, you have to suddenly start thinking about how you're going to get on top of this backline, how you're going to set up the Orianna ultimates, and it's going to get a little bit trickier. I think ultimately Polu has to be a big part of it, because in game 1 he was catching out critical carries, but you need to be able to do that in this game. You can't just let Ezreal and Talia free hit.
Yeah. You try to dredge line over some rocks, you're not going to have a good time. You try to go in when the Maokai's got his Nature's Grasp out there, you're not going to have a good time. If you try to aim for an Ezreal who's got Karma shielding and the ability to just shift away, it's not going to be that simple. So certainly a lot of tools for Quantum Freaks to play a very slippery kind of game, and a very, you know, arm's length style. But certainly can kind of death ball. I mean, you have a lot of threats here on the side of Bro. You've got Orianna, Smolder, and Aatrox. It's not like the Azir, Zeri kind of 1-2 punch.
I think the positive is the Orianna, Smolder, very serviceable late in this game compared to the Ezreal in particular. You know, Ezreal has the safety, not so much that really strong late game damage output. So particularly the Orianna we've seen be so strong in games when she's been let through the ban phase.
Well, let's see how this goes. Game number 3 starts right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And off we go. Game 3.
How sad is Cuz, you know, 2 games, having fun on Lee Sin, and now he's back on Maokai duty.
Yeah, I mean, game 3, game 1 rather, he got caught out a bit and didn't have a big impact. They put him back on the Lee Sin. Had a pretty good game, but wasn't super flashy. And Maokai fits really well with this comp, so what can you say? I mean, a bit sad, but now he gets to hold people in place.
Sometimes you just have to default back to abuse the Maokai, you know? The champion simple does its job well. Bot lane, I think, is a big one to talk about, because if you take too many skill shots from Bull and Andal, it just becomes impossible to engage. There's so much safety in an Ez Karma, because Ez has the Arcane Shift, but also Karma is actually a hard target to kill because you can Mantra W. The healing is so significant that sometimes you just can't punch through it, especially when you have Smolder as your AD carry. So really, Bro have to be very cautious. If they end up taking like a Mantra Q into Ezreal Q, that might just be them trapped in the tower for the next 5 minutes.
Could definitely happen. We're also looking at this mid lane where Bulldog is trying to get the early push against this Orianna, and he will get a nice deep ward in there onto the Raptors. Spots, they're gone. So far, it looks like the bottom lane is going just fine. See some sneezing going on. Andil would like to see what the cooldown on his mantra is at this point, but can't quite see it.
Oh, Palu with the W level 1 just to try and withstand the poke. I think it's the right call, but it kind of just shows you how this lane is right now. Not fun. And this might be the downfall of Brion. It's 2 games in a row they've given over bot lane matchups where the other side has a ton of prio and a ton of pressure. And really it's been like, okay, let's just weather the storm. And that has been the hope, but it didn't work out last game. And we'll see if it's able to work out this game.
What do you think we're going to see here in terms of the build for the Karma? Because obviously Malignance is insanely strong, but it's not mid-Karma anymore.
Yeah, so there's a lot of... A popular build is like Imperial Mandate into like Shirelia's. And then you can go Zac, or you can even go like Slay. Slay's like leaning more towards the utility. You could go, like the solo queue build is Zac, Imperial Mandate, Malignance. That's like, hey, I'm the carry. But I suspect, as it typically is in pro play, especially in the LCK, they'll lean more towards the utility aspect. And honestly, it could even be a situation where we don't even get the Imperial Mandate, and it's just like, hey, we wanted Karma for lane pressure, now we're going Shirelia's.
Yeah, I like it. I think getting away from Nautilus and Sejuani is always going to have value, as Palu's not having a great time in this lane, but at least it's not Envy who's taking the poke damage.
Yeah, Nautilus definitely better at sustaining. Actually, one thing that he opted to do is go the Doran's shield start, which, you know, we've seen a lot of double Doran start in the bot lane. You recall, you pick up a spot item later. I can't honestly think of a better Doran shield start than this one, because that sustain paying dividends.
He looks fine.
Yeah,
just hanging out.
Presumably has second wind as well. So really just not taking as much poke as you would think. Well, he's taking it, he's kind of just healing it back up.
Envy can always flap away if something like that does happen. And he's still going to be behind. They're still going to get pressured, but it's not going to totally just destroy the lane, right? The fact that this Nautilus can just stay healthy, threaten all-ins, and threaten plays will give them a chance to actually push forward here.
Because, yeah, you see a moment like this where Andal misses the Mantra Q, and the Q cooldown early is actually quite long, so it just gives this big window where bro, like, okay, now we can shove. Walk up, clear the wave, quickly get in, get out, let's reset.
Yeah. And they're still going to be behind, like, 13, 14 CS. So it's not all daisies down there in the bottom lane, but...
Well, daisy's only really there if you have Ivy's.
Yeah, true.
Also only at level 6, they're not even close to level 6 yet.
That's true, I should have thought of that.
Yeah.
We haven't seen an Ivern support yet, I don't think. Have we? Maybe we... No, I don't think we did.
I haven't seen one in LCK ever, I think.
Yeah, I don't believe so, but...
Yeah.
Not 100% sure.
You know what? I don't care enough to check.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that good.
Yeah, so early prio coming in, and we'll see what the jungler's up to do, because we've kind of had this theme where Cuz has gone for the early Void Bubs, and Gideon has been like, that dragon's mine, but we're actually getting a change up in Gideon's on the Void Bubs, you know?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Bro R on the blue side this time. Might have something to do with it.
Blue side Bub, red side Dragon. Yeah. And Maokai also surprisingly good at taking the Dragon. His Q just deals like a crazy amount of damage to it.
Yeah. It's got good sustain as well.
Bit of help.
Passive.
Yeah. Void Bub's done. Now they're looking. Remember, it's level 6 for Morgan and not for Dudu yet.
Yeah.
It's a big wave, but it's a Cassante.
Oh, they have Karus moving up too. I think with Karus they could absolutely do it. As Gideon will also hold the wave, this is very nice. Give them a chance to keep this wave alive.
He hit level 6. No longer.
He hit level 6, and okay, they're gonna, well, they're gonna do whatever that was, and then back away.
That went about as well as I expected. Well, actually, it went better, because I thought they'd commit to the dive, and it wouldn't have gone well. Quickly realizing that Cassante isn't an easy dive.
Oh, that was very nice. Good timing with the minion going down. As now moving forward with the flap, actually, Envy threatening it, and they get a flash and heal.
Yeah, you actually
out
saw
of the spot lane.
Andal took tower aggro, I think to try and protect Bull from it. Not 100% certain, but ended up getting a bit low, and then Bull had dashed away and Andal just ends up too close. So Summoner's Bin, a good angle found by Polu. And this is the gameplay you need on your Nautilus if you're playing into a composition like this.
Yeah. Keep in mind, they elected to go for the Karma and the Cassante, which I feel like are also very high tier picks at this point, but you did give Palu Nautilus a 3rd game in a row.
Yeah.
So I was saying it in the draft, I'm like, they could just take the Nautilus away and try to play with that, and then, you know, maybe see if they pick the Smolder and then try to pair something with the Nautilus, maybe even something aggressive, but instead, Palu's just gonna, you know, he's looked very comfortable on this pick. And that hasn't changed here in Game 3.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes Bro are just like, hey, you're good in this champion, let's just keep picking it. And you know what? If it works, it works. And Quantum Freaks, I'm going to stop you from doing it, might as well. I think as well the value of the Nautilus here can't really be understated. It's not an easy game for Nautilus, you know, as talked a little bit about. Oh,
nice knockback here on Akaris. That's going to be Cuz nearby, as he will lumber his way over towards the Orianna. Here comes Andal, is going to hit that Mantra Q, but at the end of the day, Gideon gets over, blocks. Doesn't even have to really block. He's going to throw in an ult now on the Bulldog. He is getting pretty low himself, but now Envy and Palu coming up, but the timing not quite there.
Yeah, getting very aggressive there. Look for the play. Goes into the seismic shove to get the ult. Was like, hey, bot lane's coming up. We can make this happen. But just not in time.
Oh, Karis with the ult on top of himself, and now the flash comes in for Bulldog. We do have Cuz nearby to try to trade it back, and that he will. But first blood is given over to Palu. I'd say well-deserved for how he is playing, but at the end of the day, not so bad for Quantum Freaks.
That looked nifty, but Quantum Freaks kind of came out better because they got to push the wave in. But Bull, you have no mana.
Yeah, he also doesn't have his Arcane Shift cooldown yet either, so that's just a free kill. He's just gonna go down in the bot lane, and now Envy gets a free one.
You know, this has been a pretty uncharacteristically rough series from Bull. Game 1 wasn't great. Game 2 was playing Seraphine. I mean, come on. Game 3 starting off
played it great.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of playing it great, Karis catches out. If you go for the shockwave there, Bulldog flashes it 100%. If you don't go for the R flash, and you just throw the ball out. So does that to ensure the catch, but unfortunately, Cuz shows up and turns it around. And here, Bull, you know, you were saying he didn't have his Arcane Shift. It costs 90 mana. I think even if the cooldown was up, I think he's just... There's so many things wrong with that. So many levels in which you are dead.
He didn't leave himself a very good position, as now we got more of a scuffle here on the top side, as down will go Cuz eventually, it looks like, as there it is, last hit from Palu, picks up his 2nd kill. As Bro are threatening this here, Andal in a bit of trouble himself, doesn't have flash, and that should be a kill onto him, and down he will go. Palu picks up a 3rd kill!
Palu's the carry, Palu's the carry!
I mean, it was funny at first, but now, I mean, there's so much gold going into this Nautilus.
Yeah, just unfortunate that I think it was the burn from the W that actually secured the kill. Not much you can do about that situation. We'll probably get a replay in a second. We can look down exactly what did kill him. But you know what's funny in that situation is the Karma hit this Mantra Q. And after last game, I was like, oh boy. And I was like, oh no, wait, it's support Karma. And it did like no damage. Mostly because I hit Gideon. But yeah, really good start from Bro. 4-1, 2k gold up, and looking for their 2nd set of Void Bubs. Because looking like he might try and contest this. They do have the backup. Palu's got a great angle.
I don't know about this. Yeah, they're just running straight at this composition. You want it to kite back, but they do have the damage into Gideon. They're going to take him out. Cuz picks up a 2nd kill, and now Palu will be the 3rd. Eventually, right, there he goes. Shutdown goes over to Cassante, 600 gold. And yeah, that's what happens, I suppose, when you hard engage into this comp.
I think a big part of it was the health bars were already so low, and I think they just thought, hey, we hit them all, we get the big combo, we'll get it, but they kind of just lacked the follow-through. You know, the problem is the Aatrox never actually reached the critical targets, I feel. As you said, a lot of kiting coming out from the side of Quantum Freaks here. You know, the Sejuani just ends up being tankier than the Maokai in this circumstance with the power of the passive. And they catch Andal here. Yeah, I think it might just be... Yeah, the auto from the W, the dot, ends up getting the kill. A bit unfortunate. And here, you know, Morgan's half HP. Gideon's half HP. They go in. Morgan gets rooted, so he doesn't actually connect.
Yeah.
And the Ezel on top makes a pretty big difference as well. So just, I think, a little bit overeager. I think you could have taken one Void Buff and just backed away, got the extra XP from that one, and then gone for a reset and played towards Dragon.
Yeah.
It's going to be Chemtech second Dragon, so likely going to be a good Soul.
Could be Ocean again.
I think it's a better game for Ocean.
It is.
But still,
sure.
yeah, it could still just be Ocean.
Could just be Ocean. Mountain would get pretty interesting.
Mountain would be good. Hextech, pretty good.
Always
Cloud,
good.
pretty good here as well.
Yeah. Gideon looking for an angle, as we've had a lot of 3v3 between these groups of 3. We also had Karis moving down the river, just in case. Just trying to set up here for the Dragon. Bulldog was moving up. He does have his Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, this isn't... Envy's like on a flank. I mean, I know he can fly over, but it's a weird angle to be on. Oh, big engage.
Yeah, they're going to get rooted in the pit once again. The damage not quite in just yet, as Envy just going to throw in a Mom for some reason, as Cuz will flash away. Bulldog's getting isolated by Morgan, who TP'd into this one. That's a free kill for the Aatrox, as Envy will get away. So I guess he's zoning them away. That's what he was doing. Meanwhile, Dude's getting a bunch of plates in top lane.
So the TP advantage is honestly the difference maker, I feel like, in that one. You could see why Envy didn't want to be on the Dragon, because it's very uncomfortable being on the Dragon when you're against a Maokai, and you saw Karis experience that firsthand. But I think the Morgan TP really solidified that for Bro. That being said, a lot of plates picked up top. So in terms of gold, Quandar Freaks don't do too bad, but yeah, Envy's on this interesting flank. The Maokai ult comes through, which is kind of a reason why you'd want to be away from it. And Karis, I thought Karis was going to get focused here, but you can see Bulldog immediately starts to retreat away from Morgan. I think honestly Envy just ulted so he wouldn't die to Andal, which is kind of funny to say.
He actually hit Bull with the center.
Yeah, did connect that as well. And this, I don't think he dies to that Q, but I guess he didn't want to risk it. But yeah, not like a super impactful fight from Envy, but I think Morgan's TP solidified it, and Bro, at the end of the day, they got the Dragon.
They get the Dragon, as now looking for a bit more. Andal in a really rough spot here, does not have flash. Down he will go. This time Gideon's going to pick it up.
Anyone but Envy, it seems like.
No Envy kills, no Karis kills. You know, Envy did get the one in the bottom lane, but on these like free picks onto Andal and Cuz that they've gotten in the mid lane, it just feels like they can't get them on the right people. But
as long as Envy's still getting stacks, that's the main thing, right? Yeah, it's gonna be a Hextech Soul, so obviously very, very high value for both sides. You know, that one is just rather good.
Be a Profane Hydra this time on the Aatrox. That's nice to see.
Yeah, definitely one of the. The thing is, I feel like Aatrox is really deceptive, because you'll build an item like Profane Hydra, and you know it's a Lethality item, it's all damage, not really defensive, and you'll still be like one of the hardest to kill champions on the Rift. Just Aatrox things.
That's just what he does.
Some crazy base stats and a lot of self-healing.
As the Aatrox way. And you can see both teams trying to gear up for this Rift Herald tier. It does feel like Bro want to fight over this one. They get the push in the top lane.
They don't have TP on Morgan, and Dudu does.
All right, Mom's going to be called down, and Palu's in a bit of trouble here. The Maokai ult just zones everybody away once again, but Cuz is taking some good damage. The smite goes the way of Gideon. He does pick up the objective, and now Cuz is going to go down as well. Meanwhile, a 1v1 on the bottom side, flashed away from Morgan. It's not going to help against that champion, as you will go down in the 1v1, but Bro, they win the top side fight.
Yeah, I think Morgan started the fight just to try and ensure that Dudu couldn't teleport, and it paid off for his team, didn't pay off for him, but at the end of the day, they get the Herald.
Yeah, you know, I think he landed that W on Envy. And
yeah, I think Palu's Q was down as well, which is the only reason he was able to go for that play.
Scary.
Very scary. But yeah, so obviously in this situation, I was thinking Quandar Freaks can TP in the Cassante, but Dudu doesn't get to a safe spot to do it. It looks messy at first. Palu takes a lot of damage, but ultimately the stun comes in on Cuz, and then the shockwave actually catches him off on the back end. And notice the damage that Quandar Freaks did was so split. Everyone on Quandar Freaks was full. The Maokai dies. The damage was very split on Bro. And here, it's just Cassante things. You know, I mean, I'm not going to break that down.
I love watching the cooldowns when he's in his all out. It's like, oh, Q's back. Oh, Q's back again. Yeah, it's a fun time.
Yeah, I think he presses Q a lot.
Yeah. And he's 2-0, and he got a ton of plates in the top lane, so if we got to look at the gold differences by lane again, I'm sure that Dudu would be in a pretty fun spot. It was funny that Paulo was so far ahead of his counterpart in Ondil just because of all the kills he picked up. It was like 700 gold to lead. Envy currently on 122 stacks.
A little over halfway, but obviously the later you get, the easier it is to get stacks, you know, once you start doing the AoE. Obviously didn't get too many in lane just because of the fact that as Karma, less fun to play against for the Smolder, but it's even gold, even in Dragons right now, even though I do feel like the Infernal Dragon a bit more impactful. And Hextech Dragon spawning in 30, so you see Dudu's actually recalling, actually cancelled it, but I think both top laners would probably want to be here for this fight, you would think. So we'll see if they try and get that set up. Mid-prio achieved by Quantum Freaks, and they're going to try and use that pressure to aggressively push in and control the area. And when you're playing Maokai, if you have control, you can put some saplings down, it's pretty tricky, so looks like the call from Bro is just give it up.
I mean, I think if you're sitting on your Smolder, who's in a pretty good spot, all things considered, you might just want to give up the first one, maybe even the first two. Just wait for him to hit 225 and then say, okay, now we're going to fight.
I think first one, yes. First two is very dangerous because I feel like when a team are 2 dragons away, you know, circumstances can happen where you just can't contest a dragon, you have to give it up, and that's fine. But if you're at 3, then it constantly puts that pressure on you, and you can end up making bad decisions like Nexus for Dragon.
Or you get the dragon and your whole team dies.
Yeah.
Because you were so desperate for it.
I think give him 1 over, fine. Try and make sure they don't give him another over, though, I think I would say. And I think Envy should have, I mean, it's another 5 minutes. I don't know if you'll be at 225, but you'll definitely be close.
Yeah,
there.
I think he's going to be at like 210. It's my official prediction.
Okay, well,
I think he's going to be really close, and Quantum Freaks are going to see it, and they're going to try to rush the dragon. And Bro will be like, oh, I don't know, what do we do? And
have to fight. Well, I think hopefully, well, we'll get to see a prediction a bit closer to time. We'll see if he's spot on. But he's getting like all the stacks from every wave, so you know, maybe do a little jungle camp here and there, get a couple of stacks from that.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty good.
That's what I think it was Deft was doing. They were giving him like every single camp, at least Raptors and Wolves.
They should do that for Envy, honestly, because he has 75 stacks to go in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get that just from mid-wave.
No. And you see that Bull isn't exactly interacting either, so at this point, it's going to be up to killing some minions. Do have a Rift Herald in top lane. Just going to drop it down.
Rare to see a non-piloted Rift Herald. Yeah, but no real need
so
for that.
old-fashioned.
Yeah. Just, you know, maybe Gideon saw Cuz's sick driving skills in the last game, was like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to embarrass myself. See, what Cuz might have done is he might have done the Herald and then drove it all the way to that mid-tier 1, you know? That would have been cool.
I think you probably can.
Yeah, I guess...
You probably can, especially with the buffs. You can get around that tri-brush curve, the hairpin, you know?
Wait, you want to take that?
Yeah, well, I guess you could go buy the red buff.
The red buff seems easier but more dangerous, but the hairpin, Matt, that seems...
I think you can, though, with the buffs, driving.
I mean, maybe it'd be a challenge, though. You know, it's oh, slow hits, nothing going to come from... Yeah, it's Bro's last chance to win first series win. Last chance to win a series in round robin 1, and you're telling me you want to take the hairpin?
And you go for the hairpin.
I mean, it's easy for us as commentators to sit back and say we would send the hairpin. But in the moment, you know...
With all that pressure, everybody watching your driving.
Be a very drive to survive moment.
Yeah. So they're trying to just posture around the top side. I don't think with this, with the wave clear, they're not really going to be able to do anything. And maybe I severely overestimated Envy's ability to get stacks, because he's right now on 175. He's also not taking the jungle camps.
Yeah, he got like 25 in the last 2 minutes, so... You know, if he picks up a jungle camp, he might be at 210. by the time Dragon spawns.
Look, oh, he's going over the wall.
Yeah, he's doing it.
He's gonna get them. Yeah.
Yep, keep working. 210's what you said. I actually think that's achievable. That's probably what he'll end up on.
As long as he's pretty efficient. 186 right now.
Okay, hit those. Oh, he had to auto that one.
Yeah.
Got that. Oh, he's got this one as well. So he only missed one of that way.
193.
Yep, 17 to go.
He's going to be at 210, actually.
Yeah, he actually is. What a read.
It's going to be this weird spot where you would like to fight. And that's why I think we might just have a bit of lull stating. Because knowing Bro, they might just say, okay, well, Envy's not ready. And it's not the soul yet. So why not just wait for the next one?
You know...
Or maybe they can, like, threaten the Baron instead.
Maybe they just keep Envy out of vision so that Quantum Freaks don't know he's at 210. Like, man, he must be doing jungle camps. He's probably at 225. Meanwhile, Envy's just hiding like, oh god, please don't let them see me. Don't let them check my stacks.
Smolder is a pretty small dragon.
Yep.
I guess you can hide pretty well. Take a look at the item value here. Envy is actually ahead of his counterpart down on the bottom side, even though the farm was in advantage of Bull.
Yep. And Polu not actually that far ahead compared to Andal anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of fallen off a little bit on this this Nautilus.
So we're here. We got 13 seconds until that Hextech Drake.
Stack check. We need to see. 8 seconds. Do we count this wave coming in? Is that allowed?
Yeah. I mean, it's about to spawn. Let's see what he's at.
We have to know.
We need to know. This is the time.
Critical information.
I mean, they're not going for it, so we can assume that they don't have
25, yeah.
5, yeah.
Cool. It's just a Hextech Soul anyway, you know. No biggie.
Not yet.
Well, it's
208. I was close, man. That was incredibly
209?
close.
Yeah.
Well, it was like
You can
208.
even hear the crowd clapping, you know. I think that's for you for being
Yeah.
Has
to be. I mean, it couldn't be anything else.
Yeah, decent attempt. Respectable.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to make the prediction that by the time next dragon spawns, he will have surpassed 225.
That's it's a pretty good prediction, Nox.
Yep, I think, you know, we'll have to see whether that one pans out. But I'm feeling silently confident.
Feeling pretty bold today.
Feeling very bold today.
226.
Oh, he did it! That's correct.
Yeah.
Man, I see you were one off.
Wow.
I knew he would get past.
You were 100% correct.
Yeah, well.
Well done.
Guess that's why I'm the analyst.
Play-by-plays don't know anything, honestly. We're just here to yell and make weird noises.
You know, I think you did a pretty good prediction for a play-by-play, if I do say so.
An analyst would have gotten it exactly.
Yeah, would have got 209 spot on.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking 209. I didn't want to say it and like mess with your vibe.
Yeah.
You seemed like really hung up on 210. I'm like, I don't want to. You know.
It was pretty close.
People would think I'm like Price of Writing you.
Yeah.
Like going one under.
It would be, yeah. Here comes Gideon, trying to engage onto Cuz. Should be able to do nothing.
Yeah, not sure what the goal... Well, I know what the goal probably was, but not sure how they expected that one to pan out. I think it was kind of just, guys, 225 stacks, let's do something.
Yeah.
And then the limit of what they thought of was, let's just run at Cuz. And also, Andal has Mikhail's, so the Sejuani ult value severely diminished as a engage tool.
Yeah, he went Mikhail's, no Shirelia's.
This is, you know, your support in solo queue is like Zack, Mandate, Malignance.
Death Cap.
Yeah, Death Cap, you know.
For
and
some
then
reason.
Medjai's. And then LCK support, Slay and Mikhail's.
Yep.
And control wards. So many control wards.
Lots of control wards. Not a lot of health on Bull at this point in time. As Andal's getting engaged on here once again. Not going to throw out a Glacial Prison just yet. Gideon is certainly looking for the angle as Bomb will come down, and that's a lot of damage into Cuz. He's in a lot of trouble, nearly gets executed, as now we got Dudu in the front line. He's Cassante. Can he go down is the question. He's going to go forward on this one, and he might nearly immediately get executed. The burn is not on him, so he will survive for now, and Bull's doing some good damage in that backline. Picks off one. Bulldog is back there as well, but he's just going to be one-tapped by Envy. Oh! As Bull gets in, and he takes him down in the 1v1, and the burn will not matter, as Quantum Freaks will win. And he's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Not even close.
Fine. So, no biggie. Jungler stays alive, so they can't do Baron. This fight was an interesting one. It actually started going pretty well, and I will point out the key moment it started going badly. So this is fine. This is good for Bro. This is decent. Yep. Oh, Cassante's here. Oh, we're hitting Cassante. No, this is bad. No, look how much damage they pump into Cassante. Meanwhile, Bull is free hitting. Oh, we're still hitting Cassante. Look, Bull's hitting Qs onto people. Oh,
the Smolder burn came off right as he was about to be executed.
Yeah, I think the lesson is maybe don't ignore the rest of Quantum Freaks to hit Cassante with everyone. I think that's the learnings we take away here. And then Gideon hits the blue and nearly dies for it. So
he also didn't build any OP tank items this game. He went for Abyssal Mask.
You know, I think there are better items to build than Abyssal Mask Sunfire. Normally we don't even see Sunfire from junglers, they just build the Bami Cinder and leave it at that. So, very strange. Kenik Rukin is an item that Quantum Freaks remember exists. And also, we've seen a incredible lack of Frozen Heart. I do think that, in fairness, Frozen Heart isn't the best item against Ezreal. You know, he's not.
Yeah.
You're not always in range of him to apply the attack speed slow, and also you can just Q from distance. But even so.
Even so. Yeah. Bro, we're like, oh, I don't know, those two items got nerfed.
And now we
can't build those
away from Dragon, and it's Hextech Soul, and you're against an Ezreal. So.
Yeah. Now you have to fight it.
Yeah.
You don't have a chance.
You have to get it.
Well. That's an old throne and an Ezreal. They got the Arcane Shift. And yeah, they have Mikhail's as well. Palu's dead.
What is he?
I'm not really sure why he's so far in there. I don't even know. He didn't get ulted by Dudu.
Well, you know, if they had...
There's no...
if they had denied one of the earlier dragons, this wouldn't be as devastating. But they didn't. So now, you know, you make a mistake, and they have Soul. And the gold lead is only about 3,000. But I don't know how Bro really win into Hextech Soul from here. It's going to make things significantly harder, especially since Serelda's no longer perma-slows. You know how, obviously, before you'd be slowing people anyway on Ezreal?
Yeah.
Because it's only slowing people under 50% health, you know, this is so much value for Bo.
This is a pretty interesting spot. I feel like we're in a similar one to Game 2, but also totally different, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Where it's like, Bro are kind of on the back foot, but they've got some opportunities, but now giving away the Hextech Soul for free is not a good position.
I just don't understand that. Okay, I think Paulo just walked into the room.
Yeah, he did.
Else to say. And, like, the thing is, that was such a bad play to go for Gideon, because I'm pretty sure Andal has Mikhail's. And would have just cleansed it. So, like, even if you caught Bull off guard, he's just going to get cleansed in Arcane Shift, and you're not catching him. Like, Polu was so far away from the follow-up. Yeah. So, on so many levels, was that the wrong play? And it cost you Hextech Soul. So,
yeah. Just a bit of desperation. I mean, it's kind of rough because Sejuani, that's essentially her job, right? If you are looking to engage with this composition. But I feel like if you are looking to, you need to rely on Palu, right? Uncleansable, engage, hard engage. That's why Nautilus is so good. It doesn't get countered by one item or one summoner spell, you know?
So why Vi is so good and is the second highest presence champ on the patch, because you can't cleanse the ultimate.
Yeah. Did get banned finally in Game 3.
Yeah.
And they remembered.
A
bit of damage into Gideon and to Envy. Nice knockback. Oh, he gets hit by that clip. The side of it, and a huge amount is coming out now from Envy, though. He's pretty free on the backside of this one. Cuz, though, is going to take Gideon for a little ride back there, and will take him down. So now that's the jungler of Bro gone.
And that's just Baron. They can go to. And the thing is, that was actually Hextech Soul difference. The reason Karis couldn't dodge the seismic shove was because of the Hextech slow. So Not fun to face into. Dudu doesn't take damage.
Nope, he does not. And they're going to try to engage onto him anyway.
Yep.
It's going to stop Quantum Freaks from going for the Baron for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's a low, because Bull and Cuz are both low, and I think Dudu, even though he said he took no damage, he did start to like a little bit. So I think they're like, guys, let's not. We have Hextech Soul in the bag. Let's not do this. Yeah, so watch Karis, and you can see that Karis expects to be able to walk out of the seismic shove.
Oh, he's
but
so
look,
slow.
the Hextech Soul, it's perma-slowed. You know, you get hit by 3 procs in a row. What are you supposed to do? And then Gideon's like, I have to jump on the Ezreal. Maybe thinks that. Like, if you were playing something like Vi, I'd get it, but the Sejuani's never killing Bull, so Bull just kind of leaves, and Gideon dies.
Yeah.
And what is Gideon building?
I don't know, man. He has kind of gone off the rails in terms of the itemization. And, you know, it is game 3. Bro don't get to game 3s very often. So he's like, I don't know. I don't know what to do at this point anymore. Staff of Flowing Water. It's not an item you see very often, but feels very nice in this game.
Yeah, they actually changed it, because you know how HLE used to give movement speed on shields?
Yeah.
They actually made it so Staff of Flowing Water gives 10%, like it used to ages ago. So the AoE shields from Karma, it's kind of like you get that Shirelia's effect just on the shields consistently, and obviously the AP pretty good for a lot of people on the team.
Yep.
I think Shirelia's, for me, would have been the better item overall, but you know, a lot of movement speed between Staff of Flowing Water and the Solstice Slay.
All right, well, we are K-ramming, and you can see this low is doing quite a number. The wall is going to come in. They're trying to save their front line, but Gideon is just not tanky enough. And Palu looks like he might be the next guy down as well. They're putting everything into Dudu, and they might finally take him out. Envy gets another kill. They take out Bull. And I thought this was going to be a done deal for Guangdong, but I was very wrong. Envy able to get aggressive there right at the end and take out the main carry.
Yeah, and the big thing is, Quantum Freaks have Dragon Soul, but Bro have Elder Soul with Elder Dragon with the Smolder. He's just stronger, he's just better. The Elder Dragon wins, and Envy is an Elder Dragon now, so I guess that's enough. They're gonna go for the Baron. Cuz is up but has no flash, so I guess they're just like confident to go for this.
I can't get over the amount of damage. I mean, he was actually even doing decent damage to the Cassante too, because he did go for the LDR, which we have been critical about in the past, but in this case, it was pretty good.
So the front line of Bro get mangled because they're trying to kite, but they're just perma slowed. Envy gets a decent ult there that actually slows Bull.
Yeah.
Flashes away from the CC. Bulldog tries to go in, but the E is so nice, and just the burst that starts coming out, I think just disrespect for Envy, and a lot of the early damage was focused on the front line. But yeah, I felt like that was going Quantum Freak's favor, and then they all died. And as soon as that happened, I knew that Bro had won the fight.
Good analysis, Dan. Yeah, I think Bulldog...
Oh my lord!
Yeah, this is not okay.
Okay, well, you know what? I take back everything I said. Hextech Soul, not as good as Smolder. You know, who cares?
How about Smolder with Elder Dragon? It's Elder Dragon squared. It's not okay.
Bro, we're correct. Just give up the Hextech Soul. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I guess so. Here comes Mom. It's going to hit right in the middle, and he just disappears. You don't have an 80 carry anymore, and Cassante's OP, but not as OP as Smolder. As now, it's 5v3, and this Elder will go into the hands of Bro unless Cuz has a miracle in his hand. He does, he takes it away!
Where's Envy?
Cuz is going to take it down, and he will pick it up for the team. Denies it from Bro.
That was possibly the most Bro moment ever. They win the fight, and then Envy and Karis just leave. I don't know, you know, maybe they left their oven on, or maybe they left like the tap on at home, but they just left, they just walked away, and then, cause, I mean, it's Elder Dragon, like, I understand if it's like, you know, first Dragon, you're kind of like, yeah, we've got this, but it's Elder, just secure it. Get a ward over a wall, make sure Cuz can't come in. I mean, we'll watch the replay of the fight. Bull's already low.
Look at Bull.
Just outplayed. Just completely outplayed. good attempt from Dudu here to try and kill the Smolder, but unfortunately gets executed as well. And here, you know, so, like, they saw Kuz walk here. There's a ward. They saw him. Why are you Look, there were two things they could have done there. One, they could have kept the health high and then zone Kuz. Or two, they could have killed the dragon before Kuz got there. And you know what that would have required? That's how every bro fan feels. You know what that would have required? That would have required your mid and top hitting the Elder Dragon.
Yeah. No, that definitely could have helped. Absolutely. I don't know why that happened, but it did, and that's where we're at now. So bro, they could have had Elder. They could have pushed into the bottom lane and pretty much done whatever they wanted. Instead,
they had Elder and Baron. They could have just won the whole game.
Instead, Quantum Freaks have the Elder buff on 2 people.
They haven't even taken mid tier 1. Like, think how many towers they could have killed.
Yeah, they have it on Bulldog, I think. Pretty sure they have it on Bulldog. Either way, you know, there's going to be some damage into the front line.
I think that was a sapling and a Hextech Soul, and they all just, it looked like they just all got rooted. They were slowed so much.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. And it feels like the game just kind of resets from here, because we have noted that Smolder is in fact stronger than the Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
In this game in particular.
Yeah, I think, okay, strategy for Quantum Freaks, right? I think if they kill Smolder, their odds of winning the game significantly increase.
Okay.
So, decent strategy there.
Good start.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the fights, they kind of just pummel through the front line, and then dealing with the back line is where things really start to fall apart. And now you have a Rabadon's Orianna, so not only doing a lot of damage, but big shields for the Smolder as well.
Yeah.
Gideon's gone for Warmogs, which I mean, I guess they are poking, but I also don't like this because with Hextech Soul, it's so, like, even if you're not getting hit, the Chain Lightning's hitting you, and you're just it's gonna reset constantly.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, not the item I would have built, but
just don't get hit by the lightning.
Just don't stand near your teammates and 1v1 Kuz. That's how you avoid it.
Yeah.
You know, the Chain Lightning.
There's a lot of wards around here. There's a wall coming down. Kuz is in so much trouble. I mean, he's just left alone. And Quantum Freaks, now they're going to get burned down by Mom from the sky.
Okay, well, the good news for Quantum Freaks is Kuz will be back up before Baron. The bad news is I don't know what your jungler was doing there, and I'm very confused by this whole situation. Also, Kuz has opted for, like, the utility build. He's not that tanky.
Yeah.
Not, like, I know that Gideon hasn't gone, like, the tankiest items in the game, but he has gone, like, tank items. And sure, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Kuz shouldn't go these utility items, but if he does end up on the front line instead of the Cassante, he does go down.
Yeah, just walk away. Just walk away.
Just walk away. It's just
Give
a
it up.
scuttle. It's
Walk
just
away.
A scuttle. It's not Baron.
Yeah, I feel like the pressure is just getting to them. I mean, this is a game 3 against Bro. You were supposed to 2-0 this team.
The execute seemed to do a lot of damage there. Like, it seemed to execute from a very high threshold.
It did. Well, they know that the Baron... Well, they were hitting a ward, I guess. That was weird. The Baron is coming in, and Morgan...
That is a long flank he's going for right now. He has been spotted.
The Lord has declared he is going to take a strange angle on this one.
Yeah, 40 days and 40 nights going on a flank, it seems like.
Yeah, and they're just going to back off. I mean, True Shot Barrage comes in, does chunk down Gideon quite a bit. And they'll back off the objective. Now, Ox, you were part of the, what was it, 58-minute game that we had? Was 55 minutes or something?
I think it was like something in that ballpark.
Yeah.
It was a lot. Oh!
Nice flash from Bull, honestly. Paulo had his number there.
The confidence to go for that play at 41 minutes. Love to see it from Paulo.
Yeah, no, that's good. And now Gideon, that's in the wrong direction. He is going to flash, though.
Okay.
As Weaver's Wall and Nature's Grasp used by Guangdong.
A lot of ults thrown out there to very little value, but
yeah. Morgan still flanking. That hook is going to miss. and it feels like they're relying on Palu for the main engage. Oh God, Kara's gonna flash away
this
from
is
that.
where I feel like it's favoring for Quantum Freaks when they are just zoning them away, just laying down the harass. Karras is going to go for a reset. I'm not sure if he has an item or needs mana, but he's still pretty high on health. Regardless, the Quantum Freaks are getting on the objective. And they're starting to clear out vision.
479 stacks right now, by the way.
Yeah, that is rather.
He also has Leandri's, and he's going to be poking with some insane amount of damage right now.
Yeah, the ult, I think, is actually, it's crazy how much damage the ult does now.
Okay, that's an engage onto the front line here. They're so not tanky compared to the smolder damage. It is ridiculous, and now Morgan just gonna die in the back line. Okay, they get the hook here on the Bulldog, and they're melting! The Elder Dragon! It doesn't need to go down, it's carrying for Bro! It's a quadra kill! As now he's on 12, and I think Bro just pushed the bottom lane.
They might have structures to get through, though. I am not sure they can end. I'm not like, I think there's a good chance, but I'm not 100%. I guess Maokai is the only one who's spawning soon, so maybe they can.
I think they can.
Yeah, I think Andal has to play hero here and clear the wave. Get a Mantra Q on the wave. Locked by Palu. Actually, that wave stick, I think they just got it. I think they have it in the bag. This could be the first win for Bro.
Andal's trying so hard. I don't think he's gonna get it though.
10 seconds on Cuz. They just have to rush it. Ignore him. He's just a Maokai.
Palu's just trying to zone him away from the wave, but the wave is big enough. They just gotta hit the turrets. And I think Bro have done it. Andil, he's burning down. Uh-oh, we got a Maokai up. Is it enough?
It's definitely not.
He's desperate, but it's not gonna work, Bro. They take their first series of 2024.
I don't know why the coaching staff come in. They are overjoyed. No one beats Bro 9 times in a row. They get the win. Last game of the round robin one, and they managed to get their first win. And against Quantum Freaks, this was not an easy opponent, you know, despite the fact that the Quantum Freaks we saw today didn't look on the same level as the one we saw previously. This team has proven that they were formidable, and yet Bro took them down. There were definitely some hiccups in the series, but they got there in the end.
That's all that matters. A win is a win.
Tripled their Nexus is taken.
They did. It's huge. And the fans are so touched. You know, finally their team gets one win. They finally get some recognition here. 1-8 will be Bro after round one. As Morgan showing his appreciation. They're like, what do we do? We've never done this before.
The Lord willed it.
He
and
did.
It happened.
You know, they did get Smolder.
They did. And we learned, you know, totally new information. Smolder pretty good late game.
Yeah. No, it's quite good. And you know what? Envy and Palu coming together pretty good.
They actually did pretty well. You know? Palu, I think, had, you know, no less 3 games. I think he was definitely, it was less about him in game 3. And game 2 was a bit rough, but he had some good plays. You know, the bot lane looked better. I think everyone was playing above the level we have seen so far. And it gives hope that into round robin 2, they could win potentially 2 or maybe even 3 series, or maybe more.
A lot of fans are crying after this victory. It's understandable. If you stay with the team after 8 losses in a row and they finally win, that's got to feel
There's going to be fans who have come for every single game so far. They've turned up for every series, and they've finally been rewarded. Their faith has been rewarded.
Their faith in the Lord and his team. And Smolder. This was a very fun series. This is not the way I thought it was going to go.
I don't think anyone predicted, Bro. And you know what? If they did, I would have questioned it. I would have questioned how they would have figured that one out.
Someone predicted Bro, actually.
Really? Wait, no.
I don't know if it was this series or their next one.
There's no way. All right, I think
on the Korean side, not on our side. From what I remember, I'm not 100% sure.
I think whoever predicted that must have foresight or something along those lines.
Actually a time traveler?
Yeah, I think someone should verify whether or not they have the ability to travel through time. Because I think that's a bit unfair to be predicting against that, you know, to be in competition with it. But, you know, this game was a whole lot of game. In this one, a lot of action, a lot of smolder things. And yeah, Ezreal, despite having the long-range poke, despite some good fights like this, and even managing to take out Smolder later on, just didn't hold up to the scales, to the scalesing. Scalesing into the late game. And yeah, this was the Elder fight where Bull just got one shot, and you know, they didn't get the Elder.
Yeah, they had to wait for Elder number 2.
Yep.
To do it again.
They were like, guys, you know, this is our first series win. Let's milk it a bit longer. Karis Envy, just walk away. And they did. They did walk away. Oh, we're coming back, guys. We're here. Sorry.
Gideon immediately got executed by Elder Dragon. He's like, guys, come on. Quantum Freaks are really struggling here at the end of the game as well. I mean, some of these decisions were very questionable, this one included.
You could feel they were desperate to try and find something because they knew the Smolder was doing some things. And I gotta praise, you know, I feel like the big thing we've seen consistently from Smolder in late game is just like, you know, obviously the Q does a ton of damage, but the ult, Envy was permanently hitting multi-man ults in these fights, and it was really impactful. So, you know, I think it was not just, hey, we hit late game, because we've seen a late game Smolder lose. This was very much like also piloted well. As well as you can pilot a champion that does just like one-shot people, but you know.
I thought his spacing was very good.
Yeah.
I thought he was going in at the right times, and I thought he was playing it well.
Yeah, he definitely was. And the big wave bot lane paid off.
Yeah.
A lot of comms going on.
All 5 players are saying something.
I think they're saying tower.
Yeah, you're right. They are saying tower.
Yep, knew it. Nicer, I heard there. I love how it's like relief.
Look at the relief.
Like yeah, it's all of them are like it's you know they obviously do celebrate after that, but it's just like thank God we won. Yeah. That is you know, and we thought Hextech Dragon was strong enough to beat No. We now know the tier list in terms of dragons.
Hextech Dragon, Hextech Soul.
Yeah, with Ezreal, who's so good with Hextech.
Not as good.
Well, I think
as Smolder in the late game.
We have the tier list. Smolder's right under Elder Dragon, right? All the other souls are below.
He might be above at a certain
he's
point.
Above Elder?
Certain point of the game.
Whoa.
The amount of damage he was doing, like he would just flap at people and press Q and they would die.
That is what he did.
That happened.
Wow.
Well, that was a first series for Bro, and the first series of the day. We have another series later on today, guys. You may not believe us, but it is true. Very long one, but we'll hand it over to the space to break down that wonderful game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and it's absolutely fantastic to be here and welcome you to a space where Bro has just won a series. It's our first one of 2024. And it was almost Bro going the way of Jin Air with only 1 game win moving into the second round robin of a season. But instead, they pick up an entire series win over the Kwangdong Freaks. And let's have a look at the draft here, because if at first you don't succeed, pick a dragon and burn people until you do, I guess, guys.
To be totally honest with you, I really didn't like the draft of Bro at all. I think that the Karma being able to be flexed in the bottom lane with Ezreal available here means picking Smolder here it's really disastrous, right? And I think we saw that in the early laning phase. We were tracking Envy's stacks, and he was just not stacking. But then we got to the mid game, and they left him alone, and Kwangdong Freaks did Kwangdong Freaks things where they have a pretty significant advantage going to mid game and then do very little with it. There were times where they grouped 4-man to try to actually punish the Orianna top, and Envy, he was stacking. He actually started stacking in mid extremely well, started getting some jungle camps. He caught up to the 25-minute parity that you're looking for, and then they just couldn't punish him. They couldn't kill him. They had Hextech Soul, and they still couldn't deal with Smolder. I think that the draft here is not the problem for the side of Kwangdong. It's the play more so, and how indecisive they were when they had big leads. They should have been able to capitalize on better.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely agree. Like, I was like, also like they're playing on skill of the Israel Karma was like actually not good. Like, it could be like better, like because it's like in game 2, like nearly the Santa Seraphine was actually just dealing much better into same lane opponents, like which is like he was not able to stack in, and also the lane prio on the bottom like was way higher, but I think the Karma Israel could generate way more lead from themselves. And also one time on Sejuani gank bottom, and then Israel just pick up one time on death, like that was like really big. It was like that was like super isolated death as AD carry. That can't be happening.
That should never happen.
Well, there were quite a few things that should never happen in this game. We'll see whether there are any of those in our very first highlight here as we jump into one of the Dragon battles that we did see early on. And I drifted around so many different times, guys, with who I thought was going to win this series.
I mean, it was a really wild and crazy one, right? Because there were a lot of mistakes made on both sides, and you know, this is one of those games where, to me, a lot of the time, especially when one of the better teams doesn't play up to where they have played, in this case, Kwangdong, where it's often a game of just mistakes. Like, when you get to this level of play where everyone is super nervous, like, Kwangdong's the better team, but they're like, we can't be the first team to lose to Bro, and Bro is Bro, right? They're struggling to get their coordination together. You have fights like this that are super broken up, and it just comes down to, like, who's going to actually make an error? Who's actually going to overextend? Who's going to overcommit? And I feel like a lot of this game was Kwangdong Freaks in their own heads.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, we can easily see, like, it's so indecisiveness. It's like, I can't, like, imagine, like, there was a top lane TP advantage on the enemy team, and it's like, was not properly communicating, and there was no also clear plan that, oh, we want to burn the TP, or do we want to actually just have a better plan that is, like, pre-planned about, like, what we're gonna do Drake, like, these things like really actually hurts, especially when you want to actually generate the snowball, like especially when you actually can easily just hit the soul point at 23 minutes. And this is the thing that it should be much cleaner if you want to play like type of this comp.
And like Hextech Soul should just be game over in the majority of cases, but like you guys were talking about, it was chaos in every single team fight. There wasn't a clear plan. It didn't sound like there were clear calls, and instead it was just everything left up to fate. Let's jump into our next highlight here where Bro really start to take the reins.
A lot of these fights are just simply decided by the AD carry dying early or not, as you guys will see many times if you go back and watch this game. And this is a very broken up fight, but notice Envy is way at the back of it, very well protected here. And they can actually turn onto Dudu and kind of front to back this one, and nothing hits. Like, he flashes forward, his Q knockup doesn't land, and once he's dead, it's basically donezo because there's no more threats onto Envy who could just flap forward here and just press Q on every single low health target. The fight's over.
And also, it's like, I think the Morgan played really well there. It's just a flash in front, and it's just like delete the karma. But it's the same thing. I think it's just they're playing like around. They have to keep the distance between enemy team, like actually the 4 people or 3. But the thing is, like, they're just go in because like they thought they won, but it wasn't like actually won because like they were so healthy. As like from Aatrox was good, like Orianna was still alive, and especially Bulldog misses all the ability that you can't really disengage after. It's just like, it was a game moment there.
It's really difficult as well because we are so used to pretty incredible Ezreal players. Our Ezreal players here in the LCK are ridiculous. You saw that last team fight though, and Bull, he managed to hit a W. That was it. That was the only ability that actually went off and went in their favor. So the amount of damage that actually came out of this Ezreal was much lower than we would have otherwise seen. And so Bro were able to weather the storm and pick up their very first victory. And now, POG. Doubling their POGs. Like, just today, double the amount of POGs that they've got. And it's going to be Envy that picks it up. He learned how to train his dragon in this game. That first highlight that we saw, not the greatest. This highlight right here,
well, we just
won them the game.
Yeah, I mean, watch Bulldog in this fight try to actually make something happen after the flash comes through from the Cassante. He also flashes and gets flapped on. Yeah, nothing really going right here for Kwangdong Freaks. You could feel the desperation, and I just feel like it didn't have to be this way. They had Hextech Soul. They could have played this a lot slower, a lot cleaner, and Kwangdong, man, this is a demoralizing loss. We have seen Kwangdong look pretty good in seasons past and then kind of fall apart around the midway point. This is the last match of round 1, and I hope this is not a sign of things to come.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think they have to be more care about like how they want to fight. I think it's just I just can't see the how they want to approach the fight. It's just they have to make better fight, and it's obviously just 12 out of 12. It's a smolder.
Yeah, I would have voted for Polo because I liked that he went on a killing spree in the early game. But of course, towards the end of the game, it was all about Envy. And do you know what, guys? We now get an interview with Bro for the very first time.
It's been a long time, all the way back till before playoffs, of course, for summer season. So I'm looking forward to seeing the bros on stage.
It's been a while.
It definitely has. And do you know what the other ridiculous thing is? We were talking about the fact that Kwangdong Freaks now need to try to bounce back. Well, they've got exactly the same matchup coming up in 2 days' time. So
a new mid laner for Bro as well.
Yeah, well, potentially. We don't really know what it's going to look like, but they have options in that mid lane. And I don't know, man. Like, you were talking about, is this going to be, you know, the theoretical collapse of Kwangdong Freaks like we've seen in the past? If they lose to Bro twice in a row,
yeah, I think that we'll be a little bit worried about that.
I mean, we've seen it before, so gotta take care.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, I think it is now time to head over to the interview, and we've got Ji-sun. Oh no, we're not. Okay, we are now able to head over to the interview. So here is Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by the bottom duos on the side of OK Savings Bank, bringing Polu and Envy after their first series victory of the season. Congratulations, Envy, back on the LCK after 23 days and a very long-waited first victory of the season. How do you feel? Yeah, it's been a while. I also played in CL one day. We were on a losing streak, so we were really, performing really bad, especially myself. So I just wanted to, go back to the starting point. I got to play in CL, come back with better performance. And I'm so relieved and happy that I was able to showcase the better performance of myself. Also, Polu, you just got your first LCK victory and POG. How do you feel? Like, I have never felt this kind of emotion before in my life, first time for me, so it feels amazing. It feels surreal. And Polu, yeah, you were a CL starting player, and then not long after, you were able to be called up to the LCK. So how was it to step onto the main stage of the league? Early on, it was really difficult for me to kind of adapt to the new environment, but with the help coming from my coaching staff and teammates, finally I got to get a win. For synergy with you and Envy. Envy teaches me a lot, I learned so much from him, and I think the synergy and teamwork was on point today. Envy, what about you? I mean, Polu, even though he's a rookie player, his mechanics, his skill shots are so on point. So I was just trying to, give him some advices, but I think right now our synergy is already pretty good. Speaking of mechanics and skill shots, your hook was landing almost every single time today, and you play back-to-back Nautilus in the series. Here are some of the reels we want to take a look at. How are you so good at this champion? Like, when it's iffy, I just throw the hooks. So I think the more you try, the more experience you get with this place. So I just go for the place and try to see if it works or not. So you are fully on a Nautilus duty today. How do you rate this champion right now? I'm not saying this is like OP. It's more of a champion that I'm really confident in. So we just wanted to focus on the picks that I feel really comfortable when playing on the LCK stage. Then, were you guys kind of drafting around the Nautilus pick today, especially on the bottom lane? Not really. Like, it was mostly like Milio, Karma getting locked in on the side of the opponents, and Nautilus is a really good pick into those picks, so it's just how it turned out. And then we had Azure Karma bottom duo in game 3, a very strong lane duo, but you guys were able to get through lane pretty well. What was your focus in the laning phase? I personally really prefer Azure Karma duo, which means I know how to deal with it as well. Recently, there's a new build where you start with Doran Shield. So with Nautilus, you know, I mean, farming is definitely really difficult, but as long as you can just get through lane, later game will be on my side. Well, game 3 was an intense game with the gold lead not being that different. So let's take a look at this final team fight where you guys were able to solidify your lead. Well, actually, like this 5v5 like was already in our hand because I was really confident about late game team fight with our comp. So as long as you can get a just team fight, I was pretty confident that our team will just win it out because Smolder, after 225 stacks, she can just like, the champion can just melt down even the tank champions. So it was a very good spot for us to take the fight, and that was really the focal point, you know? Smolder getting fad in the late game was the key to winning that team fight. Exactly, Envy, you are the first player in the LCK to receive an POG as Smolder. I want to know about your kind of evaluation on the champion. I think this champion really requires a good comp around the pick. But for sure, her late game, this late game is really strong. But Smolder, well, it just got released in the tournament server, you know, it was just got available for the tournament. But myself personally haven't practiced this pick a lot, so I was pretty confident in using this champion today. To wrap up this interview, is there anything you want to say to all the fans and bro leavers out there heading into the second round? First round was pretty rough, you know, we were not able to achieve the result that we all wanted, but we will make sure to work hard to achieve higher and better result in the second round. Yeah, we were on a losing streak, but what matters is what happens from now on. We just gotta win today, which means we are getting better, you know? It's a start of better, bro, so the players and the coaching staff will do the best and give our all, so please keep supporting, bro. Thank you. And this will be the end of the interview from Polu, Envy from OK Saving Brian, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisung, for the incredible translation. As per usual, great to hear from the bottom lane in today's successful victory for Bro. Absolutely incredible stuff. And people were saying, you know, all over the internet that it ain't Brova while I'm breathing. And it's not. Even it was the very last game. Theoretically, this was up against a playoffs contender in Kwangdong Freaks. Not this time.
Couldn't handle the bros. Just couldn't do it. Wasn't gonna happen. Maybe Envy Paulo is the new hot bottom lane this team needed.
Well,
let's never tried it before.
Guys, let's see what this does to the standings, though. Let's bring it up on our screen right now. Kwangdong Freaks still in 5th place, but now only one match away from D+.
DRX's 9th place is not safe. It is not safe, Atlas. Bro is coming for them.
And guess what? Bro knows how to beat Kwangdong Freaks. Do you know who their next opponent is in 2 days?
Who is it?
It's Kwangdong Freaks. Woo! 9th place, bro?
Right
Are they
away.
making their playoffs run now? Is that what's happening?
I mean, Kwangdong Freaks, they're really busy, so this is like huge lose. They gotta run away fast.
And this is the thing, like this week, they only had to research one opponent because they're facing one opponent the whole week. Bro was doing the same thing, and I think they're feeling pretty good about how their practice has worked out. So incredible stuff. After the break, though, ladies and gentlemen, we have our very first match of round 2. We got some secret boardroom as well, and then Humble Life Esports are going to be taking on Nongshim Red Force, and we'll see you there.
데일 선수랑 굉장히 많이 만나는 것 같은데 만날 때마다 항상 재밌었고 좋은 자극제라고 해야 되나? 그런 게 됐었어가지고 하지만 이제 KT는 역사적으로 T1한테 좋은 모습을 못 보여줬기 때문에 저희가 이번에도 마찬가지로 승리하도록 하겠습니다.
8년도 때는 그래도 KT가 되게 좋은 성적을 냈어가지고 8년도의 기억을 받아 이겨보도록 해보겠습니다.
자, 오늘 시크릿 보드룸 회의를 시작하도록 하겠다. 지금이 어떤 시기냐?
지금은 저희 시크릿 보드룸이 활약의 절정을 달리는 시기 아니겠습니까?
아, 그렇죠, 그렇죠. 뭐라는 거야? 그거 말고 이 자식들아, 지금 뭐 엄청 중요한 시기잖아. 몰라?
혹시 메뉴가 오늘 경기랍니까?
그것도 뭐 중요하긴 하지만 그것보다 더 중요한 일이 있어. LCK가 지금 얼마나 진행되는지 다들 알고 있나?
맞습니다. 1라운드가 끝나가는 시점이죠.
그래, 이미 절반이나 지금 지나고 있는 거야. 그 말이 무슨 말이겠어? MSI가 이제 곧 다가온다. 이 소리 아니겠냐? 그래서 오늘은 MSI를 대비해서 중간 점검을 한번 해보도록 하겠다. 각 리그에서 지금 LCK를 위협할 만한 요소가 무엇인지 다들 준비를 해왔을 거라고 믿어 의심치 않는다. 자, 먼저 LA 너부터 한번 진행해 보도록 해.
알겠습니다. LCS 현재 진행 상황 말씀드리겠습니다. 현재 상황 한마디로 정리해드리자면 시작된 훈이의 저주라고.
너 설마 또 C9이 내가 지난번 스토브 리그 때 네가 했던 멘트 그대로 내가 읽어볼게.
아, 준비해보셨나요?
자, 스크림 성적이 아주 좋다. 고점만 보면 C9이 무조건 우승한다. 이 정도면 월즈 8강도 가능하다. 라고 이야기를 했어. 지금 저주가 중요한 게 아니라 왜 이렇게 됐는지 원인을 알아야 된단 말이야. 왜 C9이 지금 힘을 못 쓰고 있나?
C9은 제가 봤을 때 이 메타 변화에 있어서 되게 좀 안 좋게 좀 많이 받지 않았나 그렇게 보시면 될 것 같아요. 도조편. 제가 강조 많이 드렸잖아요. C9의 이제 핵심 전력. 이 선수가 그 공격적인 픽으로 진짜 보여준 것도 너무 많고 실제로 롤드컵 가서도 자기의 체급을 증명한 것도 어느 정도 있어요. 계속 지속적으로 잘해왔던 거 팩트입니다. 하지만 요즘 메타 어떻죠? 바로 아지르, 오리아나, 코르키 이런 것만 나오는 추세인데 도조편의 올타임 챔프폭을 한번 보시고 가면 더 좋을 것 같아요. 보시면 이제 사일러스, 아리, 라이즈 느낌 약간 오시죠? 이런 픽들을 좀 선호하고
보니까 코르키, 오리아나 선호도가 저 아래에 있구만.
딱 느낌이 나오네. 라인전이 좀 약하더라도 중후반 때 엄청난 피지컬을 보이는 챔프들이 주력 챔인데
그런 챔피언들을 요즘에 안 하잖아.
메타를 좀 아직 적응하지 못했고 이 메타 변화에 있어서 조금 되게 안 좋은 쪽으로 많이 받은, 그렇기 때문에 지금 초반까지는 아직 많이 달리고 있지 못한 상황입니다.
아니 근데 이게 실력 아니야?
그러니까
챔피언 폭이 왜 이렇게 좁아?
야, 어떻게 아지르, 오리아나, 코르키를 미드가 못하면 어떡해?
아니 오리아나는 사실 미드라이너의 기본 아니야 그냥? 베이직.
LCS는 기본기가 없습니다. 뭐 몇 번을 말씀드려야 될지 모르겠지만은
그러니까 지금 이런 날카로운 국장님의 질문을 LCS에 대한 기습적인 비난으로 해결하려고 하지 마.
그러니까 그냥 못한다.
그래.
그렇게 말하지 말라고. 그렇게 하면 뭐 이거 왜 하냐 분석. 나가 이 자식아. 너 나가. 그렇게 대답할 거면.
국장님께서 뭘 하셨습니까? LCS 별거 없으니까 여기부터
하지 않으셨습니까?
그래도 내가 말은 그렇게 해도 어쨌든
그러니까 그래도 이런 다른 강점들이 있지만은 특히 조조편 선수의 그런 그 강함, 그 맛, 플레이버 그걸 못 살리고 있다는 얘기인
그러니까
거죠.
어쨌든 이 선수도 잘하는 선수긴 하지만 제한이 좀 있는 선수네.
맞습니다.
아직은 약점이 좀 존재하는 선수야.
사실 시즌이 아직 끝나지도 않았고 저는 C9이 나중 가면 되게 큰 일을 저지를 수 있다고 보거든요. 아직
뭐
프로권이잖아요 사실. 근데 저는 시즌 초에 이 쇼피파이한테 일격을 맞은 게 너무 큰 것 같아요.
쇼피파이는 뭐야? 쇼핑을 엄청 잘하는 팀이야?
리그 꼴찌팀.
아 꼴찌팀한테 졌어?
졌을 때는 C9이 무패였어요. 그러니까 첫 패를 쇼피파이한테 당해서 약간 뇌진탕이 온 거 마냥 휘청휘청거려 경기력이 진짜로.
그 다음부터 애들이 망가졌고.
그래서 제가 준비해온 이 다음 자료를 보시면은 3승 0패에서 네 번째 경기 쇼피파이한테 맞고 정신을 못 차리고 있죠 지금.
그 이후로 1승 5패가 한 거네?
그렇죠. 그래서 재밌는 게 이 경기에서 쇼피파이는 미드 사이온을 뽑았어요. 클라우드9은 미드 베인이 나왔어요.
미드 사이온에 대비해서 베인을 뽑았다.
그래서 사실 이 게임을 보시면은 2대2 교전 나쁘지 않게 시작하고 갔어요. 하지만 이 C9은 우리 무패야, 우리 전승이야 지금. 이 기세 하나로 바텀에서 무리한 다이브를 합니다.
Scrub game here, but C9 looking to try to get a dive on bot side. They need to get
축구공에 차였네?
not gonna be able to find a great Q.
축구공에 차이고 그래서 텔 들어오고 그냥 너무 무난하게 그냥 맞받아 치죠 그냥.
But Berserker goes down. It's an absolutely disastrous dive. Shopify Rebellion are the ones that turn it on its head, and it's a double for B-Boy.
On the win board now. They get a big one. It's against Cloud9. Both teams.
심지어 지금 한 경기 차이다 보니까 사실 C9도 까딱 잘못하면 하위권까지 내려가는 거잖아.
C9은 이제 그만 언급해.
저는 근데 C9 그래도 아직 믿어요.
더 내려가겠구나.
아무튼 이렇게 저주를 하니까 우리가 MSI 때 요 훈이의 저주를 SK 팀 말고 다른 팀을 좀 응원을 시켜가지고 좀 떨어뜨리는 쪽으로 한번 이용을 해보자.
제가 뭐 한번 LPL 우승할 것 같다 이렇게 말하면 되나요?
뭐 감당하면은 감당할 수 있어.
근데 진짜 거기서 내가 LPL이 우승한다 이렇게 말하고 LCK가 우승하면 되는 거죠.
아니 근데 나는 소신껏 진짜 LPL 우승할 것 같으면 그렇게 말해도 된다고 봐.
아니 근데 훈이는 이번에 LPL 할 겁니다.
그러니까 해야지 너는. 만약 그런 구도가 되면.
MSI를 다시 보시죠.
자 그러면 다음은 이제 베를린 이야기를 좀 들어봐야 되는데 뭐 슬픈 소식이 있다고 들었어?
이 대한민국의 1000만 LEC 팬들의 마음을 울린 그런 소식이 있어.
아니 뭐 다큰 사는 놈이 뭐 울었다며.
근데 그 눈물에 또 반전이 있어요. 꼬리에 꼬리를 무는 이야기가 있어.
어? 뭔데?
많은 화제를 모았던 매드라이언즈 코이, 엘리오야와 친구들이 플레이오프에서 맹활약을 했습니다. 그들 앞에 섰던 게 BDS예요. 근데 문제가 그 BDS가 G2와의 혈투에서 3대 0으로 말 그대로 그냥
혈투가 아닌데 그건 그냥
피만 난 거지.
피만 본인 피인 거지. 매드라이언즈 대 BDS 경기를 앞둔 상태에서 BDS의 심장 아담이 출전할 수 없다.
왜?
아담이 안 나왔다고?
아니,
왜?
BDS 그 자체가
BDS는
심장이잖아.
아담이 없는 거는 이거는 BDS가 아닌데?
그래서 그 소식이 퍼지는 순간 그러니까 한국에 있는 그 1000만 팬들이 울었습니다.
아니 이게 무슨 그 사정이 있었던 거야?
아담에게 무슨 일이 생긴 거 아니냐? 뭔데? 풀업 단계 때 못 나오냐? 나중에 진실이 밝혀졌어요. 아담이 한국 시간 18일날 해명문이 올라왔는데 가렌의 그 심판이나 다리우스의 큐가 있지 않습니까? 그런 그 일격들을 팀원과 코치에게 했다고 해요. 감독 코치에게 약간 강한 언행과 좀 폭발적인 어떤 리액션들,
팀워크를 해치는 어떤 언행들이 있었구나.
내가 불화가 있었다.
그런 것들을 근데 좀 너무 거칠게 해서 이걸 이제 팀 차원에서 좀 조치를 취한 걸로.
그러면 아담은 어떤 입장인가 지금?
반성문을 썼죠.
본인도 인정을 한 거네.
인정을 하고 또 미안하고.
아니 근데 이거는 나 뭐 잘한 것 같은데? 그런 거 괜히 팀 그 선수 한 명한테 휘둘리면은 팀이 망가질 수 있다고. 그런 거 확실히 잡아줘야 돼.
근데 사실 아담이 이전에도 한번 이런 일이 있긴 했어요.
이것도 재범이야?
재범입니다.
안 내보낸 게 다행이네. BDS가 3대 0으로 패배하고 그럼 BDS 뭐 어떻게 된 거야? 이거 망한 거야 뭐야?
자 우선 플레이오프 상황을 좀 얘기를 하면은 G2 대 BDS에서 정말 G2가 BDS를 박살을 냈어. G2가 그냥 또 하고 싶은 거 다 했어요. 뭐 탑 투패하고 그냥 하고 싶은 거 다 해서 어떻게 트리키하게 박살을 냈습니다. 아 그래서 이게 G2 대 BDS 2세트인데 1세트를 좀 접전 끝에 박살이 나고 나서 좀 멘탈이 나간 건지 블리츠를 고르고 행복 버튼을 눌러버렸어요. 블리츠가 사실 정렬 배량 한다고 다가 아니잖아요.
진짜 브라움이네.
그래서 끌겠다고 막 앞으로 나갔다가 한 방에 게임 갔습니다 그냥. 충격의 패배로 G2는 그냥 결승전 직행을 한 거고요. 근데 또 그 아래쪽에서 뿌나틱 대 매드라이언즈 코이가 또 붙었는데
옵셋
옥곽을 가서
누가 이겼어?
매드라이언즈 코이가 이기면서 와 엘리오야와의 친구들 우정의 힘이 유럽에 통한다는 걸 증명을 했어. 근데 지금 그런 상황에서 BDS가 결국 아담이 없는 상태로 매드라이언즈 코이가 붙었는데
붙었어?
여기서 옥곽을 가서
또 옥곽
매드라이언즈 코이가 이겼어.
야 아담이 없으니까 그런 거 아니야.
결국 이게 탑솔러인 제낙스가 나왔는데 제낙스가 좀 크산테렌도 좀 이상했단 말이에요.
He's going to get stunned up. No all out for him either as Alioya locks him up. Genex down to half HP. There's the cease and desist, and Merwin's starting to really open up. Gold card locked. There's the stun again. I don't think there's any escape.
근데 3, 4세트 때 미세냥 그라가스 했어요. 마치 아담처럼.
This team as BDS look for the re-engage. A steal here could turn the game on its head. Alioya dashing to the side. Genex dashing in as Alvaro falls low. Merwin takes a chunk with an arcane shift and a mystic shot. The true shot barrage finds two. He's got ice in his veins and death in his eyes.
오 자기만의 카드.
그러니까 메타는 모르겠고 내가 하는 거 하면 이긴다. 그래서 3, 4세트를 이기고 5세트를 갑니다. 또 마지막에 가니까 마르인의 크산테가 꼬리를 살랑살랑 흔드는데 셰오의 신짜오가 따라가다가
아이고
그 얘기 있잖아. 크산테 따라가지 말라고.
크산테는 진짜 따라가면 안 돼. 못 잡아 그거 어차피 따라가도.
그러다가 한타 박살나고 바람 넘어가고 끝났어.
아이고.
충격적인 내용이 많구만. 이게 근데 뭐 LC가 좀 심각한가 봐. 저 LC 보는 그 팬분들의 반응을 좀 살펴봤는데 야 이게 맛없는 카레를 생각하고 먹었더니 완전 똥이었다. 신체 건강과 정신 건강이 모두 나빠진다. 뇌가 썩는 느낌이다. 이런 좀 혹평들이 쏟아지고 있다는데 사실 그 선진문물의 어떤 그 상징이었잖아. 근데 이 정도로 추락한 거야?
그러니까 여전히 선진문물은 많이 나와요. 그러니까 뭐 버프 받으면 먼저 쓰고 조합도 막 연구하고. 근데 문제가 게임이 좀 맥락이 없을 때가 있어요. 그냥 우르르 가서 싸워서 우르르 가서 또 끊고 다시 우르르 가서 싸워서 마지막 한타 이긴 쪽이 이긴다? 좀 그런 느낌일 때가
뭐 솔랭 아니야 솔랭?
근데 G2가 있잖아요.
그건 그래.
결국 G2와 매드라이언즈 코이가 맞붙었으면 그래도 G2 쪽에 좀 승부 예측을 하겠구만.
맞습니다. 그리고 G2의 경쟁자가 있어야 된다. 그걸 만약에 엘리오야 사단이 해낸다면
힘 좀 올라올 수 있지.
이들의 선순환으로
그렇지.
MSI의 어떤 복병이 될 수 있는.
G2 입장에서도 그게 좋은 거야. 나중에
그렇죠.
국제 무대에서 경쟁력이 있어야 되거든. 당장 MSI 어떻게 할 거냐고. 뭐 G2가 올라올지 누가 올라올지 모르겠지만 어쨌든 LC 무시하면 안 돼. 여기서 만약에 매드라이언즈 코이가 진짜
G2를 꺾고
세상에
꺾지 못하더라도 내용적으로 G2를 막 벼랑끝까지 몰고 막 이런 것만 나와도 LC 갑자기 또 폭발적으로 실력이 확 상승할 수 있어요.
그러면 엘리오야의 그 우정의 힘 누가 의심하겠습니까? 성적을 내면 뭐 할 말이 없죠.
지금 뭐 결승 몇 대면 예측 한번 해.
G2 3대 0.
알았어.
오케이. 역시 G2구만.
Trouble here. Decent damage now coming from earlier. They're going to try to find the CC. Keep your eyes on Supa. The damage from the Boris is massive. Path out of this. I mean, look at the goal. He's leveraging the strength of Supa, and Supa is damn strong. Yike!
Struggle though, as wave is about to bounce, and Sam is going to shove this wave out. That's when you can look for Supa. Oh my Jesus! That is so much damage.
That's all the gold. Mickey now fishing for the angle, and that's the ward that you called out earlier, Rob. Here comes the double TP from the side of G2. They found a bit of CZ, but Supa flashes out to safety. The Boris still standing. The Swirl Slate connects. The sleep coming through. They have to kill Supa, but Mad Lions Koi will not let it happen. G2 find the angle. The shutdown. Broken blade and caps together.
자, 마지막으로 제일 중요한 LPL 이야기 들어보자고. 샹하이 어떤 소식이 있나?
저희가 또 LPL을 얘기할 때 항상 얘기하는 팀들이 좀 정해져 있었죠.
그치 뭐 BLG, 징동, LNG 뭐 다 열심히 데뷔하고 있었잖아 우리가.
맞습니다. 하지만 한 팀을 더 추가해야 될 것 같습니다. 바로 NIP입니다.
NIP.
NIP 닙?
닌자스인 파자마스.
잠옷을 입은 닌자.
그렇지. 이게 생소하게 느껴지실 수 있는데 좀 다른 표현으로 한번 들어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 이 팀의 전신 V5입니다. 이 V5가 지금 NIP로 변경된 거라고 보시면 돼요.
V5는 그 네가 감독으로 있었던 팀 아닌가?
왜 마수가 뻗쳐져 있는 팀인가?
아니, 너가 나가면서 뭐 너 때문에 뭐 팀 바뀐 거야 뭐야? 네가 뭐.
부장님,
어쨌든
잘했죠.
뭐를?
뭘 잘했는데 지금.
팀 하나를 제가 망가뜨린 걸로 봐요.
근데 NIP가 좀 추가되는 걸로 봐서는 잘하니까 지금 추가를 시켜야 된다는 거 아니야? 어떻게 된 거야?
저희가 또 익히 알고 있는 선수가 이 중원을 담당하고 있습니다. 바로 루키죠.
또 우리 샹하이 제자잖아. 함께했던 친구잖아.
맞습니다. 함께했던 친구죠. 루키에다가 한 명 더 있습니다. 바로 포티.
포티까지.
미드 원딜이 엄청난 캐리력을 담당하고 있는 저희가 익히 알고 있는 선수들이죠.
일단 딜러 라인이 빵빵하면 일단 그 리빌딩이나 뭐 팀을 운영하는 데 있어 편안하잖아.
먹고 가죠.
소위 말해서 그냥 버티다가 중반 가면 해줘 메타도 있고.
거기에다가 새롭게 탑 정글을 영입을 했는데 기존 OMG 팀의 전신이라고 볼 수 있는 샨지와 아키 탑 정글을 영입했어요. 그래서 시즌 초에 이거 멤버 생각보다 잘 짰는데 V5에 제림이 오는 거 아니야? 뭐 이런 이야기가 있을 정도로 기대감이 있었거든요.
잘하고 있어?
루키와 포틱의 강한 이 딜러 라인 구성에다가 탑 정글이 판 깔아주는 그런 매력들. 그래서 서포터는 주호 선수인데 좀 아쉬운 부분은 있지만 어쨌든 포틱 선수와 꽤나 호흡을 많이 맞췄던 선수다 보니까 합이 굉장히 잘 맞습니다. 한타를 굉장히 잘하는 팀이다. 보시면 진영 깔고요. 마오카이 궁 들어가면서 라칸의 아름다운 씬이 거기에 맞춰서 그 상태. 굉장히 포인트가 좋은 게 제리가 궁극기가 시전이 스택이 많이 쌓이다 보니까 한번 쫙 빠집니다. 그러다 샨지의 적절한 낚아채기.
근데 샨지 순간적인 거 낚아채기 뭐야?
괜찮았지?
되게 깔끔하네 한타가.
전체적으로 돌진 조합을 정말 잘하는 팀이다 보니까 이런 식의 과감한 한타가 특징이라고 보시면 좋을 것 같아요. 이번엔 포틱입니다. 포틱 보셔야 돼요. 지금 안 그래도 체력 많이 깎였어요, 포킹 조합에. 안 되겠다. 이거 내가 한다. 아, 일단 싸우면 이겨.
그러니까 이걸 누군가 했어야 되는데 저거를 원딜이 해주네?
그렇지.
아니 근데 뭐 이런 결단을 내리고 막.
그러니까 좀 그냥 가만히 있었으면 그냥 코르키한테 그냥 두드려 맞다가 끝난 거였어.
와, 자야는 좀 소름 돋는데요.
그래서 보신 것처럼 돌진 조합을 정말 좋아하고 한타를 잘하는 팀이다. 특히나 루키와 포틱이 번갈아 가면서 엄청난 슈퍼 캐리를 해주고 있다.
어쨌든 지금 분위기도 워낙 좋고 팀 멤버 구성도 지금 베테랑 2명에다가 밸런스도 굉장히 잘 잡힌 것 같은데 그럼에도 불구하고 이 팀에 약점이 분명히 있을 거란 말이야. 약점 같은 건 없나?
제가 방금 말씀드린 강점들을 다 빼면 약점입니다.
한타 빼면
저게 안 먹히면
운영이 좀
한타를 정말 좋아하는 팀은 맞는데 운영적인 부분에 좀 아쉬운 모습들을 보이는 경우가 좀 있고요. 불안 요소로 보일 수 있는 뭐 주오라든지 샨지 같은 경우에는 그 OMG에서 전성기를 구가하던 시절에 비해서는 살짝 아쉬운 모습을 보이고 있는 건 사실입니다.
운영으로 쉽게 이길 게임도 뭐 전투 지향적으로 하다가 조금 뭐 삐걱거리거나 이런 장면이 좀 있구만.
맞습니다. 저희가 익히 알고 있는 그런 LPL 형식의 팀이다.
근데 이런 팀들이 또 지는 경기를 또 전투로 뒤집는 경우도 있어서 이게 뭔가 동전의 양면 같은 느낌이긴 해.
사내대장부 같은 팀이잖아.
양날의
걸어오는 싸움.
양날의 공 같은 딱 느낌이긴 해. 그리고 여기 MSI 가능성 있겠나 이 팀?
사실 지금 4승 1패라고 좀 강조를 드리긴 했는데 1패가 징동이고요. 4승은 대체로 중하위권 팀들을
아직은
네, 상대로 챙긴 승리다 보니까
어쨌든 지금은 중하위권 팀들을 상대로 잘하고 있지만 진짜 운영 잘하고 강팀을 만났을 때 어떤지를 좀 봐야 된다.
좀 더 지켜보셔야지만 이 MSI 가능성이 있는지는 그때 한번 판가름하는 걸로.
그러면은 지금 우리가 잘한다 얘기만 들으니까 뭐 순위라든지 이런 거 좀 지표로 가져와봐.
이 LPL 순위를 잠깐 보시고 가시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
LPL 순위 중요하지. 근데 뭐 지금 빼먹은 게 EDG랑 RNG는 왜 얘기 안 하고 있어? EDG, RNG 어디 있어?
전통의 명가 아니야 LPL을 대표하는.
EDG, RNG.
이게 빼먹은 게 아니고 없습니다. 그냥 밑에 있어요.
뭐야 지금?
밑에 저기
뭐야 17등?
보이지도 않죠? 저 RNG 12등. EDG 17등 전패입니다.
잠깐만, 야, 영승 5패라고 EDG가?
정말 예상 밖이죠.
물론 LPL은 경기 수가 많긴 하지만 아니 영승 5패로 시작을 하면 이거 너무
복구가 되나요?
분위기가 너무 안 좋은데?
원래 또 이게 강팀은 부진은 있어도 몰락은 없단 말이 있지 않겠습니까?
아니 근데 뭐 그런 말이 있는 거랑 별개로 12, 17이잖아. 해명해 빨리.
그래서 부진과 함께 몰락했어.
아니 그래도 부진에 뭔가 원인이 좀 있을 거 아니야.
저희가 또 RNG EDG 하면은 이 명가들의 중원을 담당했던 선수들이 또 떠오르지 않습니까? 이 선수들이 빠진 이후로 EDG 같은 경우는 한국 용병이라고 볼 수 있는 이 피셔 선수가 현재 뛰고 있고요. RNG 같은 경우는 탕현 선수가 뛰고는 있는데 그 이전의 선수들이 워낙에 뛰어났다 보니까 상대적으로 좀 부족한 건 어쩔 수 없는 것 같습니다.
리그 오브 레전드의 불변의 진리, 미드가 약하면 팀이 전체적으로 흔들리지.
이 두 선수가 그런 문제냐라고 보면 또
그것도 아니구만 또.
이게 양 팀이 상황이 좀 다릅니다. RNG는 탕이한 이 미드 선수 23년 LPL 베스트 루키에 뽑혔던 04년생의 이 어린 선수가 생각보다 괜찮게 하고 있어요. 다른 멤버들도 이름 들어보시면 좀 알만한 선수들입니다. 뭐 LWX
스킨 보여잖아.
그렇지, 브리드, 오, 웨이.
왜? 그래서 그런지 RNG는 어쨌든 2승 3패면은 사실 경기 수 뒤에 따라서는 쭉쭉 올라갈 수 있으니까.
맞습니다. 아직 여지저니 기회가 있다고 보시면 될 것 같고 아직까지는 뭐 바텀 쪽에서의 뱀픽 구도가 메타에 맞진 않다 뭐 이런 얘기도 들려오고 있는 데다가 전체적인 합이 좀 불안불안한 부분들이 있어서요. 차차 나아질지 지켜볼 수 있는 상황이라고
어쨌든 시간이 흐르면 올라갈 가능성은 충분히 있다.
네.
근데 EDG는 어떻게 돼? EDG는 지금 0승 5패. 아, 승이 없어.
이게 문제입니다. LCK CL에서 뛰다가 EDG 유스팀으로 이적했던 이 피셔 선수도 아쉬운 부분들이 계속해서 나오고 있지만 다른 선수들도 제가 말씀드리면 누구신지 모를 확률이 높습니다. 뭐 탑의 솔로킬.
닉네임이
솔로킬?
보통 내는 쪽인가 당하는 쪽인가?
솔로킬 든가 혹시?
뭐 솔로킬을 내고 싶다는 거겠지. 내고
탑이니까.
싶다는 거지. 근데 서포터 뭐 뱀파이어.
뱀파이어.
원딜 뭐 더 스네이크.
아, 스네이크 뱀파이어야?
뱀파이어 괜찮은데?
스네이크 S뱀?
원래 아러 선수가 탑에 있고
그렇지.
원딜러는 또 리브라는 선수가 알려져 있던 선수들이 있었는데 이 선수들이 엔트리에서 선발이 됐다 말았다 2군으로 갔다 말았다 이런 상황입니다. 그러니까 이게 상황이 그만큼 안 좋다는 거죠.
팀이 좀 어수선하네.
RP를 못 잡고 있는 상황이다 보니까 앞으로의 미래도 조금 불투명한 상태입니다.
波波前链着，结果 W 还给其余4点跟上倒钩，再次斩杀了 solo kill， 打出推理的会效果 ，Q 闪跟上 W， 这波 WE 要杀死比赛了。杰杰成了最后的那一个孤胆英雄，但是他已经无力回天。WE 5人健在，我们要恭喜他们在主。
그래도 다들 열심히 좀 일을 하고 있었구만. 아유,
당연하죠.
나는 좀 솔직히 좀 놀랐어 오늘.
준비를 이렇게 많이 하고 있는데 한 번도 안 물으셔서 저희 국장님이 언제 물어보나 정말 안절부절했습니다.
불시에 검문하서 저희는 안 통해요.
알겠어. 조만간 내가 또 한번 긴급 소집할 수 있으니까 항상 준비하고 있도록 하고 MSI 진짜 얼마 안 남았다. 지금 봐봐 눈 깜빡하니까 1라운드 끝나가잖아.
한 번 더
깜빡하면 MSI야. 월즈는 우리가 다시 한번 쟁취했어. 하지만 MSI 우승 마지막이 2017년. 7년이라는 세월 동안에 정말 우리는 숨죽여서 진짜는 월즈다. MSI는 사실 아무것도 아니다라고 정신을 해왔다. 사실이잖아.
사실 둘 다 이겨야 승자예요.
둘 다 이겨야 되잖아. 너희의 역할이 중요하다는 걸 다시 한번 강조하고 싶다. 오늘 여기서 마치도록 하겠다. 모두 해산!
하나생명 화이팅! 지수수 화이팅!
하나생명 화이팅!
민심 지우 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We had a very long first series and we are back here for the second one. Hamalife Esports up against Nongshim Red Force. And this one, much like the first one, does have a favorite, but based on what's happened today, really feels like today anything could happen.
Yeah, I feel like, we didn't expect Rion to beat Quantum Freaks, and that happened. And the thing is, you may think, okay, but Hamalife Esports against Nongshim, but Nongshim took a game of T1. And whether that really signifies something, we'll find out in the series. Because honestly, you never know with Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, T1, they had a little bit of happy gaming, but also Nongshim played quite well to win the game. So, at the end of the day, Nongshim seemed to be turning a corner a bit, and Hamalife Esports, they did get a win over KT pretty handily. So, yeah, it does feel like Hamalife Esports are in a bit of a better spot compared to what Quantum Freaks were, I guess. But at the same time, I want to see the gameplay first.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that Hamalife definitely looked like stronger than Quantum Freaks, but Bro also looked weaker than Nongshim. So, we can't really draw any conclusions. I feel like, we put all this thought, effort into trying to work out, okay, what's going to happen? Who's going to win? And then you get there and Bro just wins. So who even knows at this point?
Yeah, so we don't have any 0 and 9 teams for round robin number 1. And this will be the first match of round robin number 2. The first victory, who will it go to? As Nongshim takes a game off of the previous matchup between these two teams in round 1, will they show how spicy they are yet again?
Yeah, I actually have some stats for you. So Nongshim actually hasn't lost a single game in 2024 Spring Round 2. And Hamalife Esports actually hasn't won a single game in 2024 Spring Round 2. So, I think that's pretty convincing for a lot of people.
Yeah, that does mean something. Let's take a look at the top laner strength test. Dindon shines in solo kill rank 2, despite his team's placement. Who will win the bloody battle for kills?
Also, so something that Hamalife has started doing is just sticking Zeka on Yone, right? Dundun could deny it with his own Yone and then use that to solo kill Doran, and that's certainly...
What if Doran picks the Gromp?
Oh, wow. That's the hard counter to Dundun, so not much counterplay there.
Especially Dundun's Yone. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that Dindon is second, or tied second, in solo kills. Spot the late game carry battle. Viper spews over 70,000 damage against Smolder versus Jew, who takes a victory with Smolder.
Yeah, so...
My money's on Smolder.
If you watched the last series, but you missed Hamalife Esports last series, you might think Smolder's unbeatable in the late game. Apparently he isn't. Viper managed to be more of a late game threat on Hope Varus, which... Yeah, sometimes...
My money's on Smolder.
Yeah, my money's on Smolder, and yet, we saw it go the other way, so definitely think that Varus being banned away might allow Jiwoo to flap his little wings to the late game.
Yeah, I would imagine Varus should be banned away, although Viper, he's good at pretty much anything, and he has begun to carry this team quite a bit, especially when it feels like his teammates are picking stuff on which they're serviceable, especially Zeka playing the Yone, as you mentioned, just play it every game, doesn't matter what the matchup is. If he's good at it, he can make it work.
Yep, and
he does.
Corki's not in the meta, so they're not going to pick it.
Yeah,
I think that's a big reason why Honor Life Esports have had a glow up, because they haven't been picking the Corki. And yeah, Nongshim, I feel like this is a team, a lot of fans, a lot of people want to root for them. Definitely good vibes from this team, and Unbreakable Mental. But unfortunately, they just haven't really managed to convert Unbreakable Mental into wins. But, you know, they'll see what they can do. Round 2 is a new round, which started immediately after round 1, so I'm not sure it really changes anything, but maybe a new mindset.
It's different.
It's different for some reason.
There's a 2 instead of a 1.
Yep.
It's the second time that Nongshim will play against Hanwha Life Esports.
They've learned from the first time, I hope.
I think they did, probably. They should have learned a lot, at least, from Hanwha Life Esports against KT, I would imagine, especially in terms of the pick ban, as we are going to highlight our 80 carries.
Yeah, so sometimes we talk about, like, if you looked, I remember we did Guma's stats the other day, and his kill participation was very low, because a lot of the other people on TU1 are getting kills. Jiwoo's is low because apparently Dundun's just getting a ton of solo kills. So, yeah, a lot to take into account there. Obviously, Viper's stats pretty excellent, but also pretty high duo proximity for them both, so I expect a battle in the bot lane.
There definitely should be. We're absolutely going to have to see some interesting stuff pulled out, whether it's a Smolder and then some kind of Smolder counter lane or something, you know, like double 80 carry if that does go through. And nowadays we're seeing, you know, Kalista banned away, Ashe banned away, Senna, Varus, Smolder gets banned sometimes. So certainly a lot of stuff, you know, choked out in terms of picks that you can go for on the bottom side. But
yeah, I could imagine Hanwha Life Esports would love to get like a Varus Rakan lane. I feel like is really that's what they really used to great effect before. Something like that, something where Delight's on like an engaged champ that obviously can do a lot of work in team fights, and then just give. You know, honestly, I think if you give Viper a champion, he'll probably be pretty happy. I was gonna say an 80 carry, but he's pretty serviceable mages. So
don't give him the Gromp.
Yeah.
Give him a champion.
Yeah.
The Gromp is for the top lane to deal with Dundun, but you want Viper on an actual champion so that he can deal damage.
Yeah.
Any champion. And Hanwha Life Esports, they're sitting at 7-2. I mean, they're only one game behind the 8-1s, which are, of course, T1 and Gen G, as it feels like happens every season. Those two are on top. But they're not too far behind, it feels like, especially with that big win over KT. It does feel like Hanwha Life Esports may solidify a third-place spot in the LCK if they keep going at this rate.
And the thing is, Gen G and T1 are not immune to upsets, you know? Like, remember Gen G losing to Bro at the end of last year, so as long as you're consistent in all of your series for Hanwha Life Esports, there is a chance you catch back up with the two ahead of you, especially if you can beat them. The Yone immediately banned away. They have realized Hanwha Life's strategy was just to always put Zeka on you.
Ban a Kali.
Then you're done. Job's done. No, they'll go for the Senna. I think the Senna's been so strong, especially if you pair it with Nautilus, and then your support who wants to play Nautilus anyway is now unkillable. So, not many 80 carries targeted overall, only 2 so far. You know, normally we have like 7 banned in the first 3.
So Kalista's available, Smolder's also available.
Kalista is a pretty big one, honestly.
Ashe is available.
Yeah.
Varus. Like, what do you ban? You ban a Kali! That's right!
They know! They're knowers!
They are knowers.
Yeah. Means there's a lot of OP picks available, but, you know, Hanwha Life Esports on blue side, they get to take 1 before it passes over. We'll see what they think is the most important thing.
Kalista. Although, I don't know, Viper was so good on the Varus, and you still have Smolder available, so yeah.
No. You know, even though they won against it, they're like, man, is this champion broken.
Bro just won with Smolder. It was their first series win. It must be good.
Okay, and immediately, I mean, Sylvia had a really good Vi game.
Vi Nautilus.
But also, yeah, Vi Nautilus would be a pretty good, well, it'd be pretty much like, you know, you want to play Smolder? We're not going to let that happen. I think they might leave support till later just so they can get Canopic. And they go Kalista, so, you know, Hanwha Life Esports have picked We're Gonna Scale, and Nongshim have gone, no, you're not. And the Maokai comes in, really good defensive pick when you're playing with a strong backline. They solidify that with the Tristana.
Yeah, and then Hololive Esports say, yes, we will scale.
Yeah. You know, we've seen some decent Azir play recently. I like the Talia, especially Talia Vi is such a potent combo, but it also means that you can move your way down towards bot lane and kill Smolder.
That's pretty important.
The aim of the game is just keep killing Smolder and then hopefully end the game before he inevitably gets to 225 stacks.
Yeah. That's it's a pretty good strategy. They ban away the Rumble, which means they want Cassante. Even though Rumble did get nerfed and we have seen its play rate drop significantly.
Yeah, still definitely situations to be strong. I think a big part of it as well is because Hololive Esports are lacking in the AP department, so maybe we see like if you're wanting to pick Cassante on 4, you could ban the Gwen, but it'd be very telegraphed.
Yeah.
Very, very telegraphed.
And Maokai Rumble's really good. So that's another combo you're taking away. What are they going to take here? It will be the Gnar.
Yeah, something that is good into the Cassante, but not necessarily that AP. I love how we're just kind of cemented in the fact they'll probably take Cassante on 4, but they could go in a different direction. Yeah, I mean, Hanwha could just ban it. They banned the Renata, which is obviously a really strong duo with the Kalista, so we'll see. We'll see if they opt to go for a support pick. I feel like going counter pick support would be better here, and they actually go the Udyr, so, you know, in terms of what this presents in the late stages, I feel like Cassante is more impactful, is going to offer more team fights, but if the game plan is win early and win hard, Udyr is the champion where you just start proxying waves, invade the enemy jungle, take Void Grubs by yourself.
Void Krugs.
Void Krugs, yeah.
Void Bobberts.
Yep.
Alistair gonna come through here, and it's a very weak lane.
Yeah, I think they know lane it. They're not going to be able to contest level 1. I think they know that as a fact. Alistair's pretty good at peeling, though, into like a Kalista, because you're point and click. You know, if you're playing a champion where you rely on skill shots, it can be tricky. So making sure 100% you're going to be able to headbutt the Kalista away is pretty valuable. And Gwen coming in, so they want to secure that AP in their team composition, to not much surprise. And now deciding what Peter wants to go in the support role. Looking at the Rel potentially. I think having something that's not that you can't cleanse is pretty valuable as well.
Yeah.
Especially because sometimes if you have multiple cleansable CCs, like you only have one cleanse, but since you have like a Vi as well, like whichever you lead with, you want to stick, and that might be the Rel, might be the Vi. So I think it goes without saying is Hololive Esports have a lot of scalesing with their composition. Nongshim Red Force, they want to go hard and fast and get this game done quick.
Yeah, their mid game is explosive.
Opposite of Bro, you know, they're like, we're getting this one done. We're in, we're out, we're going to game 2, and they could go to game 2 in a loss or a win, but I think we'll know very quickly.
Yeah.
First 15 minutes will be very telling.
And their comp, I mean, even if it is like an even game and we get to 30 minutes, if you get your R buttons onto Smolder and she dies and Zeka's not that fed, you know, maybe you've got an angle as well. But they do have triple threat, right? It's double AD carry and there's Gwen, so yeah. I think you are right? Like if Nongshim get behind at all and it's not really enough tempo, almost definitely, especially given the teams and the nameplates, Hololive Esports should be able to close it out.
Yeah, I think it's a big ask if it gets to late stages. Not impossible, but I think they want to have a healthy goal lead going in. And to be honest, Sylvie in that game against T1 was such a force to be reckoned with, so hoping for a repeat performance here.
He's going to press his R button on people, and it's going to be deadly. We'll see what happens as we jump into the Rift for Game 1. All right, here we go. Game number 1. Nongshim coming off that one-game win against T1.
Actually, Viper's gone Doran's Blade, so typically we see the Doran's Ring 3-point W start from the Smolder. But interesting to see him going in a different direction. Especially when this is a rough lane for Smolder. You know, Kalista is not fun to play against.
Yeah, we'll see if he can scale this mountain.
You know, that would work so well if they had Malphite as well.
Yeah, I think it still works because he's a dragon.
And dragons have scales. Oh,
Yeah.
it's all coming together. Imagine if it's a mountain soul as well, then you can reiterate that you made that point.
Yeah, I'll come back to it if we get
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Even just one mountain drake I'm okay with.
One mountain drake, yeah. A mountain soul would really sell it, but one mountain drake, I'll allow it.
Yeah. We'll be okay. I'm curious about the top lane. I mean, Gwen obviously does have some very nice ability to threaten eventually, but the Udyr...
Yeah, I think you kind of get a little bit mangled early.
Yeah.
It's very hard to land like a Q on Udyr when he's like running circles around you. And, you know, back when Gwen was really OP, one of the changes they kind of did to get rid of her was they made it so like her E is so level reliant now. Like, maxing your E gets so much power, and obviously you max it second, you know, so it does take a while for you to come online, and I think you'll be kind of waiting for that before you're really having the impact. Vipe's actually getting some good, he's gone Q first, and he's getting some good trades. We've only seen the W start, 3 points W Doran's ring play.
Bit mistime from Peter there, he wasn't level 2.
You know, sometimes you miss them. Both abilities that you have.
He's trying to get the mental edge by making Viper and Delight think that he's mental boom after that play.
Yeah,
but he's not.
We all know Nongshim never mental boom.
He's calm, cool, collected after that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally unfazed. And you see the Viper and Delight are just chilling. They're just killing minions. I mean, that's all you're gonna do with this lane. So
not much else you need to or want to do. I mean, one thing with the Q star is Viper's already been getting some early stacks. Not a great trade for Call Me there. You know, he looked so good in the health department, and then one trade, it's like, well, never mind.
Yeah, just you saw Zeka was taking some pummeling early on from the stones, but he was able to trade it back pretty nicely, making it a even lane state at this point in time. Seems like Doran is okay, although he is being pushed in a little bit on the top side. And we do have Peter level 3. This is not Jungle Rel, but generally Jungle Rel as well would go for level 3 and then look for a gank.
They really want Zeka just to jump in.
I mean, they're going to get the knockback, but nicely buffered.
You know, the amount of times I've seen even LCK mids actually fail the buffer. Nice to see Zeka's on point with it. You can add Tristan to the list of champions.
Yeah, you ban the Yone, you ban the Akali. You can't ban everything.
Yeah.
Silas isn't exactly meta in this current state of the game.
No, I don't think he's that far off with the roar buffs, because a lot of people go and roar on him.
Yeah.
You know, maybe. Maybe if they'd banned Tristana, that's where we'd get to.
And Vi was the first pick on red. Could have said, okay, I'm just going to press Vi ult. Sylvie's here over the wall behind him. Doran is very dead. And there it is. First blood given over to Dindin. It's not a solo kill, but it is clean as ever. The lane's in a good spot, too.
Yeah, good start, definitely, for Dindin. Get him ahead in that matchup, and it'll pay dividends because of how annoying Udyr can be if he has Prio in the lane. Gonna pick up tier 2 boots as well.
Get the slow here on a Delight, but... yeah, I don't think they're too phased.
You know, I'm just going to say it. If this is how the lane is going for Smolder, it's not a great look for Nongshim. And again, he started Q. He's already on 30 stacks, you know? Normally by going W, you don't get stacks on the first wave. You got like 8 or 9 on the first, I think the first 2 waves or something. So...
instead,
well,
he is stacking early. He is stacking fast. The early phases of the game can be the hardest, but if he's going to get to that break point earlier than normal, it's going to feel very nice.
Yeah, Peanut's going to start the Grubs.
The Void Bobs.
Yeah, I feel like this should be contestable for Nongshim, right? Like, Dundon should be able to get control of top wave, and Sylvia's there.
I do believe so. Maybe because of this mid lane, doesn't look like oh, he's getting flashed on the ult, nearly kills him, but he's totally fine.
Well, it's definitely not contestable anymore. Yeah, it looks like Sylvie's just going to move over to the Dragon and put a ward down. Is actually going to start it. They have Prio bot, and they know Peanuts on the top side.
Yeah.
With that nicely placed ward.
Yeah, so just going to trade objectives. Call Me does not die. He does flash himself as well, but yeah, I mean, the way the top lane is going, they should be pretty happy about this start for Nongshim. Outside of the bottom lane, as you mentioned, can be an issue.
Flash over the wall. Make sure you have the Q for when you close distance on the Gwen. It is Ignite Gwen, so no chance really of Doran getting away on that one. And it's always nice when a top laner takes Ignite that you gank them and make them pay for it.
Yeah.
And you even end up burning the Ignite as well.
It's a good feeling. And he's not going to have Ghost as well because he did go Ignite, which means that he's not going to be as fast and potentially not as deadly when it does come to later game team fights. But just a small thing.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of these things where, you know, some games you definitely do need the movement speed. I think just getting to those team fights will be enough for Doran in this one.
Yeah. This is kind of what we expected in the top lane. Udyr taking trades and never losing health, at least early on. Goes Merc Treads first with not a care in the world.
Yep. Ooh. I think that was like three stacks in one. Viper stacked 47 already, you know, making good progress.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, the stacks really snowball because the more you get, like the more powerful your Q gets, the easier it is to stack. See, Sylvie was contemplating the ult there, but I don't think they quite have enough damage. Call Me's items aren't really representing significant threat to Peanut right now.
Yeah, kind of looks like he just found some scraps under the bed or something with those items. Not really doing much.
He found a ring and then, you know, like a little book and then started crying.
Yeah. Oh, my old diary. Yeah.
Must have been some really sentimental stuff in there.
Doesn't make him very strong in this game, though.
No, definitely not.
Peter and Jiwoo are level 6.
They could look for something for sure here.
Viper Delight are level 5. The wave is in an awful spot right now for Viper and Delight. They're kind of being zoned off of XP, and as Peanut, level 6 himself, but Sylvie here as well. The needles do come out on a Dindin, but this is Udyr. He just runs it off.
Yeah, and you can't really... Sylvie would have loved to ult Doran, but Doran can actually cancel the ult.
They're getting in there. The Ghost is popped. The flash ult up to the Gwen, and Doran is in so much trouble. They stick around and they disrespect Nongshim. And that's 2 kills for Dindin.
You just don't win that 2v2, especially when your ults are down for 100 Life Esports. And, you know, I was saying that if you ult the Gwen and she W's, then it cancels it. But if you flash ult, you don't even give that opportunity to happen. So nice play by Sylvie there, and 2-0 for Dindin.
Just like that. And 2 assists for Sylvie. In the top side, he knows where his bread is buttered. He's getting his carry fed.
Yep. I am certain the Fed Udyr will be more than a match for a stacking Smolder in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're putting the Gwen pretty far behind.
No. Like, you know, I'm jesting. Like, I do think it's a good approach, but they do need to do something with this Udyr and look to stop the... Because I think Viper and Delight have played this bot lane so patiently. I don't think Delight's used a single combo bot. You know, that's respect. Most supports can't resist.
Yeah.
Right? They just have to every so often, and he's just resisted the urge just so Viper can keep farming up.
He's on 67 with his last 3.
Making some good progress.
Okay, he's feeling pretty good about himself here. And yeah, he's behind like 6 CS, but it's not really a big deal, especially if they can get to a late game stage.
That's honestly such a small amount. Like, even last game, the Smolder got put so far behind.
Yeah, it was like 15 CS, 20 CS.
Yeah, and it really feels like Honor Life Spot Lane have got out scot-free on this one. And again, you know, it's not always the end of the world if, like, a Smolder gets to get through a lane without getting annihilated. But Nongshim's composition is very, very direct. Win early, win hard, end the game mid-game. So, you know, this is, even though they're ahead in gold, this is still cause for concern.
Yeah. You see that Call Me was edging down into the bottom side of the map, but there's no big wave here stacked. You saw that Peter was doing his best to try to clear out a lot of vision, but take a look at this ward in the river from Hum Life Esports. Going to give some nice information if Talia ever moves down. And now control wards are being cleared out. Nongshim would love to really stake their claim on all of these dragons, I would imagine. Try to pick up a soul early before 225 stacks.
Yeah. I think part of that composition means you have to be stacking these dragons. You want to get the soul on the cards, kind of like we saw last game when...
He has Oblivion Orb. He is not messing around with this Gwen.
He's here to win. Yeah, the last game we had when it was Bro against Quantum Freaks, because Bro got one early dragon, it meant that by the time it was the Soul fight, Smolder had the stacks. Now, Smolder's stacking a lot faster this game, but ideally you want to have Soul on the cards, and it's Ocean.
It's Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously, like this tank, like the Udyr is going to like it, but you really wanted one of the S tier souls to come out for Nongshim, so you had like a clear win con against on Life Esports. So kind of lost the dice roll on that one.
Well, now you can spawn the Elder Dragon by the time he has 225 stacks.
Yes, and then there's 2 Elder Dragons.
Yeah, pretty rough for Nongshim. You see that Life Esports trying to set something up here on the bottom lane. I mean, Peanut is hanging around quite a lot, and maybe that's just because he wants to keep them safe, but Sylvie is in the topside jungle and nowhere near the bottom lane.
And, you know, I'm sorry to say it, Brendan, but we've lost. You no longer can make that scale the mountain.
Yeah, I don't get to make the joke.
Yeah.
No.
We're losing on all accounts here.
Well, Life Esports are happy.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good, you know? I think in terms of acceptable deficits to have at this point, I think they're holding up okay. Herald up in a minute and a bit, so Nongshim, I feel like if it's mandatory that they get that right with how strong the Udyr is. Could definitely rotate Jiwoo up if they really want to commit to it, and hopefully try and make use of that. Plate's going to be down in about a minute, and not really any picked up. One gone mid, one gone top, and I'm not even sure if they got to collect the gold from those, so very light plate game.
Yeah. It's dinner for 2 rather than for 10.
Yeah.
With the 2 plates, and yeah, just not much happening. And every time we say this, we feel good about Home Life Esports' chances. It's still very early on in the game. I mean, it's 13.5 minutes, but Viper must be getting close to 100 stacks already.
He's on 101 already.
Yeah. So.
Well. At least we get to see more of what Smolder can do when he's got stacks, because I feel like the game is going in that direction. 105?
Yeah. I mean, Nongshim are setting up pretty nicely for this Rift Herald. They do have their bottom lane now up in the top side. They have Dindin bot with TP. And Calmy is ready to Weaver's Wall in if a fight was going to break out any time. Also has TP himself. And yeah, Jiwoo just really just not been able to trade with the Smolder at all this game.
Yeah, and actually ends up being a play apiece in terms of the gold received.
Trying to get in onto Sylvie here, but Peanut just gonna phase rush about. And throw out the ult as well. A flash on into Sylvie, who was isolated, but he flashes away from this one, and now Fate's call. They're going the other way. Nongshim want to take this fight, but Dindin actually blocked by his own wall from his own team. He is going to pick up the little baubles on the ground, and they should be able to get the Rift Heralds.
I mean, this is just such a good case scenario for Life Esports. I was so surprised they were taking the fight. I thought it'd be such a rough one for them to get, but they managed to bait Nongshim into TPing and then back away. They might find...
Ooh, Delight not as clean as you would like, but they still have the damage with the Tristana. Zeka going to take out one. That's a second. The Sylvie goes down, and Nongshim, they did not expect this. As a ton of kills going the way of Hama Life Esports. At 15 minutes into the game, they're feeling pretty good about their 2-0-1 Tristana.
Yeah, and the fact that the Smolders 1-0-1 now still stacking away, looking good for Hama Life Esports. I thought it was a pretty good case scenario that they just forced a TP. This is a bit better than that, you know, maybe significantly so. Yeah, so we're going to replay. Delight, I think the problem is he flashed too close to Jiwoo. So if you're like in melee range, you basically can't WQ. He possibly could have just gone for the Q, or he could have W'd another target and then Q'd them both. But regardless, it doesn't really make that much difference to the play. The fact is, Nongshim were low and caught off guard, and Hana Life Esports were all ready to commit.
Yeah, he went down anyway, and those kills in the hands of some very nice carries on the side of Home Life Esports. All of them either on Zeka or Viper. You see the goal difference early on. It's like, yeah, okay, well, Dindin's fed, but Tristana and Smolder are very far ahead of their counterparts.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's a Jinx on the other side. It is Kalista. So Nongshim can still try to pick up a bunch of Drakes, but again, you don't have a big Drake soul that you're fighting for. You can get this Ocean Soul perhaps, but is that going to push you over the line against a late game Tristana Smolder composition? I'm not so sure.
No, probably isn't. But they can give it a good go anyway. They're going to get the Herald down mid, damage the tower, but not kill it, which is unfortunate. And now they're moving towards that dragon. Home Life Esports can just give this up. There's no obligation to fight this, but it looks like they're posturing for it.
They could send it into the fight. First Ocean Soul as TP comes in from Doran from the bottom lane into the mid lane. And he's here. We got Nature's Grasp, but stakes into that dragon as here comes Mom to rain down fire. It is going to go the way of Kalista after all, as already Dindin is down in the front line. It's just gone here on the side of Nongshim. That's 2 kills more for Zeka. And yeah, they don't get the dragon, but a very nice fight for them.
I think they honestly care more about the kills than the dragon, to be honest. Yeah, they obviously don't deny the soul stacking, but not the most powerful soul, and they are just pumping out damage already. 170 stacks.
Yeah, he's gonna get there.
Yeah. This is exceptionally quick. You know, oftentimes we've seen Smolder fall behind in lane and be one of the lowest farms in the game. It takes a while to get the stacks.
Okay, trying to get on top of Zeka here as a nice little R button is pressed by Sylvie. They should be able to take him down eventually. Right? No, he gets the reset. How did they allow that to happen? They are desperate for this one as Coleman flashes in, and he goes down. At least he got the shutdown, but man, that did not have to look like that.
Not the cleanest. They do get the shutdown, so it's still it's a net positive for Nongshim, but it does not feel good to have gone through that much effort to kill what seemed like a dead Zeka. Yeah, what I was saying before the point, normally like the Smolder's like furthest behind in farm, but he actually has the most farm in the game, which is not great.
Chilling.
Yeah, we see the replay, so they try and get the dragon lower, looking to potentially secure it, but the Ren comes through, a little bit of miscalculation, but Dundun just gets shredded, and then Jiwoo has no protection. And it didn't really look like a fight. It kind of just looked like Home Life Esports killing them.
Yeah.
And here, again, Zeka really sharp with timing on the seismic shove. Does get caught before he gets over the wall to the tower, but then the reset comes in, and they have to commit so much to make this play work. I think Sylvie should have gone in the tower, tanked it, and then queued out and let Call Me just do all the damage. I mean, again, it's nitpicking. At least they got the shutdown.
Yeah.
They're still 3,000 gold down, though.
It was well played by Zeka. He bounces out of there. And
I like
able
how
to get the reset.
The observers have just started permanently selecting Viper.
Yeah.
So we can always see the stacks. He's on 207 already.
He's gonna have 225.
Like in a couple of
at 20
weeks.
minutes.
Yeah.
That is the fastest we've seen.
That is definitely the fastest we've seen. I can confidently say, without knowing the numbers. It just is.
It just is.
Yeah.
He's going to have a next wave.
He is really scalesing harder than any Smolder has before.
Oh, well, he's going to try to wall away, but that's not going to happen. Call Me is very dead. This is not a flash. Used it earlier after diving Zeka, and Peanut gets revenge for his teammates.
216. 217.
2-8. Not yet.
Not yet.
We'll get there.
Next wave. They're in no rush. I mean, Viper's been rushing this game, but don't need to rush it out.
I mean, we kind of set the stage in the draft, right? Like, Nongshim had to do a bit more to get to the mid stage of the game in a much more controlling spot.
I like how they keep showing the stacks like every 2 seconds just to make it, yep, still close. 221, 222. Live stack counter.
Yeah.
보자.
What does he say?
하나 먹었고.
탑 1차를 하자. 탑 1차를 하자. 나 공 없고 풀 없어.
Just said I, got one. That's essentially it. 225.
225. Yep. So they have a 5-1 Tristana, a scaled Smolder, and the enemy team has a 0-2 Clister.
He scaled the mountain.
Well, against...
He's on top of the mountain. He's sitting on top of the mountain.
Against T1, they didn't win till game 2. So...
True. You might be onto something.
Yeah.
And now HLE, you might as well fight. You're so far ahead, it's like, well...
Send it for the Ocean Soul. If you win the fight, you get Baron. It's not going to get better than this. You just have to fight.
I take mid tier 1. See that Nongshim definitely struggling to find the angle. Now, if you do blow up Viper, this is what I was talking about. You do have tons of CC. Maybe they get him. The flash on in. They're going to ult onto the turret. They don't care. Flash on top of Viper, but the damage is not quite there as he's just going to survive. Oh, God. It is the worst case scenario as Viper is just going to fly on over and kind of just taunt Jiwoo a little bit. Maybe even pick up the kill. As HLE Esports will easily pick up this fight, and they should take the Baron from here.
You know what? I respect the play. I think you have to go for something like that when the game's in this situation. And sure, it backfired and went horrifically wrong, but the game wasn't going too good anyway, so looks like they're going to try and pick up the Ocean Soul. They actually do a decent amount of damage to this, but looks like Zeka is not agreeing to let that one go.
Yeah. That's the thing. I mean, you're going to expend everything to try to take out Viper. And meanwhile, the Tristana's 6-1 now.
Yeah,
so
no
it's
one,
like
no one could follow up onto the Tristana.
Yeah.
And it was under tower.
And they didn't even get him.
Not the Tristana, the Smolder, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
The little flap into flash was a pretty good move.
Yes.
And it was perfect angle. But you could see, I think because Nongshim moved up, Viper sensed something was wrong and started flapping. And the problem is, it's like a catch-22. You have to move up to be there to follow up, right? For like the rest of the team. But by moving up, you express your intent to Viper, so he's ready to flap and then flash away. If he got queued straight out of the Fog of War, he wouldn't be able to flash away. But then you wouldn't necessarily have people in range to follow. It's just there's no winning.
Look at his items now. He
Oh
has
my
arm guard.
God! He knows.
Press a Great Cloak because. Why not?
Yeah, the fact that you have 2 items, plus you spent 1,600 gold on what is essentially a stopwatch, and Jiwoo doesn't even have 2 items, is a thing.
Yeah.
Is a thing that has happened in this game.
Yeah.
Well, now we see why they first picked it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, especially if you're just going to get through lane for free, essentially. They felt like they needed hard engage with the Rel, but the Alistar was already picked, right? So in the lane, they just kind of sat there and they're like, well, we don't get to do anything because Alistar exists.
Yeah.
And Viper's like, okay, I guess I'm just going to farm to 225 stacks in 20 minutes.
I mean, I don't think they need to end now. We'll see what they do. But oh my lord.
Yeah, they're going to try. As Qs galore are coming out here, and you have Mom roaring from the sky as well, as they will just end it here. They're not going to waste any more time with it. Palm is surviving, does have a death cap, and doesn't seem to do any damage anyway. Down will go that guy. I don't even know who that was. I guess it was you. And they all disappear as the damage is just insane. And HLE Esports will end this game in 25 minutes.
Yeah, that one's a wrap. I don't really know what to add to this situation, but looks like I just feel like they were able to execute. They had specific windows to punish on, and we never really saw them come alive, and Smolder did Smolder things. Viper seeming so confident on that pick, getting a ridiculous amount of farm, and then the game ended.
Yeah.
That's a synopsis. We'll leave it on.
And Doran, he did his job as well. He looked very tasty in the top lane, soaked up a bunch of ganks and pressure, and then eventually Zeka and Viper carried the game, and that's fine.
That was the play.
He casted his R ability sometimes.
Oh yeah, I think he did.
Yeah. And that's fine. Triple threat comp. You used everything on the Gwen early. Zeka gets a bunch of kills for free, and Viper gets free farm.
And who would have thought the Fed Udyr wasn't enough to win the game? You know, I wasn't sure if the 2 kills Udia got would allow him to outscale Smolder, but now I know it doesn't. Because Smolder's the scaliest champion of all. And I want to ask you, it's early days, so we don't really know yet, but do you think Smolder's going to end up being a bigger problem than Zeri?
I don't know.
The fact you're hesitating is immediately worrying.
Yeah, no, I think Zeri had her time for an extremely long amount of time for a good reason.
Yeah.
So I think Smolder is quite strong, but I think there are ways to play around it, whereas Zeri kind of just did whatever she wanted.
And hopefully they nerf him into the ground sooner rather than later.
That might happen. You know, Hamale's Fee Sports, definitely the better team on paper, and they showcased it in game number 1. It was not close as we ended it in 25 minutes. We're going to take a break, guys, and have the space. Afterwards, we'll be right back.
다운 칠까가 나와. 한정아 너가 정면 막혀야죠. 아니 라인 한번 더 해볼래. 자자자자자. 야 어디로 맞아. 야 탈리야. 야 파이 맞아. 쌍푸자. 야 탈리야 맞아. 탈리야 노플. 야 레일 들어오고 하면 될 듯. 안 되나? 와 저게 처형이 안 돼. 야 칼리. 카우치면 끝나나 형. 나이스. 형. 진짜 차가 각인데? 형. 한 거 맞음 이번 판? 형 못했어. 그냥? 나이스.
back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, once again joined by Hooney and Wolf as we look to break down Hanwha Life Esports' victory over Nongshim. And we thought we knew what good looked like when it came to Smolder stacks. Viper had something else to tell us about. But first, let's jump into the draft. Gentlemen, how did we like this one?
I mean, I thought it was overall, like, there were no major problems, but we were feeling like it was a little bit disrespectful, the Alistair with the Smolder, when Kalista was this face up. I think there were a lot of different things they could have picked, Nongshim that is, with this Kalista, like the Renata that was available that they could have locked. It would have obviously pushed maybe Calme onto a less comfortable pick, so I think that's part of why they decided to go with the Taliyah ultimately, but it felt very risky what HLE were doing, but I guess they just thought that they were the better team by far, and I think it turned out to be true.
Yeah, I mean, also I think they are really like the comp that it's like they have a mid Tristana with the Maokai, and they have a pure AD carry in the mid, and also the AP, the lack of damage on the top side is just fill up with the Gwen, and also they have a lot of just like the CC based on, just like they just keep farming until like just one core or like the third Drake, which is like you just kind of, it's just how the fight is. Like, it's just so easy for them to just play against the enemy team calm, and it's like that's I think how the HLE won. Like even though we are just saying the better team, but they were just clearly better at fighting and also just executing this whole team fight.
And I think that when it comes to breaking down a draft, Viper really does just make it a little bit different because he doesn't lose lane. And so you just pick whatever you want in the bottom lane and say like, well, Viper, let's get to 225 stacks at 20 minutes and just win. Let's dive into our first highlight though, because it was even before that things started to go well for Hanwha Life.
I mean, the irony of this game is that if Viper played an AD carry that's relevant at these points in the game that we're going to take a look at here, I feel like this game would have been even more one-sided as Doran and Dundun have this clash here as the TP comes through. But look at Hanwha Life Esports. Dundun gets on top of Zeka, he thinks, but it's a beautiful buffer there. And now Nongshim feels super priced in to this team fight that they just simply are not going to be able to win.
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest gap like between like good team or bad team, right? Like they have a clear plan. They know like they have a TP advantage, so they never actually make overplay. They saw as soon as there's a TP going on the bottom, like it's just re-engage as soon as possible, and that this caused the game basically.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Hanwha Life could have decided to try to force that fight there, but they were like, let's push mid instead. And then they just get a great catch, a great punish here. And the Tristana ends up being extremely fed super early on. And so even though they don't have a real AD carry for the upcoming fight we're going to take a look at here, Zeka's just already so ahead that it doesn't matter.
And even then, I think that Viper did sort of change the narrative when it came to when Smolder's supposed to be good, because it felt a little bit like he was getting online a lot before he should. And let's jump into that second highlight and really see how this one worked out, because yeah, my assumptions got a little bit blown away.
Yeah, I mean, basically these two fighters like they're showing us, like it's just like it's not even 225 stacks yet. It's just like everything is pre-stacked, and they are just winning this hard, which is like I think that Zeka he actually dominated in the lane like so hard, and that's just 1v1. And as I said, and from the draft side, it's like it's just the Maokai just pressing ulti, just go on the Tristana, and also just Alistair just coming to the flank or just follow with the CC. It's just so easy for them to actually put all the DPS from the back line.
Yeah, and it was a little bit disjointed, obviously, for Nongshim. It felt like they really had to win a fight to get control back over the game. Their comp was waning. And I think in that fight, Viper queued twice and hit a W that didn't really hurt anybody, but it gave him stacks. It really
Still
just
stacking.
didn't matter. Yeah, he was stacked so fast. I mean, in comparison to what we saw in the last series from Envy, even though he did end up picking up POG because of his late game performance on the pick, like he was basically twice as fast as what we just saw moments ago.
No, exactly. I think it was 7 minutes faster in the end. I think it was 20 minutes and about 30 seconds time. 20 minutes and 52 seconds time to hit those maximum stacks for Viper this time around. So a new record here for the Smolder, but I don't know whether the Smolder is going to be our POG. We're going to be looking at that momentarily, and I have a feeling that there might be a little Yordle that may have taken the spotlight there. So let's have a look at it right now. Is it going to be Zeka? Is it going to be someone else?
I mean,
Maybe
I think
Maokai? I don't know.
There's a lot of different votes you could go with here. It is Zeka in the end because he did have an over 90% KP, and he did get 8 kills, and he carried the game. And he also baited a lot of poor fights and weird decisions for Nongshim as well in this game, but I mean, he just positioned well, and he did Tristana things.
Yeah, I mean, sure, he died one time on the top side, like being ends up just 1-for-1, but serve like a lot of the pressures, and also just like, it's just 1v1. He just shows like, yeah, this is the moment. Yeah. This is the moment, just 1-on-1.
And look at how well he plays the pick as well. He buffered so many different CCs this game, even buffering once over a Tristana or over a Weaver's Wall. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. As Ox mentioned, probably could have juggled the aggro a little bit better here, but at the end of the day, it was all about him. And Viper, we were like, oh, cool stacks, but yeah, Zeka, he did the real carrying.
He absolutely did. I think the game just didn't go on long enough for Viper to be able to show what Smolder was capable of. I think he got one team fight or something like that, and that was when they were just pushing the Nexus. So 10 out of 12 going to be the votes, and another mid laner into our top 4 of our POG rankings as well. A bit of a smattering of Smolder and the Alistair votes there. That was an interesting one. But you know what? It is time to throw it over to the gentleman on the desk to get back into game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers. Definitely an interesting one. Third media guy struggling as always. It's okay. We all get a say in this one, and 10 out of 12 it was for Zeka, and certainly deserved, I would say.
Maybe it was a solidarity vote. Like, he saw, you know, when Delight messed up the combo, and he's like, I've been there, I've gone through that before.
Wait, who's holding this sign? Those hands aren't holding the sign.
Magic and wizardry.
Floating sign.
Yeah, it's kind of spooky.
Impossible to know.
Well, I'm assuming, yeah, Nongshim on blue side, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think they would rather be the ones having the Smolder, although I'm going to make a prediction. Life Esports are just going to ban Smolder. You know, they got to abuse it. They are not going to let Nongshim have fun.
Yeah, and on blue side, you don't even have to ban the Senna necessarily. So that could be a ban here for Life Esports, which we do see. And that might make it so they could ban away Maokai or Tristana or something like that. It will be the Maokai.
Yeah, I feel like the Maokai really fit with the comp that Hanwha had, but it's kind of strange that, like, because I feel like Nongshim would want to secure like a composition that matches the Maokai, but you know, I guess they maybe expect like the Smolder to be banned. Maybe they're not really as confident playing like the Tristana, so we'll see. Obviously, they banned Akali last time, which felt like they were really targeting Zeka's pool, but they're going to ban the Varus, which I think makes a lot of sense. And I think Life Esports are just going to ban Smolder here. They can't take the Varus for Viper just to one-shot it.
Look at him, he's... Whoa!
No, Smolder fist, it's got to be. Lock it in, lock it in. There's nothing else. You got to do it, lock it in. The cameraman knows, they're looking at you, they know. There we go, yep. Well, I think that Viper had an exceptional game in terms of his stacking rate. The question is, what have Life Esports cooked up to counteract the Smolder this time?
You could go Kalista Renata, you can go Kalista Ashe, you can play any sort of...
you can play stuff. There's stuff you can play.
Poke lane in the bottom lane. You can put on tons of pressure to make this more difficult than picking Rel into Alistair, I would say.
Yeah.
And Life Esports, I think, from the get-go, they're going to start with the Vi, which is what Nongshim did.
Yeah, point-and-click CC against Smolder. A smart solution, and obviously not cleansable as well. And the thing is, this is kind of what I mean, like, because they banned the Maokai, now Nongshim can't, like, turn to that as being, like, that really good defensive peel jungler. Vi Orianna, pretty good at killing things. Both of them press R, and that's an answer, but they haven't secured anything from the bot lane, so interesting. They've opted to kind of leave that. They'll only be able to take one pick, 80 carry or support before the next rotation if they even want to go for it. Azir looking like the pick to come out for Call Me. I wonder if Nongshim would go for like the Cassante here. I feel like with the Poppy Band kind of suggests maybe that maybe Life wanting to secure it potentially.
Yeah.
And also, like, then it puts Hanwha in a difficult position because if they pick top to counter, they don't pick an 80 carry and you can sort of target that. I don't know, just a thought. We'll see what they opt to do in this situation.
Or you could just try to get the best lane possible for Jiwoo. And it's going to be Rel. which is flexible, I guess.
Yeah, that is certainly a pick you can take.
It doesn't hit quite as hard as like 10 other different champions that could have picked in that spot, you know?
You know, like Cassante. But, you know, they're taking it technically flex. And actually gonna get the Kai'Sa to come out. Interesting one.
That's not a champion.
It did get played once.
Yeah, and
one
it won.
whole time. And it did win that whole time. Yeah, so it's clearly going to go for like an aggressive combo with that to try and punish the Smolder. And also, you got long range poke, you got dive potential. So when the Vi goes in, you can follow. And they're going to ban the Udyr. I think Nongshim, you now have to ban Cassante because they're just going to ban like all the counters to Cassante, and then they're going to pick Cassante on 4. That's my leading strategy with what they do.
That is the name of the game.
Yeah.
Cassante, also very strong.
No, that. Maybe they're hoping Hanwha just don't pick Cassante on 4, which is a very bold bet to take.
Yeah.
You know, if Hanwha would ban the Gnar now, then it really solidifies it. Okay, they ban the Alistar.
The Alistar's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
To ban for, I guess they want to play Nautilus here.
Yeah.
Like Kai'Sa, Nautilus, Vi, Orianna. Press your R buttons and kill them.
Oh, yeah. No fun for you. No playing the game. No allowing you to move. Yeah, we'll see what Nongshim, whether or not they opt to just get rid of Cassante. You know, maybe, I mean, they get rid of Nautilus. I think that makes sense. And it looks like Hanwha might just go for the Rakan and leave the Cassante. So, you know, I felt like that was a sure thing. Apparently not. And they might just take Gnar on 5 if Nongshim take the Cassante themselves. So, perhaps, we'll see. We'll see what they go for. Ultimately, I feel like you have to try and figure out how you can keep the Smolder alive. They are trying to decide, is the Rel going to be jungle or support? The answer is support, unless it's to support Viego, which I think is pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
And now the top lane pick for Dunnan in this situation, which is going to be blind. You could just take Gnar yourself if you're confident, but I think
Cassante's fine.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
And then it might just be Gnar for Thorin coming out here, or they're actually going to go for the Gwen.
Huh.
Again. But obviously
a Gwen.
A Gwen. Yeah, so, you know, I don't think things really panned out the way I expected. I feel like Nongshim's comp, they have 2 really nice, well, I guess 3. I think Azir's pretty strong, Smolder's definitely strong, and Cassante's strong. But I don't really see the cohesion too much in the composition.
Yeah.
Kind of just feels like they're just going to play the game, and then hopefully they get to enough stacks, right? And they'll do it. Whereas Hanwha Life Esports very clearly have put together a dive composition.
Yeah.
And I think Viper on Kai'Sa and the Light on Rakan sounds pretty good to me.
Sounds pretty dangerous for sure. I do feel like if the game hits a mid-game state and it's somewhat even, the Viego and the Cassante can be very dangerous, especially if everything is used onto Smolder, and yes, they kill Smolder or Azir. You got these guys that are pretty slippery, that can get some resets, that can do a lot of damage themselves, and you have some decent threats outside of the Smolder. Now, if they get too far behind, then of course, Hanwha Life Esports can just press all their buttons. It doesn't really matter who they attack; they're just going to die. So that's the wonder of a dive comp, I suppose.
Yep, and they definitely have the capability just to explode people. So looking forward to that for them. And yeah, we'll see what build they go for.
Yeah.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Game 2.
Yeah. And I was referring to Kai'Sa build. I don't think I made that clear. Because we haven't seen much Kai'Sa, and I feel like most people have been going the on-hit build and kind of just, you know, mixing in like the Terminus, I think it's called.
That's a cute Gnar. What's that? Is that like Haunted Tibbers or something?
I don't think it's Tibbers. You know what? It looks a little bit like... I don't know. It looks like it's like a little like, you know how you have like skins and you have like little accompaniments, like how you have like the little saplings for Maokai?
Yeah.
Feels like it'd be like isn't there like a Pix that looks like that for Lulu? One of the skins? Maybe I'm bugging, I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't believe so.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe another champ. You know, like, you know how Janna has a little thing that flies around it?
Yeah.
Something like that. I feel like it's one of those for a skin or a champion.
I think it was Halloween Tibbers. We have Grasp Azir.
I don't think it was Halloween Tibbers, you know.
Grasp Azir, he went second wind.
Yep.
So no conditioning.
Yeah, I think we saw Showmaker went the second win in the second game he played it.
He's playing against Orianna, right? You're going to take a lot of harass. It's not a melee champ.
But
so.
stacking the HP for sure in this game. So we'll see if it's going to be the committing to the actual tank Azir. Actual tank Azir.
Yes.
Oh, it's just slightly tankier Azir. And it is actually going to be Jiwoo going the Doran's Blade and Q start. So it looks like they've given up on the whole points and W and using W, and they're just like, you know what, let's just get stacks earlier.
Yeah.
Even if it's a bit more painful.
Nice little knock up here from Delight. Also hits another Q. And the harass is on. This looks very different from the lane we just saw in game 1, where they kind of stood around and said, well, we can't engage into that.
Yeah.
And then Viper got 225 stacks in 20.5 minutes.
Yeah, let's see how many Jiwoo gets. You know, if he manages to do that, I think Nongshim will be in a pretty good spot. Yeah. But there's still, I think the composition of Hanwha Life Esports does not in any way scale badly, and also could very capably just one-shot him. So you kind of have to look out for that. That second win not doing too much.
Any grasp stackers? Here's Sylvie in the top lane. Doran, he doesn't have a ghost or flash or anything. He's in a lot of trouble here, and he should be just going down for free. They're going to give this kill over to Sylvie as they just run at him.
Yeah, I like how 2 games in a row, they've seen Doran go this Gwen with Ignite, and they've gone, you know what? Let's just gank him. And it has worked 2 games in a row. Winning strategy, although they lost last game, so maybe it was.
Yeah, again, Doran's just the distraction.
Yeah. Well, I think the vibe is a bit different this game.
For sure.
And especially Sylvie picking up the kill. Can you spread that advantage to the rest of the map?
Yeah. You see that Dindon probably has to go back, and that he will. Wave in an awkward spot. Needs to TP back in with some more health and items. Meanwhile, bottom side of the map, Smite comes down from Peanut. Sylvie is around here with his Phage. And is trying to police the bottom side and give you some space.
Yep, and that's all you need to do. You don't want to get caught into too many skirmishes with the Smolder at this point, but just kind of securing safe farming is enough. And yeah, on this patch, you know, Azir really was struggling on earlier patches, especially when Corki was a big problem and people were first picking Azir and then getting countered by Corki.
Yeah.
Now, people aren't really first picking it as much, and it's doing a lot better. And also Corki's gone.
Imagine that.
Fortunately. And also Tank Azir's now here, apparently.
Yeah. You can go Tank Azir.
You know, if just Showmaker plays it, it's not here, it's just Showmaker. But once someone else starts playing it, that's when you know it's a thing.
Especially call me into Zeka, into Hanwha Life Esports. He says, no, this is just a good build. I need to play it here. Uh-oh, that flap didn't flap very far as Jiwoo's in some trouble. And he does have to cleanse.
Interesting he took the cleanse. What are you cleansing? Like, I guess the Rakan Charm, and that's it? This doesn't feel like a very high-value cleanse, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, obviously, you cleanse the Ignite there, sure, but if you had, like, Ghost to heal, I'm pretty sure they would have done the job too, so... Interesting he opted for the cleanse. You know, we'll keep an eye on how much value that actually gets over the course of the game.
So, instead of cleanse, you probably just go heal, right?
Yeah, or you can even go Ghost, you know, if you were a bit more confident. And I think in that situation there, you would have got out with Ghost as well. You just run away.
Yeah. Could also just heal. As, okay, they're going to get all 3. Sylvie was watching it happen. Doran does not have a way to get out of this once again. So he's just going to... Dino is pretty far away, so not able to be a kill. The Viego has a pretty fun time into the Gwen because you can just get in the mist and say hello. Not much that Gwen can do about it.
Yeah, and I mean, Honlife Esports have generated a bit of an early lead. They obviously got those Void Grubs. Mostly, there's a bit of a farm discrepancy across the board. And they're going to secure the Dragon as well, so a nice start, but I don't think it's really too problematic for non-Shim yet.
It's not Ocean Soul, and it's not Chemtech.
Oh, we're high rolling in this game. I was going to say today, but it's actually been pretty rough today.
Just this game, yeah.
Just specifically this game, we're going to likely get a good Dragon.
Yeah.
Soul.
I mean, any Soul at this point is good. I'd say, like, maybe Mountain has the least value at this point.
I don't know. I think Jiwoo would really love a Mountain Soul sometime. Yeah.
This feels like we don't have as many tanks as we normally do.
The
so
thing is, I feel like the individual
breaks.
dragons favor like the tanks, but I feel like
Yeah.
the shield is really nice for squishies, you know?
Yeah.
And it's so reliable because, you know, if you have Infernal Soul and like Peanut and Zeka one-shot you, Infernal Soul isn't really doing that much, you know? But Mountain Soul might be the difference maker. Like that extra shield is almost always going to be factored in.
So would you take it over like a Cloud Soul in this game?
Man, you asked me the difficult question.
We're okay. That was weird. He did get the kill though, or the scoop, as Zeka is going to go down. As that was very interesting, but it worked. Okay, we got the kill.
Hey, it worked. It came together well. Delight. That's not your. Well, it is your team's jungle, but Sylvie's just gonna walk away, I guess.
Yeah. Arcana is very scary. He's got a long cloak of feathers.
Yeah.
That is a really perfect angle. Like, that was beautiful from Dindin, and that's another solo kill for this guy.
Only behind this in solo kills for top laners, and yeah, apparently he is just that guy.
He is the one. As, okay, Peanut's gonna get it to 4 health and then give it to Sylvie. And now he's gonna get ulted here. Let's see if Peanut actually has kill pressure, as Sylvie is in a bit of trouble, and down he will go. Dindin not very near this one, as Calmy was considering getting in there and just says, you know what, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvie got the blue buff, but at what cost, really, I think, on that one.
Worth.
Yeah. Not so shit. But I still think this game's going pretty solidly for Nongshim. Game 2 Nongshim, apparently, is just something else, because Dundon got the solo kill, Jiwoo's doing pretty well in farm, they got that kill mid. It's going pretty well.
Yeah, they're hanging in there for now. The farm numbers are still pretty heavily in favor of Honlife Esports. This is why they still have a gold lead.
That was like a perfect angle.
Yep. Said he got him. He's bouncing in his chair. He's feeling it. He knows.
He's ready. And you know what? I feel a lot more afraid of a Fed Cassante than a Fed Udia.
That's true. That's what I was talking about. I mean, even if they use everything onto Smolder, it's like, well, are you going to be able to deal with this Cassante or a Fed Viego as well?
Yep.
Everything together might be enough for Nongshim when it does come to later game team fights. As we are looking for the play here on a Doran, that's not going to be a knockup. As he gets that miss down.
Yeah, Doran playing it safe there, ready to react. And Jiwoo, you know, I feel like these lane struggles off the Smolder have been very exaggerated. He seems to be doing just fine. Q-Max, Doran's played, he just doesn't care, he's just stacking.
He doesn't quite have as many stacks as Viper did, and now the flash is going to come in. Nice flash forward from Jiwoo.
It just looked like he flashed into the wall, which, I mean, I guess he did, but it worked, so.
He did and immediately flapped into the wall.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah.
Or maybe he can just go through walls.
Delight just making a good play to be in the flash, but Jiwoo reacting quick enough, and so kind of just goes back to a bit of a neutral state. The cheat code, wave clear. Can't clear a wave, just ask your mum to do it for you.
Yeah. Jiwoo's still behind about 14 CS, and he's on about 70 stacks.
But does have the cull advantage over Viper.
Oh,
yeah. So
huge.
Payoff coming soon. It's just stack central over here, you know?
Grasp stacks.
Yeah.
Smolder stacks.
Overgrowth stacks, pull stacks. Zach has got a tier, but he's on the other team, so
it counts.
Yeah, I guess. Dundun also has grasp, so
yeah,
grasp stacks.
It's not very good.
Dragon stack king.
Yeah. We have Trinity Force complete for Sylvie, and he's just gonna go to the top side of the map.
Yeah, but that item doesn't have stacks, so
it doesn't. No. And it's Cloud Soul.
You know what? I think this could be a pretty impactful Cloud Soul.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
That is a dragon under some pressure. Press your R buttons and get a free helping of a little baby dragon. Very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, Cleanse ain't saving you that. You know, when they allow you to cleanse Vial, that's when I could see that play. I could see you getting out of that one. But yeah, Jiwoo just kind of gets annihilated. And I feel like that is going to be the game plan in team fights as well. For just everyone to press all of their buttons on Jiwoo and hope that is enough. Swiftness boots coming out for Jiwoo. Normally we see the CDR boots.
Yeah.
One of that extra movement speed. And you know what gives even more movement speed? Cloud Soul.
Trailblazer?
Well, yeah, but I was going to say Cloud Soul. Because, you know, they could go for that. And here Jiwoo...
They just did the dragon.
Yeah, he should have been aware. He wasn't aware.
Peter was aware.
Peter was aware, but a bit too late, I think, is the main issue, the main takeaway on this one.
I mean, he wasn't entering the brush because I think he was scared of them being in the bottom dry brush, which will be danger zone for Jiwoo, so...
Yeah, I think I could imagine the conversation going something like, hey, I think there might be coming bot, and Jiwoo saying, it's fine, I can flap away.
He certainly flapped away to the base after his death.
Yeah.
Well, now he's in the mid lane stacking.
Yeah.
85. 86.
Yep. It's definitely behind what Viper had. I think Viper was at like 101 at like 14, 15 minutes, so definitely a discrepancy, but, you know, it could be worse. Didn't really get punished that much in lane. I mean, yes, lost the flash, got killed that one time, but if that's all it is, I think we definitely saw that Smolder doesn't really need to be far ahead and just needs to get the stacks. Obviously, if you're far ahead, that's great too.
Yeah. I think it depends on how long this game is going to go. Like, how Life Esports could with this... I mean, they have a lead, is what I wanted to say, but they're like 200 gold ahead. With this lead and map control and the fact that Nongshim don't want to fight with their Smolder yet, they could try to end the game pretty quickly. Try to up the tempo, try to make it so that we don't get to a late game stage of the game. But we'll just have to wait and see what their plan is. As for now, they're just kind of farming it out. I mean, their late game isn't too shabby either, especially when you consider their million different buttons they can press to take out the one carry of, well, the one main carry potentially of Nongshim.
Yeah, this is the thing about having this like tank Azir, assuming Cormy's committing to the build. On the one hand, it makes it harder for them to kill you, but on the other hand, it definitely makes the decision making very easy for Hanwha Life Esports. Oh, should we ult the tank Azir? Perhaps instead, we should ult the Smolder.
The little baby dragon, I think,
yeah,
is the better option.
Yeah.
Not a very platey game once again.
I feel like every Smolder game just ends up non-platey, just because the Smolder's got such good wave clear, and by the time it gets to the point where you're really hitting the plates, you can just ult and one-shot the wave.
Yeah, and it feels like most plates are taken at the bottom lane, or the top lane. All right. They're still going to stick around and try to take away this turret, and they get very close, and they do take it down eventually.
Yeah, they get the mid-tier 1, which is what they came for, so definitely met their goal. Dundun on the other side is trying to hit this bot tower, but not going to make too much progress.
slapping it.
Minute 15 on that dragon. And I think that might be where we get the first taste of teamfight action coming in. Everyone's got all sums up, so it should just be a full-on brawl.
Yeah.
And I imagine, here's one of the main things that I feel like, you know, the Vi, Orianna and the Vi Talia, I just feel like they're so strong now that stopwatch isn't a thing. Like, imagine if we got to soul fight and, like, Jiwoo just bought a stopwatch.
Yeah.
Now you have to commit twice as much money for a janky Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yep. Stopwatch was broken. Arm Guard, it's still strong and people buy it, but at least it's not like a must-buy before every single important fight.
At least you can't just buy it, use it, and then sell it and still feel good about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
117 stacks, so about halfway. And I don't think you're going to get that. If you don't get this dragon...
Sylvie? They're like, we can't press our R buttons on anyone except Smolder.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to get enough stacks by Soul if Honor Life Esports get this dragon. So I don't know if that means they want to contest it. Azir's top.
Yeah. He does have TP, as does Doran. But they're just going to pull this one out. The light is Rakan, so he's very slippery. Doran can't deny a TP. Here it comes from Call Me. And they're going to try to steal this one away as here comes Mom. Not going to do a whole lot of damage. They get a Rel ult onto Peanut only. No follow-up of damage, and they get in on that backline. But Jiwoo just flashes, and a double knockback from Call Me is good enough as the fight was very broken up, and Nongsim take huge advantage of that.
And apparently you shouldn't ignore the tank Azir. You know, I mean, he's not really too tanky yet, but he comes in with a double sweep, and the damage is done. Jiwoo able to evade the engage on him. They're looking for some damage on mid-tower, won't be able to find it. Actually, they're committing, putting the TP in. They want this tier 1.
There's no shockwave, I mean, there's no threat at all.
Game 2 Nongshim. They're just built different.
Looking very clean.
Yeah.
This game. I mean, did they fall behind in CS in every lane? Yes. But does it matter if you're just going to win team fights like that?
Yep. They
guess not.
Made this sick play where they lock in Smolder, and then, I mean, the Smolder wasn't even the thing doing things, but it just gives so much security in the game. And we see here, so Peter actually is the one who ends up leading the engage. He tries to keep Peanut away from the dragon. And Sylvie initially follows up, but then ults away from Delight. And Delight goes straight for the Smolder. And you know what? I'm gonna be real, I criticized the cleanse. I was like, how much cleanse value are you really... There we go. There we go.
There it is.
You can cleanse the charm and flash out of the knockup. I'm wrong. Jiwoo is right.
It looked pretty useful there.
Yeah, it looked pretty dumb. Ghost ain't doing anything. You know, Heal ain't doing anything there either.
Nope. Yeah, and if you use everything on the Smolder and you get yourself out of position, you will pay the price.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that, like, Vile is a lot more certain than Rakan ult, and Orianna wasn't in range to really contribute on that. So.
Yeah, it was very split. Like, Delight and Doran were miles ahead of their teammates.
The decision-making, I mean, it was just very split from Honor Life. Peanut was trying to back away to meet up with his backline. Doran and Delight were trying to go in. The whole point of the composition of Honor Life Esports is they should be leading the engages, and they should be connecting onto Jiwoo, where, like, Viper can ult in, Zeka can ult on top, you know? Definitely felt like Nongshim just played that one better.
Yeah, absolutely did.
And now...
They get one Drake. They buy some time. Sylvie is getting in there. He does have Call Me with him, so that's going to help out.
Yeah, ult for the junglers, so... I think Nongshim honestly prefer that, since obviously Sylvie can get resets. Yeah, I mean, now with the fact that, like, Honor Life...
He's getting in there. He's going to force that flash out of Peanut and try to take this red. That is going to go the way of Nongshim, and a double ult comes in, but this is very broken up once again. Jiwoo is nowhere to be seen. Call Me's pretty low, and Peanut will pick up that kill alongside of Zeka. And now Nongshim are behind enemy lines.
Kasante's coming. He's here first.
He's going to get here first, but I think Homily
guys,
back off of this one.
What's your exit route? Think about this.
Jiwoo's going to try to flap away.
There's a Gwen.
Straight into the arms of the Gwen, who is alone and is pulled over to Jiwoo. And is taking massive damage. Not right into the Jiwoo, not right into the Smolder. And that is an ace for Humble Life Esports.
There were so many... so many places you could have dragged Gwen, and that was the one you just really didn't want to do. And this whole passage of play was so bad from Nongshim. So they commit to this, right? And I want you to track Hormi's mana. Look at his mana right now. And it's like, okay, let's just walk it out. And then Peter's like, you know what? Let's go. Azir still has no mana. And then, you know, Viper ults over to this side. Cormi ends up going down. Sylvie has no ult to get out. So they're kind of trapped here. And then it actually looked like a good play from Nongshim until Dundun ulted.
And now,
we'll have to see it again.
Palmy's getting dove in the top lane. We have TP utilized from Dundun, and it doesn't do anything. Baron taken by Helma Life Esports and Live as well. And just like that, I mean, they had a lead, but...
It was so winnable!
It was winnable, but now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, they definitely decided to play the game on hard mode. I think you definitely have to give up this next dragon, and then you hope you have enough stacks by the next one.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, that was...
Okay, we've seen the top play. I thought they were going to go back and show us what happened with the Cassante. Yeah, Cormi.
The replay of that.
No, apparently the tank is here, just isn't tanky enough.
He has Abyssal Mask, though.
Yeah, didn't have ult, I think, is the big factor here. Going for the Frozen Heart next.
Yeah.
And you know, we normally talk about like the on-hit build for the Kai'Sa. Viper going for a more crit-focused build. I guess largely because they have so much AP in the composition. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep, it's fine. It's going to be getting on top of something.
Someone.
by pressing his ult, and he's going to be getting some crits and some damage down, so I think it's fine. Zeka with the Baron buffs, picking up a free turret while his team takes the dragon. Sylvie...
Give it up, give it up, give it up. You still got time. You know, that early dragon really saved them a lot. Play for Jiwoo stacks, and then hope that Peanut just forgets to press R on him. Or buy his Zhonya's.
Yeah.
Those are the two strategies I'm thinking.
I think Arm Guard here is not that bad.
Arm Guard will do good, but then you're going to have to finish his Zhonya's for the next fight.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see you pick it up here.
Yeah, you often see it coming later though, like rapid fire cannon's really popular third. Oh no, Jiwoo, get away. I guess one of the things you can do is you can stand near a wall, and whenever Vi tries to ult you, you just flap over the wall, and then at least you hope no one else from Honor Life can follow up on you. Although they do have... No, as I was saying that, I'm like...
Viper.
They have Kai'Sa Rakan. Like,
yeah, they're following.
There's no way you can be while you're safe, you know? Apart from in stasis. Stasis is the only solution.
Stasis is OP after all.
Yeah.
It's 5 men pushing top lane, and Jiwoo's in the mid lane, so the Sturd is gone. Could have maybe tried to throw out a bomb or something if they were trying to make a stand on that outer, or that inner rather, but they're just gonna let it go.
Kind of hard. And now it's a 5,000 gold lead, and Jiwoo's nearly, you know, it's kind of been on pace. We talked about Viper being ahead of the curve. I think Jiwoo will get 225 by 25 minutes, which is what we expect typically. 6 to go for now.
219.
See what item's going to come in next. Yeah, it's going towards the rapid fire. I don't think you have a try. I think rapid fire is too good on Smolder, and I think, sadly...
But you know what is also good is living.
Living is...
And not dying into the full dive comp. Speaking of which, yeah, honestly, I don't think Zhonya's would have saved him there.
Yeah.
Anyway. So I don't think it matters, actually, what I don't need that in that case.
Maybe a little bit longer. No flash now for Jiwoo. And you know what? Vi, Kai'Sa, Rakan, Ori, pretty good at killing Smolder. I think Honor Life really kind of solved the answer to what you do about the scaling dragon. You just kill it.
And they banned away Nautilus in the second phase of bans. Could have had that, but Rakan doing a good enough job. Certainly has a lot more mobility.
I feel like this is a game where you would have loved to have a Tahm Kench. Like, really loved to have had a Tahm Kench.
Yeah. Just keep your little dragon alive. Jiwoo's here, there's no vision. They walked over a ward.
Like how?
There's a ward there on the right.
Yeah. Well,
He's like, it's okay, I have I can flap away.
Maybe Jiwoo misclicked and thought he bought Arm Guard and was like, I'll just use it. And then he clicked on his Zeal and he was like, what's happening?
Yeah.
Man,
well... Dundon's pretty far up the lane here. He's in trouble. Sylvie and Peter see some Hololive Esports members and they turn tail as Dundon is going to go down. And now Peter's going to run straight into Peanut and Zeka. And they're like, I don't know, should we even kill this guy? I don't know. Like, he's not Smolder.
Peanut really doesn't want to ult this guy.
Yeah, they're
Viper
gonna kill
doesn't
him anyway.
care.
No.
But Azir got a tower.
He did.
This game feels like it's quickly fallen out of Nongshim's hands. Like, there was a definite point where I was like, this is so winnable.
Yeah.
About
10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago.
8 minutes ago.
8 minutes, yeah. Maybe 9. But Azir got frozen hard, so we ball.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of guys that are in melee range potentially.
Yeah, when they're all diving onto you and killing you, you're like, I slowed your attack speed a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, take that.
It'll help keep him alive. I worry about Jiwoo. As always, I don't think he, you know, is he going to finish his rapid fire cannon by the end of this game?
Quite possibly not.
Like, probably, but again, I don't know if he's going to be able to utilize it much in this game. Not against this.
I'm not sure he'll be able to utilize any of his items in the next few team fights, you know.
Yeah. Doran is in there. He's standing on 2 control wards. He's going to throw out some needles. Just because he got a little scared there. It was a little spooky. But he's fine.
Yeah, it feels like this is the kind of situation where Hanwha are like, oh, they're looking for a flank,
Uh-oh.
Oh no, Jiwoo.
Jiwoo's standing right on the ward. Oh no! He's going to flap over the wall, but it just doesn't matter. You just press your arm on this Kai'Sa. And see, a little bit of burn happens, and it just doesn't matter. Kai'Sa and Viper, they get into the back line. And now Dundon's trying desperately to just pull the wave, but I think this one is a done deal. They're going to go for the Baron first, but...
I like that we got a live demonstration of they stand near a wall and flap over it, and then both Ricard and Kai'Sa are just there. You know, they just...
Yeah.
Yeah, well... I guess this is, you know, we obviously saw that team fight that Hololive Esports lost, and it was because they didn't vial Jiwoo. And we've learned the solution is just to always vial Jiwoo. And now it's going to be a lot easier because everyone is just faster. 20%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
So, like, what if you Zhonya's here? I don't think it matters, honestly.
Well, I think it would last long enough to be able to, you know, maybe take a sip of your drink. Maybe
think about your life choices.
Maybe your hands, like, stretch them out a little bit.
Yeah. It's just a very effective comp. I mean, there was the one team fight that went the way of Nongshim, and it gave us hope. Nongshim were ahead on gold slightly then, but...
It's such an anti-AD carry comp. I feel like the only thing that would work well against this is an AD carry that can build Zhonya's, who's okay with picking up early, like maybe like a Kai'Sa, but even then it's not that early. Or like a Xayah. Or you have like a Tahm Kench support.
Yeah.
Like, you need an absolute out.
Palmy is very tanky. Takes a while to go down, but Doran is going to stay alive. He's got that life steal. He was like, oh god, please no! Please not me again!
They're so fast!
What am I going to do? Oh, you're going to die. I'm sorry to you, as Hololive Esports have declared they have found the answer for the Smolder. And certainly they have done it in this game.
They're all just so fast when they go in like that. There's nothing you do. You're just dead. So I guess the game's over now.
AD carry in 2024, I suppose. Says Hololive Esports. They killed the Cassante as well. You see Peter's frustrated. It's sad. But Hololive Esports, a very clean 2-0 victory tonight.
Yeah, and I think there was definitely more hope with this game compared to the first one. Definitely Nongshim, I think people started to believe a little bit after that fight around Dragon, but a couple of mistakes and just a comp from the side of Hololive Esports, which didn't really allow you to exist. And generally speaking, champions do better when they're allowed to exist.
Yeah.
Even the tank Azir was no match for the dive potential.
Yeah. I mean, eventually, they just got so far ahead as well that they just killed Smolder, and it's like, well, there's not really much recourse. And it all happened so fast, as you kept saying, that it's like, how do you even react on time to that? to get into a position to counterattack or do anything.
You know, the Cloud Soul, honestly, kind of crazy when you have a composition like Black. Like the Rakan ulting with the Cloud Soul, he's just everywhere in the team fight. And Dundun, obviously, we did criticize that ult he did that kind of ended up killing Jiwoo, but he still had some good moments. The ult to solo kill Doran was pretty solid.
Yeah.
But yeah, Peanut, pretty good game on the Vi. Got the solo kill onto Sylvie, and also just kind of finding Jiwoo and pressing off. Two-step process.
It was pretty scary to watch. HLE Esports, definitely a very capable team, and they were all on the same page today. Double thumbs up from the bottom lane and synchronized bows. It's Viper and Delight. One of the deadliest duos we have.
Yeah, but it's surprising that even with that being said, the Smolder going the Q Max Doran's Blade still kind of felt hard to move. Like, I know there are lanes that like a team like T1 would play, like the poke heavy lanes that can't bully it, but it still just feels a bit too resilient in lane, and I feel like it's going to be gaining a lot of priority this pick. Obviously seeing Viper make use of it, but also in the previous series getting a lot of value from Brion.
Yeah. So take a look at some of the highlights here. You know, there were some good moments for Nongshim. They got the kill onto Doran, they got the kill onto Zeka, and they got another kill onto Doran, this time a solo from the side of Dundun.
This was a good one.
This angle is perfect, distracts him right into the turret.
Yeah, and this was kind of the early indication of what was to come for Jiwoo. And then this was a fight that actually went well for them. This is the one that gave us hope, and critical thing was just not enough people connecting onto Jiwoo, able to evade that one with the cleanse. If only cleanse worked on Vile,
yeah,
then this game might have gone Nongshim's favor. And this had to be just an overstep. Like, this was an unforced error. Like, HLE do a great job punishing it, but it's Nongshim starting to fight in a position they have no right to be in, with an Azir with no mana, and it just ends up backfiring and costing them potentially the game. No guarantee that they wouldn't have lost the game if things had continued, but they were in a way better spot before this than after.
Yeah. And Jiwoo was already in trouble, but then Dundun said, hey, guess what? I've got a little gift for you. You thought you were getting away. No, you're not.
And the worst thing is Doran survives as well.
Yeah. This fight was definitely pretty indicative of what this comp was capable of.
Yeah, you know, when I first watched it, I didn't really pay attention to what was happening away from Jiwoo, and I just watched it then again. I still just was like, let's look what happened to the Smolder. Oh, the Smolder's dead.
Yeah.
But they were winning the fight on the other side as well. So yeah, this was just a speed fight where everyone's just so fast.
Yeah, watch Jiwoo. He's like, hey guys, I'm here to play. Wait, no. And he just literally disappeared.
Yep, it's gone. Only Xante left. Well, you know, I think Nongshim probably pretty disappointed with that game too, but this was definitely an uphill battle to win this matchup. And honestly, HLE Esports not messing around. They know any series loss potentially has the opportunity to cost them the chance of catching up with T1 or Gen G.
Just trying to be as clean as possible. They win their first match of round 2, and we are done here on the casting desk. Let's go over to the space to break down that game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day as per usual, and a big congratulations to HLE Esports, who managed to pick up the 2-0 in the very first match of round 2. It was another one of these stories where we get into the draft and it's Smolder first pick, but this time HLE Esports have a better answer.
Yeah, I mean, the game was looking really good for Nongshim, I think, until a certain point, and the Kai'Sa pick, I think across the three of us, we had mixed feelings on. You know, I thought it was definitely a risky pick, but it obviously works very well with what HLE put together, and they had the Rakan for the follow-up, the Gwen, obviously great, the Cassante. But, you know, I mean, everything that we saw here from Nongshim was also pretty good at protecting Smolder. Similar comps we've seen to protect the Senna, for example. It's just some really poor decision-making, I think, from Nongshim that really cost them in this one.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. Like, I also had like the big concerns that they are just playing the engaged team comp, which is like Vi and then Rakan and Gwen and Kai'Sa. But the other team also, like, obviously, I think the Smolder is like really good at also just pressing just his the ability. And when they're actually coming in, you put the million damage on it. And also, they have Azir and Rel and even like Cassante and even Viego. It's like if there is a one kill, it pop it like the Viego. There's easily you can pop it up. But the thing is, like, I think this is like why the HLE just they kind of try it out because they know themselves that they are gonna be better team and they know how to play better than enemy in the fight is specifically, and that's how the game turned out.
It certainly was, but it did not start out that way. Let's jump into our first highlight here and really see what Nongshim were capable of. Because they did, like you say, put themselves together a composition that can fight back, and they certainly did in this moment.
Peter played this game so aggressively, you know, for better or for worse. He is able to get in here and force a flash with the Magnet Storm. Viper's now kind of zoned away, and then Call Me is able to turn this fight around really well here. You know, he gets charmed, but is ready to get the catch ultimate here as Viper's just too far away. It's pretty early in the game for him to actually do much damage. He is a Kai'Sa after all. And this was just a clean fight from Nongshim. And at this point, we were like, okay, got a really nice team fight here. A ton of gold injected. Really helped Jiwoo, who is struggling, bought a call, etc. And they should be able to stabilize from here and slow the game down in order to get stacks. But unfortunately, that's not really how it went down.
Yeah, I mean, stack-wise, everything was fine. The Geo Flash was really, really nice. And, you know, you just play out the game kind of smoothly. Would have been pretty good shape.
Well, yeah, in theory, that is true. But sometimes you deliver a girl running with scissors to your little dragon and things go wrong. Let's dive into our second highlight here. A little bit of a sad one. For any Nongshim fans out there, you might want to avert your eyes momentarily because this did not go the way they wanted.
I mean, they lose Sylvie's ult here, and they can just walk away. At this moment in time, absolutely could just walk away. There is no reason to come in here and flip the game on a red buff contest. And they were hoping they're going to get Peanut. His flash is immaculate. And then you could also just walk away here. And when the red buff is taken, Peter takes that personally, and he decides to go in with his ultimate. And the team just feels priced in to commit to this. They drop the Smolder ult. And the entire win condition of this composition is to survive and scale. They hard force when Hanwha Life are, even though they're behind, at arguably their strongest point in the game. And then, yeah, Alice mentioned what happened with Dundun and Doran, and it's not a happy ending.
I mean, they're still, like, hesitating, like, should we back or are we refighting? But Dundun here, he delivered to Jiu, unfortunately. And also, like, Jiu has to leave here, but, like, they were so not decisive. Like, he was there at the Raptor Brush and he lost, like, half HP. And being answered like this, and they actually lost the Baron, it caused the Baron. It just caused the game, like, after they won, like, huge team fight on Drake. This is like only 2.5 minutes went through.
Yeah, and this is a game where Dundun picks up a solo kill up against Doran. Like, he was having a great game, and sometimes you just get that rush of blood to the head. And I guess they weren't expecting Doran to be able to just two-tap the Smolder there, but ultimately it felt like that exact moment lost them the game. And it's a little bit of a shame that it all comes down to that one point, but it's sort of how it works. Let's have a look at who picks up the POG for this one. A couple of ideas in my mind, but I think that this gentleman probably deserves it. 400 points now for Peanut, 4-0-12.
And I felt like Peanut was the Smolder police this game in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like, every time Jiwoo made a mistake or walked in division where Peanut was nearby or just didn't respect the fact that this Vi has quite a large engage range and is quite literally going to guarantee a kill on the Smolder when there's follow-up like this, just felt really easy for a Peanut vote here just because so much of what went wrong here was Peanut punishing the mistakes of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, at the second highlight, he flashed the Azir ulti, and that actually turned the game out. And it's like, he kind of, like, this is the type of the game that, like, I would say he kind of really carried the game. Like, solo killing jungle, pick up the kills. Like, it's pretty easy.
Yep, couple of votes going over to Viper, and then a cheeky mid lane vote there as well. I guess, you know, you're entitled to vote for whatever you like. I think it was between Viper and Peanut in my mind as far as where the contention's at. Definitely well-deserved there from Peanut as well, which means we get him in the interview as well. Also, always great to hear from Peanut and what he has to say, especially now moving into round 2. And so far, so good for Harma Life Esports when it comes to that score. Of course, we've got a lot more games to come as far as round 2 is concerned, including the Telecom War coming up tomorrow. But it's not quite time for the interviewed gentlemen, as I guess any closing thoughts? Harma Life Esports, are they going to be able to rival our top 2 teams? What do you reckon?
I mean, I feel like I didn't learn that much about Hanwha in this. I learned a lot about Viper, but we already knew Viper was the strongest player on this team. And Delight's made an argument a few times, Peanut the veteran, but I really just want to see some of our East Side teams, when they pick these comps that are strong, you know, just always keep in the back of their mind what the point of the composition is, what the goal is. And I think, you know, maybe we'll see more upsets if that does happen, but really the kind of loss that disappoints me as an analyst and as a caster, because I'm like, oh man, this is the angle, like Nongshim, maybe they're going to do it. And then it all falls apart.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. But it is now time to head over to the interview. So here is Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview, joined by Peanut and Zeka on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations! Round 2 is off to a great start. What are your thoughts on the clean 2-0 sweep? Zeka? Yeah, it feels amazing to kick off the second round with a clean 2-0. What about you, Peanut? Same, you know. Feels amazing to win the first match of the second round, and also happy to continue our win streak. Well, in the first round, Hana Life actually gave away a game to Nongshim, but today you guys were able to secure a perfect game score. Are you happy and satisfied with your performance? I'm like happy, but also there were some points where we were not performing at the best level, so it's a mixed feeling. I can't really say I'm 100% satisfied. Oh, I think the performance has become more solid on the side of Hana Life. What was the key factor? We were having a lot of communication about the concept of our composition, so we were able to kind of execute a really good play and macro decision on the side lanes and also as a team. In the first game, Hana Life got B1 Smolder and banned Ash and Renata in order to kind of bring out the Smolder Alistar comp. What plan did you have in mind for that? I mean, Smolder is really strong, especially in the later phase, so we wanted to secure that in the first pick, and we already saw Jiwoo playing Smolder in the previous match, so we also wanted to kind of remove that away from Jiwoo. Well, additionally, the synergy between Smolder and Tristana seemed really good. I'm really curious about the preparation process for the 2 marksman comp. Well, Smolder is really weak early on, so you have to go strong and hard on the top side of the map, so Tristana is the pick that can secure the priority early on. Now let's take a look at the Rift Herald fight that happened in game number 1. Who made the call for this team fight? Well, in fact, at this point, Gwen didn't have teleport, which means opponent had TP advantage, so we kind of wanted to force that TP out of Dindin. And then on our way, we were able to find a really good angle thanks to Peanut's call. Well, we were all on the same page, and also we knew that Nongshim had to kind of go through that path in order to go back to their mid lane, so we wanted to kind of block their way. Well, Hana Life kind of went for a very late game focused comp in that game. However, it only took you guys 24 minutes and 59 seconds to close out the game. How were you able to finish so quickly? We knew that Smolder was gonna carry the late game, so I wanted to get as many kills as possible early on, and I was able to kind of carry the game, so the game was pretty quick than we expected, yeah. And then game 2, we saw Kaisa locked in into Smolder. Was that Viper's idea or was that Hana Life's strategy? Of course, Viper, he's a great Kaisa player, and also Vi Kaisa has a really good synergy as well. Speaking of Vi, yes, your Vi and Kaisa, I think, were the two kind of major picks that kind of suppressed the growth of the opponent's Smolder. Yeah, I think that was kind of the concept and the key of our comp in that game. So we wanted to make sure that we can secure those picks into Smolder. We have another good news on the side of Hana Live. February 25th marks Peanut's 9th debut anniversary. Congratulations, Peanut. 9 years. A legendary player here at the LCK. How are you feeling about it?
매번 이렇게 몇 주년 이렇게 생일 이럴 때마다
Like my birthday, my debut anniversary, there are so many fans and people celebrating for me, but also make me realize like time really flies, you know. I think I'm repeating this every time, but it really hits me hard, you know. Time flies, and I'm really grateful for all the support throughout those times. And once again, I want to say thank you to all my fans out there. Zeka, what about you? Any words for Peanut? Congratulations on your 9th anniversary. I mean, like, just by looking at him, he doesn't even look that old, you know? But 9 years is a long time, so I want to make sure that I can learn a lot from him.
자, 이렇게 해서 하나생명 이제 8승을 달성하게 됐습니다. 다음
Hana Life picked up the 8th win of the season. Next week, FreeRx and DRX await. What is your resolution heading into the next week? We have a bit of a while to prepare for those two matches, so I hope we can have a thorough practice and preparation in order to continue the win streak. As we are in the second round, playoffs is around the corner, so I want to make sure that we will continue and kind of keep the winning streak going. And that will be the end of the interview from Peanut Zeka from Hana Life. Back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chisun, as per usual, for the amazing translation. Great to hear from Peanut, especially on the eve of his 9th anniversary. Man, that is, it's a long time that we've had Peanut in the LCK. A little bit of time where he did skip out on us and head over to the LPL, but he did swiftly come back again, and we appreciate him for it. See whether he can also achieve a World Championship victory. Might be able to do so if Hana Life Esports continue down this path, right, Huni? Right?
Yeah, why not? They have a Zeka, they have a Peanut, you know, great
I'm
roster.
happy with achieving not Genji T1 finals again. You know, I'd be happy with that achievement. I'm looking for a different finals this time.
Is it not
I know
Genji
it's selfish,
finals
but
when it's Doran, Peanut, and Delight? It's almost the same finals.
Hey, 3 bits is not the same.
It's very, very true. But let's have a look at the standings, see what has changed as we have the results of today. 8th place still for Nongshim, and 3rd place still for Hana Life Esports. So no real change, but moving a little bit closer to separating the top 3 here, as it did kind of look like West versus East, and now it looks like the top 3 are breaking away. And could be even more so, as T1 going to be taking on KT tomorrow in our Telecom War. That is going to be our Saturday showdown as well. KT fresh off a loss. Huni, do you reckon that's good news or bad news for KT?
I can't tell. I mean, that's what KT does, right? KT can win against anyone. KT can lose against anyone. Like that's why. I mean, they beat against Genji, but they lost against Guangdong.
I'm on the fraudulent train right now. I'm really not feeling KT after that last loss. Big choke.
Same.
I think when they have looked good against T1 in the past, especially when they brought them to 5 a lot last year, for example, it was just because they were super clutch, actually, and those tense matches really pushed them forward. That last match against Hana Life Esports doesn't make me believe that they can do it, but, you know, time will tell.
Yeah, and not that much time either, as that's going to do it for this evening's LCK. But our Saturday showdown will be with you tomorrow, of course, at a slightly earlier time. So it's under 24 hours, and that Saturday showdown, well, it's under much less than that, but I'm not going to do the math right now. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
대위 선수랑 굉장히 많이 만나는 것 같은데 만날 때마다 항상 재밌었고 좋은 자극제라고 해야 되나? 그런 게 됐었어가지고 하지만 이제 KT는 역사적으로 T1한테 좋은 모습을 못 보여줬기 때문에 저희가 이번에도 마찬가지로 승리하도록 하겠습니다.
8년도 때는 그래도 KT가 되게 좋은 성적을 냈어가지고 8년도의 기억을 받아 이겨보도록 해보겠습니다.